I now call the October 2024 meeting of the Kansas State Board of Education to order. Welcome everyone in attendance and those of you listening online. The mission statement of the Kansas State Board of Education is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous, quality academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. Our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. At this time, we will pause for a moment of silence. Please stand and join me as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Board members, are there any changes to the agenda for today and tomorrow? Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For consent agenda, just H and I, please, to be removed, and maybe some small discussion tomorrow.
H is kindergarten readiness snapshot. And I is the contract with Agile Technology Solutions for the University of Kansas.
Correct.
Okay. All right, is that a vote separate, or would you like a presentation on either of those?
No, I might just make a comment, but
Okay. All right. Anyone else changes to the agenda? Betty?
Yes, thank you. I would like to make a comment and then make a motion that we do have a presentation from the Policy Committee this afternoon, and I would like to make the motion that to suspend the State Board policy of only voting on an action item in the month after the item is received, in order to call a present matter for immediate vote on I'm sorry. Yes. In order to, I'm sorry, I'm trying to answer a couple of questions. Our quick start reference guide for new board members.
Okay, you heard the motion. Is there a second? Jim McNeese seconds. Further discussion? Kathy?
I just wanted to say, I guess I would possibly say, Betty, that maybe we wait to see how the discussion goes and then suspend at the time of that, just so we know where the board stands.
So Kathy, what we could do is, since there's a motion and a second on the table, the board could choose to approve the request, and then when we get to that section, if we want to wait, we just don't make the motion to approve at that time.
So it could still be a very viable option, because I just want to get a sense for where the entire board sits before we really sit in that. Okay, thank you.
I want to make sure that the board heard that. You could make the choice tomorrow not to bring it to a vote. So, okay. Any further discussion on Betty's motion? All in favor, please raise your hand. I've got 8. Danny, is your hand up? Oh, 9, okay. No, sorry, I couldn't see Danny. I'm not voting. Danny's not voting. Okay, I've got 8. Okay, opposed? Abstain? So 8, 1, 1. Abstain. I'm not abstaining. No. Oh, that's a no. 8, 2. Okay, motion passes. Betty, you're good?
Yes.
Okay. Any other changes to the agenda? And if not, the motion is in order. Jim? Move to approve as amended? Thank you, Jim. Is there a second? Jim McNeese, Jim Porter. Further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. That's 10-0. Unanimous vote for the agenda. Motion passes. All right. Are there any corrections or additions to the minutes from the meeting conducted on September 10 and 11, 2024? If not, a motion to approve would be in order. Kathy? A second. Dennis? All in favor, please raise your hand. 10-0. Motion passes for the minutes. Okay. We're going to mix things up this morning. Normally I would go, excuse me, straight to the commissioner, but in honor of National Farm to School Month, we have our own Farm to School Crunch Off with Child Nutrition and Wellness staff Erin Davies and Barb Depew. As guests with them, we have Todd Woolard, and I think, will you do the introductions or would you like me to read them?
I can do the introduction.
Go right ahead. I will turn it over. Welcome and thank you.
I am Barb Depew. Better? Yes. Okay, I'm Barb Depew, Farm to Plate Project Director with Child Nutrition and Wellness, and we are excited to be able to be here today to talk about our National Farm to School Month. In Kansas, we celebrate it as Farm to Plate Month. So as the Farm to School Month gets kicked off, this is an opportunity for our communities, our children, our parents, anyone across the state to be able to celebrate local foods. And this can be done then in our child nutrition programs, it can be done in communities, it can be done anywhere. And so that we just want to think about agriculture in Kansas and what that means for us. So as you see here on the slides, this means education. It could be ag education. It could be the gardens that are out there. And of course, then the meals that we are providing with healthy local ingredients. So if you see on the slide our Healthy Kansas plate, which is the chili and cinnamon roll, which is a Kansas staple that we have here. And all of the items on that tray could be locally sourced. And so that means that we can cover the plate then with local foods. And again, we do that in many ways in Kansas, and we are very proud today to have two of our child nutrition program operators to share with you about some of the ways that they are making this happen and to spotlight their activities. First up, we have Todd Woolard. He is the authorized representative and food service director at Prairie View Schools. And with him today is Dr. Chris Johnson and the superintendent. And so I'm going to let them share what has been happening at Prairie View.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing us to come and tell some of the good things that we've been doing. I'm here mostly as moral support for our food service director, but just a little background. We are both just starting our second year at Prairie View. When I hired Todd, he had absolutely no food service background. He had a business background, but we had the same vision, and he has done an amazing job with our local food source. So Todd.
Thank you, Chris. It's a privilege to be here. Thank you for the invitation, and thank you, Barb and Erin, for inviting me here. As Chris said, I came into the program a little over a year ago. I'm a former graduate of Prairie View, and started in the food service program, and at the time we were being run by a food service management company. When I was in school, most of the meals, or all of the meals, were served in-house and created in-house. So I talked to Dr. Johnson and just asked the question, why are we doing things this way? She said, well, let's figure it out. And so I conducted a cost analysis and determined that over the 10-year period that we were going with the management company, there was really no benefit to the district. Our participation had dropped significantly, and in fact, in many cases, we had to supplement the program through the general fund. So from my business background, I took a little different approach to it. And at the same time, we were fortunate to have awarded money from the local Food for Schools grant. And we used that money to purchase some beef from some local ranchers in the area close to our school who are also former graduates of Prairie View. By taking that, we changed some menu items and did some surveys within our school district and started incorporating those items onto our menus, and we saw a significant increase. As a result, presented to the board that we move away from the management company and go back to a self-operation. With the support of Dr. Johnson and the rest of the administration, I was able to convince the board to do so. And so we jumped into the waters head first and decided, okay, how are we going to do this? By our experience with the Food for Grant money, we partnered over the summer with 2 local producers for beef, and we now have fresh beef for all of our schools, for our district for the entire year. And these are being served in the meals on a daily basis. We also partnered with a local produce producer, Rocky Sons Farm, which is also very close to our school, and also Prairie View graduates, and who are providing a good portion of fruits and vegetables for us on a weekly basis. As a result of our partnering with them, they have committed to expanding their operation and will be completing 2 to 3 more greenhouses on their property, in the hopes that eventually they can support the majority of our food or our produce and vegetables. From within the schools, our participation has gone through the roof. From the beginning of school in August 15th to the end of the month, we served over close to 12,000 meals in that 12-day period. Our average participation rate has increased almost 80%, and including that of our staff and administration. We marketed it very heavily to our community, and it has received great support from the community. And so the model that we are operating under is the food service portion is one of the few departments in the district that is almost totally federally funded. And we believe that eventually the food service program can be self-supporting. By increasing participation, you increase more students into the program, you get them involved by having better food to eat, and those federal dollars that the district received, we take right back and put back into the community to buy more local food and more products from the community. So that's our vision. We're just starting. We have other ideas to expand and add more educational aspects, such as through our FFA and FHA programs. So that's more of a long-term vision down the road. But so far, we've had great support. The kids are satisfied, and it's amazing to see middle schoolers clean out salad and vegetables on the lunch line every day. And so we're pretty proud of what we were able to accomplish.
And I know we're on a short time period, but I have a couple of things I'd like to add, not only of our student and adult participation, and I eat almost daily now. I ate 2 times last year, so, and I'm not the only administrator to do that. But we're seeing less discipline problems, especially in our middle school, because they're not hungry in the afternoon. The afternoon portion has been better. The teachers said they're more attentive. They're not hungry. Our coaches, kids last year were going into the afternoon practice sessions starving. And we had some cases they were dizzy because they hadn't had enough nutrition. We're not having that this year. This has probably been the most marketed change in our district for a long time and the most supportive. It's just been amazing at the differences made. We have less food waste. In the past, we were seeing kids scraping, and it was just the trash cans were overflowing with waste. They weren't eating it. Now they're eating it and they're cleaning things out, and they're happier. And it's been an amazing, the change that they made. And our kitchen help is so happy. It's just been a 180 in the culture in our kitchens. So it's just been an all-around wonderful decision, and we couldn't have done it without the start of the grant that created Todd's vision to help change things around, and then the support of our kitchen staff. So thank you.
Can we do one quick question before we? Sure.
Absolutely.
Kathy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this. Truly, I hope we can somehow highlight this and showcase this big time. I know I'm talking to schools that are struggling and are afraid they're going to have to go to management and outsourcing and are very concerned about that. So I think giving some guidance and some help along the way to help people know how to deal with this. So I'm really happy to hear, and you answered one question already when you stepped up and said, this is what we're seeing because of. So that's amazing. And I'm going to show my ignorance, and I apologize. Where is Prairie View located in the state?
We are just south of Olathe, about
Okay.
40 miles or so.
Okay.
It's in District 9.
Well, yeah, for your District 9. And what is your enrollment, your district size?
We're just under 900. We're a 3A.
Okay, okay.
And we have had a lot of schools reach out and have come and met with Todd, and he's even gone to some districts that are interested. And I don't know, the Kansas Stockman, if you've gotten the recent issue, there's an article in there regarding our food service also. She did a great job writing it.
That's amazing. Well, I'll be sending more your way if I can have anything to do with it, because I know we have districts that are concerned. They're struggling with kitchen help was one of it. So they have a lot of them that are getting older, and so they're going to be retiring, and so they're concerned about how they're going to replace people and have all of that, those options available to them. So thank you for this and for getting this before us. I'm really excited to see this. Thank you.
And as you see here on this slide too, the community supports what's happening. And we first met Todd at the Miami County Coffee Talk in May, a presentation that we did there. And again, from their economic development area, you'll see here a quote from Michael Hersey that I am so proud that they are buying directly from local farmers and they're putting higher nutrition for students first. And he continues to send to us then other producers in this area that are also working to make this happen. So this is very exciting. Next up, we're going to ask Morris County representatives to come, and with us today we have Becky Shear, the authorized rep and nutrition services director, and also her superintendent, Tyson Esslinger.
Good morning, state board members. Just like Dr. Johnson, I'm here for moral support. I'm actually the new guy in the district. This is my first year in Morris County. And I just want to start by, when I was interviewing, a lot of times they might take you to a local restaurant or somewhere like that for your lunch. No, they were like, Becky's amazing. Her food staff is amazing. They serve great meals. We're eating here at the school, and it was fabulous. And so that's what you hear. And so I'm just here to support and let her tell the story of all the great things going on in Morris County.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. Thank you, Barb. Thank you, Aaron. So I truly feel that our kids are extremely fortunate to live in the Flint Hills. We're even more fortunate to have such a wonderful community and administration that recognizes the benefits of spending a little extra on good quality food and knowing where our food comes from. And then we can reap the benefits. Our local food initiative, it started as well with the local meat grant. I really hadn't jumped into the water on that, and then I decided that I really wanted to figure out how to use our resources that we had. I went on a KSDE local food tour through Lawrence, and they've got the local school garden thing figured out. But I just really felt that that wasn't feasible for our district, but they did take us to some local farms. And I really felt that was what our niche was going to be. I grew up on a farm. I live on a farm, but not those kind of farms. My end goal for where I live is way different than the farms that we went to. And so when I got back from that, I was raring to go. And I was like, okay, we are going to figure out how to get some beef in this school, because we were already cooking ground beef, but we were buying it. And I was like, we were buying it from our vendor. And I was like, this is not going to work. So I actually set up an alert on our message system through our school, and you're never going to believe it, but within 3 minutes of that alert going out, I had 1 steer. Within 30 minutes, I had 2 steers. Within 3 days, I had fresh eggs with an egg certificate, and they were like, we are here for you, Morris County. And so I was like, oh my gosh, this county wants good food here, and I've got to keep figuring out what I'm gonna do here to keep making this available for these kids. I was also chosen to go to the Produce Safety University in Baton Rouge. Thank you. And so, which by the way, it's fabulous to go. And there I learned all sorts of things on local produce, tracing the origins, market tips, how to navigate the USDA website, everything. So when I got back, I was just like, we are still not utilizing all of our resources. We are not going to have a garden at this school, but there are other people that have them. Why are we not tapping into it? So I'm at home this summer, and I am trying to make a garden like I do every year, and it just never works. I'm just not that person. So anyway, but I have a ton of jalapenos, and of course I'm going to use 4 of them but I have a million. And so I was like, I'm going to donate these to my neighbors. And I thought, duh, let's make a crop drop. All right, you guys, bring it to me, and I'm going to make it fresh, and I'm going to make it fabulous. So what we did is I made this fall crop drop, and everybody who has excess food, and honestly, I didn't care if it was damaged. I didn't care if it was, starting to look a little on the iffy side, because there was still good parts to it. And within doing that, we have made this year homemade spaghetti sauce for the whole district. We've made zucchini coffee cake, so many sliced tomatoes for sandwiches like cheeseburgers, chicken parm sandwiches, all sorts of things. I have made what I call a pepper paste that I just add to like taco meat, and I add it to sauces and things. Kids have no idea it's there, but it really does elevate it. I also am using the same fresh eggs, fresh beef, all of it. These are my lovely producers. In fact, and when I say producers, I mean, you can see our superintendent is on there. I've got kids. I've got some of my lunch ladies are on there. I've got some assistant principals. I mean, the community alone is just so helpful in this. I just feel that I still haven't tapped into all the resources that we even have. But if we can eliminate some of the waste, because I know, and I believe you guys know, that this stuff that I got was going to just be trashed, but I made it even better. And my ladies, they were happy to help when they all could. But I'm hoping that next year will be even better. I'm also planning to use the meat grant this year to include a beef roast, and I want to butcher a pig for pulled pork. All this stuff that I just feel that kids might not get to have at their house sometimes. So thank you.
Thank you. If we can, we'll do a few questions.
Sure.
Dennis, I think I had you from before. Do you want to go first?
Yeah, this really turns me on. I'm a farm kid that was raised that way, ate fresh out of the garden. There's just so many good things about this. This is the next best thing to having a sack lunch way back, from your mom.
It really is, yes.
So, boy, keep it up. And I'm seeing this happen around the state, which is really exciting. Egg in the Classroom, we're going to hear from Nancy from KSU, Kansas State, about that program that is helping teachers. And boy, whatever you can do in the community, this is fantastic. Dr. Watson and I were down at Kiowa, and we had beef from down there that was donated.
Yeah.
And so farmers and families really love this.
Yeah.
Just
I grew up
keep it up.
with farmer beef. I mean, I don't know any different. And I just know when I went to college and I went to the store and bought beef, I was like, oh, never again. And so I don't know any different. But I just know that I am able to make change. And to do that, I just feel like this is going to be that first step. And so the more change I can make, even through food, to have these kids eat better, feel better, I'm going to do my best to do it.
I'll just add one recipe to your menu.
Sure.
My mother-in-law was the cook at Yoder Grade School for 25 years, and she used to put beets in her chocolate cake.
Really? Okay.
And the kids did not know it, and they loved it.
I actually have beets on our salad bars, and the kids go wild for them. There are some that just will not do it, but some love them. And garbanzo beans, my little girl is all about it. So, but thank you.
Got a couple more.
Oh, sure.
Ann?
This could be for either school. I'm not familiar with the grants you guys said you got to start up. Is that state or federal, and are those still available? I don't know.
So the local meat grant that both districts had been referring to is our local food for schools grant, and that was administered through USDA. So it is federal funds that came through our office here at Child Nutrition and Wellness. And so it was basically money that schools could opt in or opt out to receive, and it was money to purchase local meat for their nutrition programs. So we had pretty good participation. Around 71% of the school districts across the state participated in the program, and it will wrap up in December of this year.
Okay, then the grants won't be available after this year then?
Correct. Not that we know of it at this time.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
And Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was my question, Ann, is because it sounds like the first group said that they were trying to the community was buying into that. The local tax dollars would go to that. Therefore, they would pick up when the grant ends, they would pick up because they were seeing the success from it. So it would, and that was what I was excited about, is it's going to be. Yeah, and that's my hope too, is that it would be sustainable with the tax dollars, and because it sounds like it's growing. Those businesses are flourishing and expanding based off of it's able to stay right there in that community and not have to be, trucked in or coming from somewhere else. It's right there, and they can keep an eye on the progress of it. So thank you.
Yeah, we sure hope that it's sustainable as well, and that's a goal of the grant. One of the requirements for purchasing the local meat was that the meat had to be originated within 400 miles of the district. So if you think of large producers like your Cargill, National Beef, that was not the intent. It was more of our local ranchers that are raised within Kansas or within 400 miles of their district.
So as far as the requirement on that and the grant ends, you wouldn't have to worry about if it was 200 miles or 600 miles. That would go away. That requirement would go away.
Correct. Yep. That requirement's just for the grant that we had available. But otherwise, we encourage local foods. There is no definition of local as far as USDA or by our standards either. So each district gets to choose what local means to them, except for this grant. That was a requirement of the grant.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. And back to Kathy.
I just wanted to ask Morris County the same questions of their size. What is your district size now, Tyson? You went from Deerfield to...
Yeah, so we are about 760 district-wide, so a 3A school district when you're talking about classification.
Awesome,
So, yep.
Awesome. Hope you're enjoying.
Okay. And real quick, my last question is for you two. Is there a listserv for this community of folks that work on school lunch? How do you get the word out about the innovation that we see from different districts. It's always so great to hear these stories. And then I think, is this information getting around the state, and how do you get the word out to districts?
Well, that's what Erin and I try a lot to do through the trainings that we have available. And also we do a lot of networking then between like the sponsors that you saw today. As we hear of stories and those that are doing good things, we want to match them up with others. We continue to have other grant opportunities too that we can go ahead and share. So calls to our office are what we do to go ahead and try to work to connect those.
Okay. So when I think about our 286 districts, what percentage of those would you say you're in contact with on a semi-regular basis?
Well, our calls vary, and we do have also our wellness coaches that work with the local foods area as part of our administrative reviews. So when they go out and work with the sponsors that have reviews, they also share about the farm to plate area. So that reaches probably about 150 each year that we have for that. I would say probably we are in constant contact. There's calls pretty much every day. So I think we reach probably at least a fourth of our sponsors, on a weekly basis, some way, just because there's different calls and emails and connections that we have. So we do spotlights also. Of course, you've seen the Cans and Can Awards and those kinds of things that we want to do to recognize those schools out there that are doing a great job.
So if a food service director wants to follow this kind of work, they can watch for your emails. And then I assume there's a page on the KSD website that they can
The
probably
monthly
follow.
updates also, Melanie, do a good job, I think, of sharing what activities are happening and what things are out there, what funding opportunities are there. And so our monthly updates to both our schools and our child cares then also are a great communication channel that we have.
You guys are the greatest. Thank you.
Oh, great.
Thanks
Thank
for all
you.
you're doing. And thank you, everyone, for making the trip and sharing your stories. Really appreciate you.
Do we need to wrap up here? Do we need to wrap up here? No. Couple more. Okay. Just one quick thing that we wanted to highlight. Another grant opportunity that came from our office was the Harvest of the Month materials. So this is popular among states to do to promote local foods. And so we have different promotional items to have local foods in the cafeteria. But something that I did want to highlight is unique to Kansas that we wanted to incorporate was curriculum. So we wanted to put the ag education piece as a part of this promotion as well. So we worked with the Career Standards and Assessment Services team here at KSDE to create curriculum for pre-K through 12th grade. So all ages of our Kansas kiddos had that available to them to learn about ag education. So I just want to quickly highlight that before we do our crunch.
We are ready to crunch. So to celebrate Farm to School Month, this is something that we do annually in Kansas across the state. This is another way we reach out to all of our sponsors across the state for crunching on local products. So today for you, we have apples that are from South Baldwin Farms. And so a local product that we would like for you to share in a crunch with. So I'm going to pass out apples and we're going to get ready for the photo op.
Citizens Open Forum of the Kansas State Board of Education meeting open at 10:36 a.m. The State Board provides this opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. The Board asks that speakers identify themselves by name and the group that they represent, if applicable. The State Board also asks that each speaker focus their remarks on issues or topics. Personal attacks will not be tolerated. Do we have any? We do not have any for today. Okay. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes. To close, I'm closing the State Board Citizens Open Forum at 10:37 a.m. And we are ready for the Commissioner's annual report. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Wow, wasn't that great? Wasn't that great? And really a highlight, kind of my lead in to celebrating schools today. But I want to frame this for you just based on that. So there's lots of things that happen in that recognition past the hard work, right, that it took to pull that off. Let's start with, first of all, policy. Created by you, delivered by our people, that said, hey, we're going to make farm to plate an important thing. 2, you often approve federal funds, right? Where do federal funds, here's an example, all run by federal money, and the grant was federal money, and then turned back into supporting local people in providing produce, right, and meat, and soon to be pork, sounds like, and chicken, whatever. Then from there, you have to have an innovative person in food service that can see the possibilities, right? Both Beverly and Todd approached this differently. You know, if you heard Beverly say, I don't know that we had, farms that could give us this, but then I thought, well, we have small farms, small, gardens, and they're producing different kinds of, whether it's, lettuce or carrots, and then they're throwing away. Why don't we just bring in that was her thinking that. Todd going to the superintendent saying, why are we outsourcing this? I think we can provide better food. I thought, Dennis, you were going to ask, do we have pumpkin cinnamon rolls? Because, but see how all that fit together? You could have the same policy, you could have the same grant, you don't have the right people, doesn't work. So when we talk today, you have to set the right policy. The local people have to deliver at a certain level. And when it works, it's great. When any of that breaks down, then it doesn't work. If we don't do the right policy, they can't do it. If you do the right policy, they don't have the right people, and they say to you, as we go visit, right? Well, I don't know what we're supposed to do. Not for you to think about what you're supposed to do, to give the conditions. You asked me a question about PE credit today. With the board and the new graduation requirements gave carte blanche to school district to say, if it's physical activity, you can count as a PE credit. This question was, do they? I don't know, right? Because that's a local control, but you gave them the authority to do that. So today, I'm going to spend a great deal of time with you. We're going to take a break in the middle of it, really to take you to lunch, to walk you through the past year a little bit. We're going to give you a lot of things electronically for those of you, Madam Chair, that like things electronically, like me. We're also providing you a lot of paper. For those of you that say, I want the paper. All right, so I'm just going to point out to you what you have in front of you. Realize that also what you have will be delivered to you electronically, and you can find this on our website, and you can point people to it for anyone that wants it. So, just so for reference, this is the annual report, this year called Momentum. If you want to, you can thank Angela and Tiffany and our comms people. Yesterday you would not. They would have appreciated being thanked because it was still the formatting coming together. This is also what we give, Dina and Ann, to the legislators as they come back to kind of just annual reports. This is one. You should have what we're going to talk about today, star recognition. This is sorted for you by many ways. This is the recognition programs by district, by state, alphabetical, a lot of different ways to look at it. And then you should have a sheet of the post-secondary success of just those school districts in your district. So Michelle's, yours looks very thin. If you want to compare it to Kathy's, Kathy's is very thick. Okay? Again, all those are electronically available to you. In addition, late today, I will pass out to you some comments around evaluations, but also in that is a look back of your 2-year goals, and that will come to you toward the end of the day. All right? So all that's electronic, all that's in paper. I want to thank you, for your service. Some of you will be leaving this board in just a few months. So, and I know some of you have said, hey, there's some important items we want to get done in the next couple months. I also say this to the patrons of Kansas: you get a chance to vote. State board elections, presidential election, state senator elections, state representative election, a lot of people up, federal or judges to whether or not to keep. Get to know the candidates. Get to know the candidates, because it matters. And I always tell people, as you know, when I'm out, how many of the state board members can you name? And these are usually faculty members I'm in front of, not always. Sometimes Chambers, right? And we were at Hayes. And sometimes they'll get the person in the audience with me, which is you. Oftentimes they miss that. And yet I say to them, these people control your licensure, control accreditation, control things like farm to school. These are important decisions. So thank you for your service. We're going to kind of review some areas that we've done well. How about the Teachers of the Year? For those of you who got a chance to attend last week, wasn't that fun? 2 weekends ago, I guess now. Wasn't that fun? We call these the finalists. This is the team that now will cycle together for the entire year. They have no idea what's in front of them. What you see every year when you get to the Teacher of the Year banquet is you see the end of that team, right? You saw Tyson and that team, Taylor, I'm sorry, that team. And you're going to see this team at the end of the year go, wow, that was such an experience. And they become family. And they get to visit each other's school districts, and they get to go to every college in the state that has a teacher ed program. And they get to not only inspire, but they get to tell them what a wonderful profession. And as you know, we select one of those people to go represent all of us at the federal level. And that was Elizabeth from Leavenworth, Danny's hometown, who was a non-traditional student. She was in corporate America and said, I'm tired of this rat race. I'm going to go give back. And she talked about that and what she does with her students. But all of those people are, I call them, they're the team. I oftentimes forget who the actual Teacher of the Year becomes, because this team will stay together the entire year. So kudos again to our communication people, because they run that program. Kudos to Dale Dennis and others for starting the program years and years ago. And thank you for coming. I told Danny after, it matters that you're there. It matters. They notice. They say things, hey, my state board member's here. You don't even probably hear that sometimes, but they appreciate it so much. Yesterday, we announced the Kansas Superintendent of the Year. Danny's running the table. Jim boasted about District 9, but I'm just saying, Danny has the Teacher of the Year and the Superintendent of the Year this year. Dr. Renee Nugent from Atchison spent some time in Dodge City and moved there, and couldn't be more ecstatic for her and everyone that all the superintendents that she represents. A couple weeks ago, we did a 23 district tour. Jim Porter and Jim McNeese and Dennis joined me for a large portion. Here's just a snapshot. Yes, we actually do go out and visit schools, because our comms people, I told at this particular location, which was Kinsley, I said, like I do everywhere, can you make sure that you tag me or the comms people, because they don't think I go anywhere. And the superintendent said, well, I happen to know someone in your communication division. She was on my cheer squad. And so that was Tiffany. So there's the connection with Kansas. But you can see we go to those school districts and we get to do whatever they want to do. And I will tell you, we weren't in big school districts, but we saw some phenomenal things and some struggles. And I appreciate anytime I'm in the districts and help celebrate with you. All right. So back in 2015, the board charged me to go across Kansas and find out what Kansas wanted in their school system. And then 2021, the board said, you think anything's changed? Actually, it was 2020. You remember what happened in 2020? Why don't you go back out, Randy? Why don't you go back out? Well, we went to over 30 places in 2015 and early 2016. And we got the crazy idea in 2020 we'd go to 50. I was older too by then. Did I mention that? And we didn't get out till 21, but we went out and what we did was ask the same questions. Do you want to change? Are we still on path? And Kansas overwhelmingly said, stay the course. We're not there yet, stay the course. When the board set out and we adopted the vision and the mission and it's a 2-year cycle of goals back then in 2016, they said it's going to take us a decade to get here. And by the way, many of those people, well, one is in the audience, but many of those people are not seated here today. And they said, and so we likened it to when Kennedy said we're going to go to the moon. Why? Because I thought what was instructive about that challenge by President Kennedy was that if we got there, and you know we did, Neil Armstrong set foot on the moon in July of '69, he would not be president. Had he not been assassinated, he still would have been out of office. He set a goal that he wouldn't have been around for. Those board members said, we're going to go in this really hard charging direction, and many of us won't be here to see it. Pretty instructive. And you know what set us back? 2 years of COVID. It just set us back in so many ways. But we're still on target, and we'll share with you the latest results as we go forward. So this remains the vision, the success of each student. How about we give them fresh veggies and fruit and meat from local producers at a place where we can use federal money to then generate, and they can be self-supporting, and you just saw 2 outstanding programs. How about academically, you know, all the efforts you're putting into literacy and mathematics and academics? How about that they can show up on time? How about that they can set goals? How about that they have good workplace skills? So we're trying to move toward that. So I'm going to weave throughout this your goals for the last 2 years, which are a subsection of the bigger part. If you want to know, though, goal by goal, everything we've accomplished and what the challenges are, I'll hand that out to you afterwards. So it's printed for you. Goal number 1, if you remember, was let's get an effective educator in every district. 2 keys to that. You got to have people, and they have to be effective. As you think about trying to generate more people in the classroom, what can happen pretty easy? The standard can come down. If you put the standard too high, it discourages some people from wanting to go in. So you're trying to balance that. You said, let's increase the number of candidates in Kansas and let's get better. And you guess what? Your apprenticeship program this year has, in the first cohort, had over 20 people in it. And then the second cohort has over 80 people in it. And that's only been around now 2 years. We're getting ready to start a spring cohort. That'll be small. But, you know, next fall, we want to have 100 start. And come up here, Shane and Joel. Come up here. I brought the people. Didn't have to go very far to get these people. Shane Carter, Joel Gillespie run this program for you. Policy makes a difference. Go start the program. And guess what you do every day? None of it. Me either. These 2 people, with people on the ground, right? They're going to be out in West. I saw their itinerary this morning. I said, Shane, you're starting hopefully in Syracuse and Indian and Medicine Lodge. He goes, no, we're not. We didn't plan that quite. But they're going to be out talking to every one of the school districts that has someone in the registered apprentice program. You're going to hear later when he talks about teacher vacancy and supply, you're going to hear about the challenges of putting this together. We're not there yet, but we're increasing both the quality and the quantity based upon your policy driven by our agency to people on the ground that are innovative enough to go find the people to make it happen, right? So thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for that. Also, you said, hey, we got some problems with principals and superintendents, central office, special ed directors. We don't have enough, and we need to increase leadership development, and I'll talk to you about that right now. So you provided some ESSER money. In that, we partnered with USA Kansas. They have now a 3-year program for principals. So they have a program for aspiring principals. You think you want to be a principal. Then they call their program Elevate Leadership. I'm just showing you the diagram for year 2. So you can take it in year 1. You can have a year 2, and then this year they're spinning off a year 3. In training, staff development for principals on how do you start a food service program that's self-sustaining? How do you make sure that every student is high levels of literacy? How do you make sure that kids can graduate from high school? The things that are important, right? That who drives that work every day? Principals in schools. So Elevate Leadership is the program for principals. For superintendents, the new program that's been developed is called KEDS. Dina's going to think that's a tennis shoe back in the day, and it was for me. KEDS, it was a tennis shoe. I'm not sure, does KEDS still make a tennis shoe, Danny? I don't know. But, you're so enamored when you're a kid about whatever the advertisement is, for Frosted Flakes and Cocoa Puffs and the Saturday morning cartoons. And KEDS and PF Flyers were the 2 tennis shoes that I had to have as a young kid. Kansas Executive Development for Superintendents. 4 levels. All started your goal 2 years ago. Actually, not quite 2 years because it took us about 4 or 5 months to get it off the ground. This fall, all 4 levels. So you have all 3 levels of the principal going, and all 4 are now going this fall. Aspiring, I think I want to be a superintendent. Beginning, years 1 and 2. I'll walk you through this. Emerging, somewhere 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You may be in the emerging level forever. And then the executive are people like Renee Nugent at the top of their game. Basically, the theory is from the time you become a principal or superintendent, we're going to constantly invest in you so that you get better and you want to stay in the profession. We're doing the same thing with Kansas Leads on the teaching side. We're investing in the people that we're bringing into the field because we can't afford to have them leave. Shane will talk to you about those that are. We can't afford. And by the way, because we're sometimes moving these people faster into the profession, Jim, than you and I when we first started, we've got to consistently do training. Here's another exciting part about this. We're partnering with higher education where you can get your master's program and or your PhD program through these programs. So we're excited. All that happened because you set a goal. All that happened because you set a goal and put people in action. Even though we didn't do any of the work, they did the work. Here are the domains of executive leadership. From, again, if you're aspiring, we would expect less of you around managerial leadership than if you are in the emerging category or the executive category. So all levels of that going on this fall. All right. Going to get in now to some student demographics. Let's take a look at who goes to a Kansas school. Here are the demographics for last school year. This is a look back to last year. So I can't remember if it was Kathy or Michelle asked. It was Michelle. We were having a conversation around when's the data updated. And well, it takes us a while to get the data from the previous year, make sure it's correct. In fact, even this morning, I was trying to reconcile one district and Kathy's district. These are the demographics of who was in a Kansas school last year. And I'm going to show it to you historically over time for the last 12 years or so. First, I want you to see that the percent of students who are white Caucasian is declining at a fairly steady pace of about 0.5% a year. Sometimes more, but about 0.5% a year. Hispanic, Latino are increasing. And the past year at about 0.5% a year in the most recent days. So if you look across Kansas, now Danny, not if I just look at Atchison, right? Because every community could be different. You look across Kansas in general, what you're seeing is a browning of our student population because there's more Hispanic Latino than there was 10 years ago. You also can see in what is called the other category, it's slightly increased. And you would say, well, then what is that? Because that's a combination of Asian, Pacific Islanders, Native Americans, multiracial. And where you see the growth is in a combination of multiracial American island. Those other small categories, Native American, remain fairly constant within that other. The reason it's other is because if you separate them out, they're so small that we don't separate them out. African American is slightly declining. So like Caucasian and white, there aren't as many African American students as there were a decade ago, but that number is slightly down. It's somewhat stable. It's about 0.5% down. So where our growth is in students right now is in the Hispanic Latino. By the way, if you have questions as we go, Madam Chair, with your permission, just jump in because I'm going to go through a lot of data with you. So
We'll pause for Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's just a clarifying question. So when you say student demographics, and you're showing those numbers, are those are students that you have data on as far as in a public or accredited private school? That wouldn't include, this would not include homeschooling people?
Does not include non-accredited private schools.
Okay, that was my clarifying question. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, we have no data on that at all. We don't collect any. The only data we collect on homeschool is you're registered.
So it's accredited, any accredited school?
Yes.
Or a public school?
Yes. Yeah.
Thank you.
I thought the first page said this is just public.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This is just the public side.
There's
of it.
no
But
private
it's-
accredited schools in there.
Yeah, we just are tracking the public school here. Yeah. By the way, though, if I were to show you the accredited private school data, it mirrors this. The accredited private school. Again, we have no data on non-accredited. Great question. All right, so let's take a look then at the sub kind of populations within the students. Yeah.
I don't, but just to be clear, because this is going to come up, I think, in the school voucher discussion, the private accredited schools have a higher percent of Caucasian students.
Yes, but that number has also, yes.
But the trend is
the
same.
trend is the
Gotcha.
same. Thank you,
Okay,
Ann.
thank
The trend is the same. Yeah. For example, some people have said, well, haven't homeschool and private non-accredited grown? We don't know because we don't know how many kids are in that, right? Because we don't, when you register a homeschool, you don't tell us, oh, it has 5 kids or 1 kid. We just don't know that. But what we do know is the total population, the percent trends mirror each other. The total amount, it's more Caucasian, white, and private accredited. Good question. Here, then, are kind of the demographics. So one of the things we look at is poverty. And when we look at this, poverty is by far the hardest cycle to break. And when you look at the demographic of poverty, you say, well, then how do you measure? States can do it one of 2 ways. They measure it by census data, or they measure it by free and reduced lunch. And you've heard me say this. When you're talking to a school district that wants to know about breaking the cycle of poverty, look at the free lunch kids. The free lunch, which is the subsection of the free and reduced. And look at how many years that student or that family's been on free lunch, because that tells you the difficulty in changing behavior. If you look at this, it's been fairly stable since 2012. It actually started to dip in the pandemic, and then you say, what happened in 2022? There's your quiz for this morning. What happened in I will tell you, it was COVID, but what happened during COVID that would have caused free and reduced lunch numbers to fall? Because what I'm going to try to do today with you is we're going to celebrate when the data clearly shows us to celebrate, and we're going to say, here's the data that probably shows we need to improve. In this case, you could have said, wow, we ought to feel good, less people in poverty. That was not the case in 22. So what happened in 22? That everyone could eat meals for free, and so therefore they didn't turn in because everyone could eat for free. So again, if you don't know what happened, you would maybe erroneously make the claim about the data. It didn't really drop, and you can see it's slightly ticking up. But if you look over the long, it's been right around upper 40s to 50%. And that's remained steady and constant, even though the federal requirements increase over those years as to where the cut line is. Okay.
I'm just going to point out for the board that this chart is on page 33 of your book if you want to see the missing green bubbles. Or are you going to show those in a minute?
I am going to show those. Thanks for jumping ahead.
Sorry.
There is a method to the madness.
There's something happening here.
But it is in your packet.
Well, I had anticipating, looking into the whole voucher thing again. I think another interesting trend is the disparity between the percent of kids in poverty in public and private schools. And I don't know what role vouchers has had to play with that, with any, but I remember back when we did have about 47% poverty in public schools, it was about 23 in private schools. Now we're at 49 in public and private's 21. So the whole notion that, we were going to do vouchers and all these poor kids were going to go to private schools, well, it never was true, but the private schools have fewer kids in poverty than before.
Now I'm going to disclose. The orange shade, and the reason you get the half moons and things are because you couldn't fit 9.6 in the percent. That lower group are ELL learners. So these are kids that don't speak English as their first language. And remember, they're only in that program until they can speak English good enough to be assessed. And you can see that's, again, primarily flat. I mean, if you look over the 10-year period up and down, it's right around mid-9s to 10%. Here's the increase, is in special education. And what you will hear is, well, I think schools are just claiming that to get more money. I hear that. I see no evidence of that. I can find no evidence that people are claiming or school psychologists are putting more kids in special ed. I will tell you what I see are more behavior problems when I walk into schools, more severe behavior problems. You probably hear that too. What I see is autism in 2012 was pretty minor. I remember when the movie Rain Man came out. It was so different. I can walk into almost any school from the smallest to the largest. We will see a fairly large, versus those times, of autistic kids. And by the way, when you say autism spectrum kids, that range is so wide. It can be from a student that is nonverbal. It can be from a student that's pretty high functioning, but they all demand different needs. That's grown almost 4%. That category you can see is almost now at 17%. This is students with disabilities. This is non-gifted. So we've taken the gifted out of this equation. Now you could add them back, but I want you to know that. And last year, thanks to the Kansas legislature, we put more money into the special ed formula for the first time in a long time. When that number goes up and we don't put money into special ed, this is what you hear from school districts. I have to transfer out of my general fund that I'm spending on other kids to these because these kids have a federal right to have that disability and an IEP in education. So that money is going to go first to them to help fund it. It's also, you're going to see this afternoon where we have the greatest staff shortages. And I'm talking about paras and teachers. And it's high burnout rate, especially on the most severe kids. Now, our biggest categories are, you would guess, speech language, especially with young kids. Most of those kids, age out of that, or they get skills, and learning disability. But your more severe ones are the ones growing some.
And
Thank you. The addition of dyslexia to SPED, is that taken?
I don't think that's probably reflected yet, and it's just too new.
Because it hasn't really happened yet, has it?
It's happened, but I don't think you're probably seeing the bump with that, if we do get a bump.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it's just too new. So dyslexia was added as a special ed, so you can be dyslexic and not in special ed, and you can be dyslexic in special ed. I don't think probably we've seen that bump.
may have been learning disability and reading, and so there may not be a bump.
That's correct. Yeah, you may already be in the program
Yeah,
anyway.
you just didn't specifically list dyslexia.
Doesn't tell you much about what we have to do. It just tells you that over time, things change. Danny, I thought about you this weekend. I was driving back from Branson. I drove through Andover, and there was a Z Auto, and I almost took a picture of it, but I was driving, so I didn't do it. But I was just thinking, times change, right? I mean, industries change. And so education, there's some things like we're going to teach kids how to read. That's almost universal. But if more students are with disability or more students are coming to us, don't speak English as a first language, or demographic shift, the strategies by which you go about that could be different. That's why it may inform us in policies. That's who we are. Yes?
I was going to ask it, then I wasn't going to answer.
No, please.
In the ELL category,
Yes.
are you able to call out certain trends around what languages are spoken as the first language in that category? Has there been any significant shift that we need to know about?
Spanish is by far the biggest. The biggest shift, though, would be students from Mexico, but speak some version, different dialect. So what you see today are a lot of Guatemalans, if you go out in Kathy's area, and really what maybe a dairy and meat packing attract. And you also see refugees that shift over time, Melanie. So big refugee right now, guess what country we're getting refugee from? Ukraine. Yeah, it's a big, I mean, so is it big numbers? No, but when you look at it in a percent, it's Ukraine because of the war. So a lot of refugees have fled Ukraine. So and then you'll get from districts, hey, I have someone that just arrived from, and does anyone speak that language? So you get a lot of that we didn't used to see. Used to primarily just be English, Spanish, and now it's a lot of different languages and dialects.
So additional complexity in that area.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
And especially, again, if your community is running something that would attract migrant or first-generation workers, you'll see that change much more. So Kathy experiences that a lot in the Southwest. She doesn't experience it as much in the Northwest just because of industry. I've shared this with you before. I just share it with you again as we get into some of the data. Then we'll take a little break, continue. Education still does matter. The more education that you receive, on whole, the better groups do. Now, I want to put a caveat. If you get a baccalaureate degree in engineering, you get a baccalaureate degree in psychology. They're vastly different markets, okay? So please understand we're looking at all of Kansans, right, when we look at this. Here's the earning power by the census data in 2021 from no high school through baccalaureate. Post-secondary education does pay off. Doesn't mean that you can't be Elon Musk and not go to college or not go to tech school. You can. It's just when you look at the data, the number of good paying jobs in our state that require a high school diploma or if you drop out are shrinking. They're still there. They're just shrinking. The opportunities are shrinking. Here's what happens to the poverty rate by education. So 22% of those that do not graduate high school in our state live in poverty. You can see that, again, more education tends to decrease that. However, you can see at 4%. So, Betty would be right if she said, I know someone that has a PhD that's unemployed and living on welfare. Yes, that's true. Just not as many percent-wise as we would have that didn't graduate high school. The reason I point that out is because we're constantly looking at what the research says around the job market and the changes in the job market for our kids. When I got out of school to teach, a long time ago now, didn't seem that long ago once, Jim, but it's a long time ago now. I was a social studies teacher, history. I wanted to coach. There were so many of us, the competition. I applied for over 100 jobs in Kansas only. Didn't get interviewed for a lot of them. So people often ask, why did you go to Tesket, Kansas? That's why. Because I had two offers. Circle, which was small too, not as small as Tesket. Tesket plays 6-man football, by the way, now. They played 8-man then. But because the job market for teachers was much different than it is today. So the job market shifts. This is Georgetown, but it's verified by economists at KU. In yesterday's industrial economy, this is my grandparents telling everyone my age, you go to college. This is like post-World War II. What did we tell people? Go to college, go to college. You're only going to be worth something if you go to college. What did we find out? Great path. Shouldn't have been the only message. So most workers could either find a job right after high school, the automobile industry, right? My dad on the railroad, right out of high school, great paying jobs. Or you went and got a bachelor's degree. Wasn't much in between. All they really needed to know was whether or not to go to college. But in today's knowledge and service-based economy, 3 pathways now emerge. Still high school, but that's diminishing. Middle skills, which is increasing, and the baccalaureate master's PhD. None of these pathways guarantee you to earn a middle-class earning. They don't guarantee. There's no guarantees in life. There's opportunity in life. No guarantees in life. But the odds of success are greater from those that have something after high school. That's what this says. And that's proven out in Kansas.
Dr. Watson,
Yes.
before you move on,
Yes.
if you could back up to one more slide.
More?
On here. So we say no high school diploma and those earnings, and I don't know exactly how this is being put together, but do we put in there, or do they look at later getting the GED, later, like, do you know where
Yes,
they're capturing these?
Yes,
at?
these are adults. So these are adults with the highest education that they received at the time that they did the census. So a GED would count in that high school graduate only.
Okay,
Yeah, if someone went back and got the G. So when we're talking about no high school, it's no GED too.
okay, just wondered if it was incorporated.
By the way, if you're in that category, there are still good paying jobs. Just not as many, and you better be ready to work really hard. Like you want to go work concrete, pour concrete, great paying job. Everyone needs that. But you better have a good work ethic, right, and show up and those type of things. So thank you for that question. This is census data. It'll be repeated in 2030 unless there's a pandemic like that, and it costs us a year. All right. So one of your goals, your second, was to increase post-secondary opportunities for kids. So let's get graduation to 95%. Let's increase post-secondary toward that 70 to 75%. So let's look at graduation. All right, data, and then let's take a break after we do this. So here's graduation. We went back to 2016 because that's kind of when we started the goal of 95%. I want to show you all students. I then want to show you the same ELL, students that don't speak English, first language, your free and reduced lunch, there's your poverty, and students with disabilities. So we're showing you the same categories. We've increased overall since 2016 the graduation rate by 2%. But last year it dropped for the biggest drop since we've been measuring it in 2016. And that baffled me. When I say drop, we're talking about the class of 23. You say, Randy, why not the class of 24? Another quiz. Tell me why we're not showing you the class of 24, which most of them graduated in May. But tell me why. Because the open is through October to still graduate with your class. So we have to wait. Michelle, that's another answer to your question. Why do we wait? Because you have until through October to graduate with your class of 24. So you always get this one a little bit in arrears. But why in 23 did it drop back to where it was in 21? It's 1.2 percentage points, 1.2 percentage point drop. It took me a while to figure this out. I was racking my brain. Like, that should have happened during COVID. And it did. It dropped a little in COVID and then rebounded. What? So that's your quiz. Here's your quiz. Class of 23. Why are they so off the mark relative to this gain we've been seeing since 2016? These kids were sophomores in COVID and they dropped out. And we just now are capturing them. We did a wonderful job of the juniors and seniors getting them to the stage because we worried that we weren't. My guess is next year could be another drop. because those would have been the freshmen. All right, and what happened was they didn't come back, and we were worried about the juniors and seniors, and it didn't register, and then until their class graduated, and then we saw it. Michelle?
So Dr. Watson, they dropped out of our data. They dropped out of us counting. We don't know where they could have moved out of state. They could have gone to.
If they went to an accredited school in another state, Michelle, that gets picked up. So if there's a transfer record, so if they left and went to a registered homeschool, we note that. If they go to a private school that's accredited, we note that. If there's a transfer of record, in this case, that 12%, 19.9%, or I'm sorry, 11.9%, we have no record that they transferred to any other school. They may have, we just don't have any record of it.
Right. So it's kind of like during COVID when we lost a bunch of kids. We didn't lose them, but we didn't have any record of them because we didn't know.
We didn't know where they were.
Some of them were, studying in another state and whatever.
That's correct.
Okay.
They just didn't come back to any school that we requested records for.
Got it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
correct question. Now here, so when I saw that, I went, doggone it, because then those subcategories are going to drop faster. The subcategories are even harder to get up, right? And we've made so much progress, and they're going to drop, and they didn't. ELL went up. It's now, since 2016, gone up 7.7 percentage points. What's instructive about this, when you set that and you look at all students, the top two categories of who graduates really well are Asian and white Caucasian. Versus the other categories. And we've increased that 2%. But in order to close the gap, you have to accelerate the other groups that are historically below. That group went up. Free and reduced lunch went up. And they've outpaced the general population. Students with disabilities went down in 1 year. But over the 8 years we've been looking at this, all of those subgroups are outpacing our general population. And I get excited about that, and I can't get anyone else in our state excited about that. You've seen me, right? Jump up and down. I can't get anyone to print that. It's important because economically, just by big groups, we're changing trajectories of kids to give them more options. And anyway, we're not at 95%. That's a bad way of looking at this. We're not at the goal. And we dropped overall, in one year. Kathy?
So on the English language learners, you had talked earlier about while they're in the program, so to speak, and then they
age out, or they
assess out.
They assess out, yes.
Okay, so, but you still track them as that? I'm not quite understanding the correlation.
Once they leave the ELL program, they're tracked in all students.
Okay.
So these are still in the program. These are kids who still do not speak English well enough to assess out. So graduation, you're going to see this a lot. Like Melanie's giving me that. This is perplexing, right? Because we look at this data and you're trying to make, where do we move policy, right? Or do we not? Do we need to get out of the way? And it's slowing down. So I want to share this, and I said we were going to take a break, and we are. Again, go back now to post-secondary. Kansas needs 75% of our workforce to have something beyond high school. This is the most misunderstood piece of data, right, Ann? How many times you talk to superintendents? Why am I not getting this counted? So if I go apply for any job in our state, 73% of those jobs require me to have high school diploma or equivalent, and if it's teaching, a baccalaureate degree in my field, right? Or nursing, a nursing degree or certificate, right, Dennis? That's my two pieces of paper. 73% of that market, of the good jobs in our state, require that. So that's why we're trying to get between 70 and 75%. But only 37% of that group needs to go on to get a baccalaureate, master's, or PhD. This is what Mike Rowe yells about on social media, right? Dirty jobs that are good paying. Because half of that market, requires certificates like a CNA or an LPN or a welding certificate or an associate degree or less. And we haven't paid attention to that market historically. You are now. I think sometimes the record still runs nationally. We don't pay attention to these kids. Oh, we do. But in 2016, I went to senior nights, and we were giving out all kinds of awards to all the kids going, getting $5 million to go on to Creighton. Great. And we weren't giving any awards going on to John Deere School. That's all changed. And that changed because of the direction that you set, which said every post-secondary path is valuable. Every path is valuable. So, very quickly, and then the break. How have we done? We measure this a 5-year average, so we always drop a year off and add a year, and you have all these here by district. The reason we do that are small districts. Even the size that you saw here today of 3A, you can vary a lot. So we want to look at a 5-year average. We want this number to be at 70%. You started at 44, we're now at 50. But you see what happened the last several years. So we've increased it by 6 percentage points in 8 years, but we've stalled out. We've stalled out. COVID did some of that. Remember, this is 2 years in arrear because we're looking at kids 2 years after they left high school. I think this will start to increase, and I'll show you why when you come back from break. But we've got to move this, because what this tells us is there's too many kids trying to get a good job and a good career in a market that is becoming condensed. Some will find it. Some will find it. I know, Danny, when you were running your dealership, you were looking for talent, and you interviewed for that coming in, right? Hard work and a certain set of skills that you were looking for. Jim, when you were hiring teachers, you were looking for a certain set of skills. Well, we want those skills, and we'll talk about those skills when we come back from break. We have to be worried today, specifically, about young men not going to college. Pre-COVID, we should have been worried about young women. And I just saw something as I came in this morning, some advertisement about some conference, Women in Leadership, Madam Chair. Because what do we need to do? We need to increase the number of women in engineering and accounting and all these fields, medical, doctors, right? And guess what? That's all inverted in 2 or 3 years. Heavily inverted. So I'll be happy. I'm going to dig now deep in the data and celebrate those districts doing well, but you probably want to take a break. So perfect time.
10 minutes, you think? Okay. Board members, see you back here at 11:35.
use the restroom, and Deborah has decided that everyone needs nourishment, and most of you took advantage of that. I'm thinking about trying to get you to lunch here as soon as possible. Some of you didn't make it to lunch. That's right, pre-lunch. Yeah, dessert before lunch. Is it okay, Madam Chair? Continue. So what we're trying to, again, lay out for you is what is the data telling us from a year back, and why that is. Here's why I think we can turn this around. So remember, we're kind of flat here. I'm going to show you 3 graphs. First of all, here's the number of students in high school who are taking a post-secondary class. So think English Comp, think a CTE class that's offered at a tech school for credit. This is credit in a Kansas, or it wouldn't have to be Kansas, but I think most of them are. Some kids may be doing something online that could be outside of Kansas. Look at the increase. In last year, 38,000 students in a Kansas high school took at least 1 college credit. Why is that important? Because research is pretty clear that if you can take 12 to about 18 credits and pass them in high school, you tend to be able to go on and do that work. And that's not to force someone to go on, but here's the reality. If you can't pass those classes, then we've eliminated certain categories, right? You're not going to be an engineer. You're not, because you can't pass math class. So this number can go up, and we're working, especially the officers know this, we're working with Kansas Board of Regents still to produce the first 15 credits that a student can get to either lower the cost or make it 0. I'm talking about English Comp 1, English Comp 2, speech, U.S. history. Why? Because if I can show that to a first-generation kid that's in poverty, and who can't afford. Where were we at, Dennis? Someone said, I can't afford the money for the tools, or a superintendent told us that for the CTE. It's great that it's no cost, but the tools to get in that, it's prohibitive. It may not be for my family, but it is for that family. So this is encouraging. The more students, this is encouraging. Not that we're pushing college, but that's encouraging. And here's the number of credits earned. 332,000 credits earned last year. And look at that, is up since 17 significantly, with the only dips happening during COVID. So I'm encouraged. Let me get one more piece of data. All right, and here's the other piece. So what about advanced placement? Those kids aren't taking direct credit, but they may get credit if they pass the exam. Michelle, I think, did your kids took some advanced placement when they were in high school, I believe. Advanced placement scores are up. Number of kids taking advanced placements up. This is the category. Over 16,000 exams were taken last year. That's up from 14,000 just a few years ago. And the number of students passing is up too. So when I look at those 3 pieces of data, taking college class, taking AP, number of credits earned, those trends make me think we're going to see the post-secondary numbers move again. We haven't seen it yet, but I think that may happen. And Kathy, I think you had a question.
Yes, thank you, sir. What is the number of, like we say there's, if you'd go back. One more.
With the number of students.
So if we have, yes, number of students, 38,000 who have at least 1 credit post-secondary. But how many students are we talking?
So you could take a dual credit as early as your sophomore year, but that's somewhat seldom. I won't call it rare. If you're in a gifted program, you would, but most of these are juniors and seniors.
Okay.
We have approximately about 75 to 80,000 students in that category. So now you'd have to include maybe a few thousand in that, Kathy, that would be in a gifted program or the district allowed them sophomore. But in general, when you're talking to schools, most of those kids are juniors and seniors. Does that help?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you.
So those numbers are up, and we're encouraged by that. So now we have to talk about then what are the skills that are needed to get someone to graduate high school and to get someone to go on. or to take a dual credit. Because I will tell you, Jim, you know this so well. How does a high school principal think? I can tell you how a high school principal thinks. Here are the kids coming in as freshmen, and 4 years later, I've got to help them graduate and help them find something that they want to do as a young adult. I don't have a lot of time to remediate skills, right, Jim? I have four, right? They come in at whatever levels they're coming in. And you're going to see, and this is why it's so important, we're talking about these skills, we have to have kids with high skills coming into high school so they can start to then choose pathways that they want to go. So I want to attend school regularly, ready to learn. That comes in absenteeism. I want to have learning and having academic success. And we want to learn to have success with the Kansas CAN competencies. I'm going to kind of go over all of those. We don't measure the Kansas CAN competencies because they're hard, and B, you said, we're not going to get in that business. We're just not even going to try to measure it. It's one of those things that you do in interviews, and you try to find out. Madam Chair?
Michelle?
Oh, you tricked me.
So real quick, so attend school regularly and ready to learn. Although if you're in your class and you're going to school every day, if you're told at the beginning of the semester you don't have to turn in your homework until the end of the semester, you're only going to get docked 10%. So I think we need to be changing as far as ready to learn. That's how you learn skills, turning in your homework on time and not waiting till the end of the semester to turn it in and just get, because if they're being programmed to do that, most kids are going to be like, well, I'm just going to wait and study for the test. I might not even study for the test because I can take it 2 or 3 times.
Yep.
So we can prepare them by just doing what we've done for years and years and years in education, is holding them accountable to turning your homework.
Maybe I would even argue hold them accountable even higher than we have in the past 10. I think that's a decrease some. You're right, Michelle. So what happens there, I believe, is a bad practice gets put in place at a local level, which is their prerogative. That probably happened at the teacher level. That is sending the wrong message about what are the skills that are needed to be successful. Academic, and then goal setting, hard work, show up, deadlines, all of these things. And the minute we diminish either one of those, which we have, not just here, not in Kansas, everywhere, we have, then we start to see an output that isn't as good as we want. And that's why, again, what policy do you set and what behavior do they need to do? And I would say, and when we get into literacy, same thing. I have to have high expectations. And you know those teachers that have that. You know those coaches that have that. And do they get it? They get it. They get it. Jim and Dennis and I walked in some classrooms for teachers. They just did it. And you went, well, that's remarkable. Like, they don't have any discipline problems. Why not? Because they demand it in a way that's loving. Right? Right? They don't sit there and go, you're going to, yelling at the kids. They do it. But if you're just going to allow someone to earn a grade without doing anything, just by showing up or not turning in or doing 10%, or you don't have to do a final, all of those things set, I think, the wrong message. I do. And so I think you're exactly right.
But then it can fall back on the parent to say that's a standard that they have in that classroom, but we're going to hold our kid to a higher standard. So again, that's the difference in where you can say, well, you're still going to turn in your homework. I don't care. You're not going to take that. So it can come back and fall back on the parent as well.
I think, we all can say at whatever age we become, boy, and I remember listening to my grandfather and my mother, oh, the kids of this generation, every generation thinks they're the best. And as you get older, you even entrench that. Well, but if you listen to the really people that are looking at business, looking at, college coaches, they get out because they're telling you kids feel entitled today. And are there kids that don't? Yes. But too many, that's what you're hearing. We've helped create that by making life sometimes too easy. Now you're getting Randy's opinion. I tell people all the time, and it's true for my 3-year-old granddaughter. I want life to be hard for her, but I want to be right beside loving her through that hardness, not abandoning, right? I mean, that's my, I think, responsibility as a grandparent. So Michelle, you are right. But that's a local decision that we hope isn't being made. So let's talk about chronic absenteeism. This is just one statistic that you know. Kids that are chronically absent in the early grades are much less likely to read. So here's where we started pre-pandemic, pretty consistent. These are the number of kids missing about 10% of the days of school or greater, non-school related. So Jim, this isn't the kid that's in FFA. It's not the kids that come present to you. Those are excused school excuse. It's not the kid running track. Pandemic hits, it jumps. Next year it gets worse. Last year it fell. This year it fell too. But we're not to where we were. And when I show you how these kids do, they don't do very well in school. Now, so I get sometimes, and this is where, you know, Dina, you'll be out and someone will say, well, you know, I've got these parents pulling kids out and they're going on ski trips. That happens. That's not what we're talking about. That number is so small relative to the number of kids that just aren't coming to school because it's not a priority for their family or for them. In 1 year, that may not matter a great deal, but you do that over 4 years and 5 years, and the cumulative effect is not good. Is not good. By the way, again, we see similar things in all accredited schools, percent-wise. We're dropping, but we're not back to the 13, 14%. Melanie?
Do we have good data on how much of this has to do with the expectations that leadership in a school district is setting of students, that you will graduate, you will be here till the very end, versus the socioeconomic challenges that we know that families are facing, where students are working and you've got maybe just one parent in the household or both parents, they're working multiple jobs, and we've got students that are caring for siblings, right? We've talked about all the factors in this. Do we have good data that helps us understand these numbers better?
No.
Okay.
Not to what you're asking. But here's what you ought to ask to a school district, because you're kind of talking about the high school kid that's going to work, right? Look at their kindergarten, first grade, second grade chronic absentee numbers. It's highly correlated to graduation and who goes on. Highly correlated. Not causation, highly correlated. So ask that question, because those kids aren't working. Why aren't they coming to school? And by the way, we have some school districts doing a remarkable job of lowering this number and working with parents, you know, directly.
Are these numbers consistent across all grade levels?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Your goal to enhance, again, post-secondary, and you said we want to decrease academically number of students scoring in level 1 and increase the number of students scoring in level 3 and 4. So you've seen this chart so many times. You go, Randy, why are you showing us this chart again? Because all we did here was look at 106,000 Kansas students. And we asked the question, what did you score on the state assessment? And Dean is going to say, some kids don't take the state assessment seriously, Randy. I know that. We looked at 106,000 Kansas kid, said, where did you score on the state assessment? And then, did you graduate high school and did you go on to earn something beyond high school? That's it. What was the correlation? What we found is if you scored in level 1, your cohort, on average, graduated about 82%. If you scored in level 2, you graduate over 90% of the time. See that? That's a 10% difference in the difference between a level 1 cohort and a level 2 cohort. Do academics matter? Yes. And when you come into high school and you're already at level 1 and you've been at level 1 for 8 years, there's not much that high school principal can do in 4 years to correct that. That has to be corrected in second grade. It has to be corrected in fourth grade. And it has to be that we're on fire to correct that, because it doesn't get better over time. Yes, there's a bump in graduation between 2 and 3 and 3 and 4, but not much on graduation. And then the percent of kids that go on. By the way, we're looking at English language arts scores and math. But in post-secondary attainment, look at the difference between level 1 and level 2. About 29-30% of those in level 1 go on to do something, earn something beyond high school. over 55% of kids in level 2 do that exact same thing. So if I come into Jim Porter School District and I'm in level 1 and say, I plan to be an agronomist and go to Kansas State, you better have another set of skills that are really high, because you're going to struggle academically. You may not be admitted. You're going to be admitted on probation. You may have to take remedial courses. I mean, you can do it, but you better get you a study group. You better go to tutoring. I mean, you better do all those things. And look at the difference between 2 and 3 here. It's still remarkable. That's why we like to get students to 3 and 4, because then when they get to high school, they can go directly to work. They can go to the military. They can go to tech school. They can go to four-year college. But when they don't have all those options available to them, then we're limiting those options. So that's why I show you this chart. Yes?
Michelle?
Oh.
So thank you, Madam Chair. So Dr. Watson, as far as the 106,000, are those, the 106,000, we've taken those numbers, that snapshot of the kids that only took state assessment?
That's correct, Michelle.
So the ones that didn't, we have no correlation as far as they may have been very successful post-secondary.
That's correct. We don't know one way or the other. And in Kansas, as you know, that number, and I don't think Beth's behind me anymore, I think is around 96% statewide. Is Beth there? Beth, participation rate last year, what was it? 96? Something like that. It has to be above 95. So 96, 97% of students do take it. But you're right, we have no data on this chart of those that do not, that exercise that right not to do it. So, how are we doing in language arts? Jim Porter wants to know, how are we doing in reading? 2022, 33.9% of kids were in level 1. That's across all grade levels. 32.1 were in levels 3 and 4. So what do we want to do, Kathy? We want to decrease level 1. We want to increase levels 3 and 4, right? Have you put some policies in place around literacy, Mr. Porter?
I think so.
Okay. Do you get any credit for that? I don't think so.
I don't think
right,
so.
Ann? I don't think you do. I think you've just allocated 15 million, and then you allocated another 10 million. You just said every teacher's got to show us the science of reading by 2028. You're committed to this. What happened a year ago? We want level 1 to go down. We want levels 3 and 4 to go up. Statewide, 500,000 kids, right, in this, it did that. That's a year ago. It's just a 1-year look. Remember what I said to you last year? That's not a trend. It's not. It's a 1-year look coming out of COVID. It's a positive, but we don't know. What happened this year? Went down and went up. Not very much. As I get older too, Danny, I'm impatient. I don't know if that's a bad trait. I wanted level 1 to go down more. I want a level 3 and 4 to go up more. But they both trended in the right direction now for the last 2 years. So you go back and look 2 years ago, look at where we are. That is good news. You ought to celebrate. And then here's what I'm going to tell you. A third of the kids in level 1 is way too much. And again, our hair ought to be on fire. And when someone says to me, tell me why a teacher should have to take the training in literacy. Because a third of our kids can't read well enough to go execute every post-secondary option they want. A third of our kids. And while that number's getting better, that number needs to drop in the teens for me to do cartwheels. And we're far from that. Kathy.
So how do we deal with the numbers that we're seeing come in through the immigration? Lots of districts, Southwest Kansas, that are dealing with a pretty big influx of kids coming in that can't speak English, all those things, into every grade you can think of. So are they taking the state assessment?
No.
Okay.
They would take the KELPA. They take the ELL assessment when you cannot speak English well enough they take the assessment's called KELPA, and they're measured against that until they can speak English well enough to exit that program, and then they would. So they still may not speak great, but they speak proficient enough to exit. And Beth can tell you at some point what that level is. But it does not include like refugees or immigrants in the first year or two, or some kinds more than that. Okay. Yeah, great question. All right, let's look at math. Well, there's your current scores. Let's look at math. Same thing. Here's where we were coming out of the pandemic. Last year, boy, things looked pretty good. This year, the trend is down, but we ticked up by 1/10 in levels 1. See that? Some people would call that flat. I still don't like the 1/10 that it ticked up. It didn't go down. It did not go down. It's down over 2 years ago, but it didn't go down. But level 3 and 4 went up, again, slightly. But again, you see the same thing. About 1/3 of our kids are in level 1 in math. You know, why is that important? You can't be a nurse or a doctor or a physician or a pharmacist. You can't be if you can't pass advanced math and science. You can't be in high levels of ag. You can't be an engineer. You can't do many of the STEM economies that are so prevalent in our state if you are sitting there. So again, we're working on that, and you've put money into that. And then the competencies Michelle was talking about. Time management. Self-regulation. I self-regulate. I work. So we don't measure these. These are done locally. I will tell you that every coach, a debate coach measures them. A good choir director measures them every time they get up to conduct. You watch it go quiet, right? I have an expectation. We're going to do this again until we get it right. You're going to hear some young people when we come back from lunch. My guess is that director's going to make sure they perform pretty well. Don't you think? There's a performance there, and I think there's some skills there. I'm not going to go over this. I'm going to go over this quickly. What have you done? You know letters. It's what you said we're going to do. You know what can be done. All of these people in schools can take letters, including higher ed, at no cost to them. Time, there's a time cost. It's a 2-year program. It's hard, but you are providing the cost for the training. So again, what can districts do? Let's lower chronic absenteeism. Let's move students academically out of level 1. Let's raise, Michelle, the level of academic rigor. Have high expectations for kids. I say that everywhere I go. Everywhere I go. Before, yes. Is that why? Because they're doing better? I don't think so. I mean, if you look at some other data, and then help kids develop these other skill sets, show up on time, give a good effort, work in teams. So you have a couple other goals that will be in your packet. Enhance family engagement with communities and business and stakeholders. And then goal 4 was safe and secure schools, along with cybersecurity. That's all outlined in your packet for you. But now, as we get ready for lunch, I want to share with you the districts that you have in print there that are doing well. And they fall into 2 categories, our quantitative and our qualitative. We call the star recognition. They're based upon your goals and they're based upon the outcomes we just talked about. And then we award based upon a series of what we call stars. Copper, bronze, silver, gold, and the top level is diamond. You get to be a diamond district if you, in all 8 categories, are at gold. And Betty knows we have no one in that category. We're still waiting for a diamond district. My hope is that some year we will. That's high expectations, right? I ask this every year of you. Some of you watched the Royals and the Chiefs last night. I know you won't admit it, but you did. And the Royals beat the Yankees. We're proud of that. Go Royals. And the Chiefs actually looked like they were going to win from the beginning instead of at the last 2 minutes. But if you've ever watched the Olympics, it's really hard to win an Olympic medal. First of all, it's hard to get to the Olympics. No one ever asked me to be in the Olympics. You got to be a really good athlete. And so being on the medal stand is really high level. We've talked about some of the high levels we have in Kansas. You'll hear from districts, I don't like that. You know why? Because they're not being recognized. We're going to recognize people because we didn't lower the standard, because they're rising to the standard. So I'm going to go through these pretty quick, But when you come to the annual conference, we're going to recognize the heck out of these school districts. Here are the levels at copper, bronze, and silver for graduation. And here are the school districts this year that are scoring above 95% graduation rate. They range from small to large. They range from rural to suburban, from east to west, north to south. You'll see these are alphabetical. All these school districts had a 95% graduation rate last year. And so many, and I want you to savor each one, so many, you can't get them all on one page. You have to go to another page alphabetically. And we should say thank you. From private schools to public schools, from Weskin, right there, Weskin to Wichita Catholic Diocese. There's a little difference in there. Wichita Catholic Diocese runs about, I think, thousands of kids. Weskin does not run thousands of kids. All right, let's look at academically prepared. Highest academic standards that we talked about in the United States. You have the highest academic standards. 106 districts are at copper. Here were the districts that were at bronze. Again, on the medal stand, very high level. Here are the districts that were at silver. 1, Fort Leavenworth. Now, I will say this. Fort Leavenworth does not have a high school. They go to Leavenworth, well, they can go wherever they want. Many of them go to Leavenworth High School, some go to Lansing, some go across the border. But I only say that because other districts, yeah, Kathy, but we have a high school, we have to count that. And they don't, but you know what? They do a really good job with the kids they're educating. And when I get to gold, we have 2 systems. They're both private. Branches Academy, I just got an email from her saying, whoa, our staff is so excited. You know how hard we work for this. And Brookridge Day School. Brookridge Day School is a pre-K 3 elementary school in Johnson County. No, 3, because they have to be measured. So they only get to measure kids on one state assessment. Okay, so but that's their school, so we want to recognize them. Branches is a pre-K through 8, but most of their kids are pre-K 5. They have a very small group of 6, 8. So I always want to say that to you because you're going to hear, well, if I only ran a pre-K 3, I could do really well too. Our 3rd graders do better than our 6th graders. Proud of these 2 schools though. They've taken your vision as a private school and said, we're going to do it. Post-secondary effectiveness, 43 districts at copper, 43 districts at bronze, 33 districts at the silver level. My format sometimes changes, I apologize, between the MAC and here are the gold. One's above 70%. By the way, this number gets bigger every year. This is a 5-year average number. Look at that. Is Ingalls big? I don't think so. Clifton Clyde, not big. Private, public, very proud again of their accomplishments. Commissioner's Award. Most people fall within a normal standard deviation. We all went out and said, we're going to run around the block. There would be an average of this group. Some of you would excel. Probably Deborah. Deborah beats us all, and she's going to excel in this. Randy would be last. So Randy's on the left side of the curve. Deborah's on the right side. The rest of us are in the bell. We're all kind of grouped together. Some of you are going to run with other people because if I can just hang with Melanie, I'll be fine. We're going to recognize those that are on the right side, those that are achieving above what we would think as a district. They may not be the highest performing districts. They're outperforming what we would predict them to perform. And so I want to share that with you. 44 districts achieved the Commissioner's Award, which is 0.5 standard deviations above that norm. 32 received the Commissioner's Award with honors. And these districts are 2 standard deviations above what we would predict. What I can tell you is, and I visit each one of these, I hope you get to visit them with me. You go to one of these schools, they better you. They better you. Their student bodies are very different. If you want to go between Frontenac and then follow me, Jim, we'll go with Kathy to Plainville. We'll see an entire different student body. But both of those school districts better the kids that parents bring to them. That's the Commissioner's Award with highest distinction. IPS, Individual Plans of Study, 23 at copper, 20 at bronze. Here are silver award winners, just a handful. Pratt on that list for the first time, I believe. Gold, you've had Jessica in front of you. Gold level. Social emotional growth, 20 school districts is measuring Kansas CAN competencies. By the way, you have to apply for these. Some districts don't. Kansas City, working hard for that. Kindergarten readiness, I know I'm going through these quick. 21 at copper. Here, the bronze award for kindergarten readiness, getting students ready for kindergarten. The thing I noticed too when I'm out, Jim and Dennis will validate this. A lot of people want to show us their early childhood, their pre-K. They're talking about running daycare. Why? Every one of those superintendents, our community demands it. Our community wants it. So this is our response. Sometimes they pass a bond issue, which was true, Jim, in, oh my gosh, not Udall, Caldwell. It was true at Caldwell. They passed a bond issue. In Udall, they took an old house and converted it. Kind of different, by the way, we saw food service. They approach it differently. Here again, bronze level. Kindergarten readiness. And finally, civic engagement. Silver, Gary County, Junction City et al. And gold, southeast of Saline, right outside of Salina, and southern Lyon County. So we measured 8 things, and we give recognition in 8 areas. So what I wanted to show you is what school districts have achieved 4 of those 8 areas, and here they are. So they were on the medal stand in 4 areas, maybe not gold, maybe copper, but they were on the medal stand in 4 areas. Pretty hard to do, and you see a pretty diverse group. Twin Valley to Valley Center, or Valley Center to Valley Falls. Those are very different communities. Someone that has some grandkids, I believe, in Valley Center, they're pretty proud of. All right, 4 areas. Then we have school districts that have achieved in 5 of the 8 areas. Here are those districts. Again, very diverse. Very different. Some in 6 areas. Go Bullpups. It's Caney Valley, by the way. Those are a little different too. We were in South Barber. It's one of the places we visited. How about 7 of the 8 areas? Wow. It's pretty astonishing. And then again, for the 2nd year in a row, 1 school district hit in all 8 areas on the medal stand. South Lyon County, just south of Emporia. 2 school K-12 centers, an Opie and Neosho Rapids, that makes up southern Lyon County. And with that, Madam Chair, you have a lot of data there. I'll provide to you electronically. PowerPoints provide to you if you want it. At the annual conference, we will celebrate all of those winners. They received a letter from me electronically in the last couple of days. They can download certificates and banners. Many of them were attempting to do that this morning. So we can't do it because we didn't release it until noon. You got to hear it first because you're the people doing the policy, and then they got the access. So be happy to answer a few questions before you go to lunch.
Board members, any more questions?
When
Did
you're
them along the
between
way.
people and lunch, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. See you all back here at 1:30. Welcome back, board members. I'd like to introduce Chris Reynolds, who's going to introduce us to the choir. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity today. I'd like to introduce Vicki Metzger and her students from Eisenhower Middle School. She's going to take just a moment to talk about the uniqueness of her ensemble. We appreciate you allowing us to come today. Thank you.
My school is called a signature music school. And what that means is we get some extra money to spend on our students that will enhance their music education. When the program started, we had a music coordinator, and she introduced me to a concept called modern band, which is a student-led opportunity for kids to play. They don't have to own the instrument. They don't have to rent the instrument. We have guitars, bass guitars, electric guitars, drum sets, pianos, and my sixth grade participate in a class called Modern Band. Out of that group, then I encourage the kids that are in the band now to accompany the choir. About, I don't know, 7 years ago or so, I lost my accompanist and it wasn't replaced. And so it's very hard to play the piano and teach at the same time. And so my friend and I came up with the idea of having a modern choir. So we do go to festival and we do sing typical choral music, but we also, the kids also have an opportunity to select stuff that they like to sing, and then we also do that. So it's a mixture of pop and traditional choral music for this group.
We might have some questions, yes. Can I ask the band to stand up as well? I want to make sure everybody could see you guys right there. Looks like we'll start with a question from Betty Arnold, or maybe a comment.
Actually, it is a comment. You guys were amazing. I think there should be a TV show called Kansas Got Talent. Great job.
I wanted to comment on the modern band concept. I'm curious, do you all get to try, do you get to have experience playing different instruments, or do you pick the one that you want to?
Well, the sixth grade program, I start with acoustic guitar, and we do kind of just the basic chords on acoustic guitar.
You might come over here to the microphone.
Okay.
My fault. I should have said that sooner. Yeah.
So we do the basic chords on acoustic guitar. And then because it's chords, we move to piano. And so I teach just the shape, piano shape for chords. And so we rotate around guitars and piano. And then after that, I teach drum sets. And I start with body percussion, and then we move to the actual drum set. Kind of amazing. A lot of kids are like, oh man, I'm going to play drum set. I know how to play drum set. And then they get there and like, wow, that's really hard. And so then they're like, I don't play drum. And then after drum set, we go to bass, and then we add vocals. So the first 9 weeks usually, everybody's rotating around and learning the instruments, and it's from a playlist that I have. The second 9 weeks, then the students figure out what they want to play. I find the chord charts for that. And usually at the end of that first 9 weeks, they have a pretty good idea of what they're good at. And so in general, they stick then with 1 or 2 instruments for the second 9 weeks, and then we have a classroom concert for parents to come and listen to them.
And do you find that that helps guide their choices then as they move on? Will they select an instrument, maybe continue to play that through high school?
Yes, now that we have a program at the high school, then I think, yes, those kids move on. They have that opportunity to take modern band at the high school level. What we had noticed kind of pre-pandemic, when we had the grade school program really very well set and they were coming into the middle school program, is we noticed that our traditional band classes grew as a result of the modern band approach at the grade school level, because it teaches ensemble. You know, it teaches listening, it teaches playing together. And so that idea then when they get into a traditional band or orchestra situation isn't unusual for them, because they've already been working on that ensemble idea as second, third, fourth graders.
Awesome. I'm just going to ask, show of hands, how many of you will definitely take another music class? Yeah, everybody. Okay, cool. I'm going to put our resident music teacher on the spot. Jim, do you have any comments?
I just think it's great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are we going to, I'm going to look, we might do a photo with everybody if that's okay.
Okay.
Bring you all up here and get the board.
So just flip-flop yourselves around. Just, there you go. Just walk in a line. There you go.
Students up front.
Probably, Jonathan, why don't you stand between Leslie and Pablito? In front of them, like next to Braden. Braden, scoot back a little bit.
Just gonna squish it. We can see everybody. Everybody look over here. All right. Somehow we have everybody in the picture.
So we're tearing down. Okay. No, they know what they're doing. Let's practice it.
We are ready for item number 9, which is a receive item from the Policy Committee. Betty Arnold, do you want to use the podium or do you want to stay in your seat?
Actually, if I may stay seated, because I will at some point invite the policy committee to comment, and I think it's a little more cohesive if we do it this way. And before I actually jump into that, there are a few little introductory statements I want to make on this, Madam Chair. First of all, if we could hold the questions and comments until after the complete presentation. It's not really that long, but it will lend to the cohesiveness to go straight through that. Secondly, I want to thank and acknowledge the policy committee members, Dina, Kathy, Mark, and Deborah, for all of the hard work that they've done on this. And the third and final thing that I would like to do is to remind the board that the policy committee comes together to make recommendations to the board. This is not, it's called a draft for a reason. We're going to ask for your input because we are responsible as a board for the policy that governs us. So sometimes I think just getting a change is kind of scary, and it shouldn't be. We really try to do a great job in vetting and going through information. So if, with your patience, I will begin. This started out as a reference guide for new members. And the one reason that we asked for the policy to be suspended, we know that there will at least be 3 new board members in November at least. We would like to get this document for them to see. What happened was Kathy, who was our newest board member, initiated the idea or brought the idea that it would be great if we had something that a new board member could look at and have an idea of how the actual board operates. We started out, first of all, and if you can go along with me, with the job description. And that's not a change. What we did was try to combine or go through policy, pick all of those things that might be relevant to a new board member. We started out with what we are to do as the State Board of Education. And of course, I won't read through all of this because it's time consuming. Hopefully, all of you have had a chance to take a look at it. The second area, again, straight from policy, no changes whatsoever, was just to share with those that may not be familiar with how a board operates. Sometimes we do get board members that have served on local boards, or we may get a board member elected that has no board experience at all. And so we want them to be aware or familiar with those terms that they will encounter or situations they will encounter right off the bat. So the second area we brought was the COMA and CORE requirements. Again, straight from policy, no changes whatsoever. We just went straight from the book. Now, board member expectations in your board policy, which is on page 6. All we did with the expectations is try to tweak or refine the language. Some of them were a little vague and ambiguous. So what we did with board expectations, which still are 10 items, was just try to clean up the language a little bit. Again, there is no great deviation from how we started. Moving on to the second page, which we termed logistics. Again, what we did was gather information from policy, the kinds of things that a board member, new board member would encounter. We did try to encourage and use the wording in the first paragraph that all board members should take the time to read policy. This is probably the last thing you pick up as a new board member, but we wanted to stress that it is important. From there, we listed the activities that would take place, what a new board member could expect. Orientation, again, there was no rewrite on that. Email correspondence, no rewrite, but simply making the new board member familiar with how that's set up, what the pay structure would be, and actually a description of what the first meeting dates and the agenda would consist of. So on page 2, again, there was no deviation from what we are doing. It's just collecting the information in one spot for the new board member. The third page, again, giving a little bit of information, the procedure, the board packet, the minutes, our idea of how the meeting practically plays out. The one thing that I will draw your attention to, and we'll come back to that, is voting. And there was a bit of a change in the voting, which we included for us to discuss. Again, on page 3, it's the Commissioner's Friday report. The one reason we wanted to include that was typically for new board members to know that this is one of the tools that you may use or they may use to evaluate the commissioner down the road, because he gives us a lot of relevant information in terms of what he's doing, those things that he's accomplished, those things that he plans to accomplish, goals, etc. Then going to page 4. Starting with electing board leaders. That's something, again, that brand new board members come in and they're hit with first thing. So we really tried to cover how that was done, relating that again to some very general terms in policy. What we were doing was trying to shore up some of the policy statements. There were suggestions that were made, this is how it should be handled or could be handled. We tried to make it a little more specific, following what's in policy, but we did add a few things, so we'll come back to electing board leaders. There are, this then would be the second area. Voting is one, a topic that I'm hoping we can discuss. Then electing the board leaders would be the second. The final thing on there had to do with the order of seating. Again, nothing changed on that. In board policy, it does say that the senior members have the option of selecting their seat. The only thing we tried to refine in that area was to eliminate the optic of board members changing seats at that very first meeting. So if you are a senior board member, then you would provide that information to the chair at that first meeting in January. When we came back to the following meeting in February, the senior board members would have their preference of where they will be seated, and it wouldn't be doing musical chairs for the camera on your first meeting day. That basically covers what the document is. Again, we tried to collect throughout policy those things that would be significant or those things that we felt new board members should be aware of, what they can expect. The other recommendation that the policy committee came up with is how great it would be on their very first meeting if they could come in perhaps an hour early, become familiar with the hand-raising app, a lot of things that's shown to them during orientation. But when you actually sit down at the board table, how much of that are you really going to remember? So that it would be great if we could plan perhaps a little pre-meeting meeting for new board members so that they could go through the steps of understanding how to use this particular computer, how to use the hand-raising element, those kinds of tools that they would be using during the board meeting. This really completes all of the recommended changes that we have come up with. And at this point, I do want us to go back to the very first thing that the policy committee did tweak. And at this point, I'm hoping that it will be opened up for discussion. If you take a look at the 10 items that we try to give you better language or easier language, looking at those expectations, be fully prepared and informed on all issues on the monthly board agenda, maintain an open dialogue with each other. All of these 10 things, if you were to look in your policy manual on page 6, you will see, again, 10 expectations. We tried to clean those up. So if you look through those, are there any that stand out to you as perhaps not clear, or you might want to offer your suggestions on how you would like to see something worded, we're going to open that up, and my fellow policy committee members, our attorney, we will try to answer any questions that you might have on that section. If you have none, then of course we will move on and assume page 1 is acceptable to you.
Betty, for clarification, you're on the one that says comparison of? You said page 1, then you said page 6.
Yes, page 1 of our draft.
Thank you.
The expectations are on page 6 of your policy manual.
Okay. We have a few hands raised. I'll start with Danny.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So number 7, tell me what this means. Follow board policy and procedures and abide by the decision of the board majority.
Okay. Follow board policy and procedures. I think Denny would be, I'm not sure how to give you more information. We have board policy. You have been given a copy of board policy. We are supposed to follow board policy. Abide by the decisions of the board majority. As an example, if we vote, and I'll just use this draft as an example, if we vote to accept this document, then you would be expected as a board member to follow whatever the procedures or guidelines that have been listed. When we vote on an item, to be prepared, you're supposed to abide by that. There really is no enforcement. We don't have a police that goes around and say, well, Danny, did you read it? You know, no. But you are expected, that's an expectation that you will be familiar, which is what you do, familiarize yourself with the monthly agenda. Try to be courteous to your fellow board members. Those are things that you typically do, but those are within the expectations.
Okay. Number 9, never publicly discuss matters that are shared in executive session or misrepresent the board's official position on issues to the press or social media.
Okay. Executive.
So what are the things, because there is specific things you can only go into executive session for.
And that's what we're talking about, what those specific things, whatever the reason that you've gone into executive session, whatever you discuss is privileged. So no, it's not outline everything that you might discuss in executive session. It is saying when you go into executive session, please understand that's privileged information, and it is not to be publicly shared. If we go into executive session on a personnel item and a decision is made or discussed, the information that was given to us is confidential. So you don't discuss executive session information.
Which I agree. Okay, so why do we have "or" in there with that? Or misrepresent the board's official position on issues to the press or on social media. Why is that put in with talking about executive session?
There was no really specific reason, Denny. If you want to make that a separate line item, instead of having 10, you can have 11. That's not a problem. The bottom line being, we are not to misrepresent the board's position really to anyone, which is an expectation. But if having it as combined in one is bothersome. I think we could take care of that easily by putting it as number 10 or 11.
And I'm not trying to argue, please don't misunderstand me.
I didn't.
Okay, so
We've got another hand
to
up.
me, I'm trying to figure out why it's together when we're in executive session, we can't talk about anything that was talked about in executive session outside of executive session.
I'm going to ask Mark to speak to that.
As I understand your question, you're wanting to know why you can't speak to matters that were discussed in executive session.
No, I know you can't. I know why, but why do we put that extra little thing in there?
You mean
He's
the
talking
or?
about it being combined. I have or.
Oh, yeah.
And he's saying it's two different things, and I said, fine, then we could treat it as a separate item.
I wouldn't have anything to
Yeah.
Thank you.
Kathy, did you want to comment?
I've got Michelle next, and then I'll go to Kathy. Betty, if we have individual changes like that, what is the best way to handle this between now and tomorrow? Would you like us to mark up a document and we'll go through them line by line, or do we want to do that?
We really do, because to vote on it, we'd have to have a document that you would agree on. So if we're going to change, as an example, that, if that's something significant and you want us to put number 11 in and separate those, we can do that.
And you might remind us, the policy committee, all of you already went through it line by line, word by word.
Right.
Okay. Michelle.
And Madam Chair, I'm sorry, if I could point out, Kathy's comments or Dina's comment would be as part of the policy committee. If it's something I'm not explaining, or there's insight that they can offer, then, I ask them to be prepared to step in. So thank you.
Madam Chair, so part of me is it seems like that convolutes things, and I like to keep things real black and white. That's me. So
Okay.
there's no gray area there.
Then
I hate gray areas.
Kathy, Dina, if
So I understand what your concern is, or make sure that I do. Your concern starts at adding or misrepresent. And we could either move it down to 10 and make it the beginning part of 10, or we could make it 10 and then add 11. So is that what you're thinking?
I don't even think it.
Would that
That's fine with me. That's
make
fine.
it easier
That's
for
fine.
you?
I just don't think it needs to even be in there. It shouldn't even be in there. That's just me.
I think the reason that that's or represent the board's official position is simply to inform the board members that they are not separate making decisions. If the board has made a decision, then you should tell the story the way it was intended to be made and not adjust it for your own purpose, I guess.
To make this make sense, that is included that is one of the expectations that's on boardsmanship. And as I said, what we did was try to collect the information. That's not a deviation from what's currently in policy, which number 10 not misrepresent the board's official position on issues to the press or in social media. That's already included in board policy. That's not anything new that the policy committee added. So what we did, as I said, we went through those things that were listed. We tried to clarify some of the things. We did not take away from the integrity of those 10 items that were listed. So my point being, if you say there's no need for that at all, that particular one is nothing that the policy committee changed, wrote, brought brand new. You might ask the policy committee or make a suggestion if there are things you want to take away, that we look at that, but we did not take that away. It's in policy already.
Okay, Michelle.
Oh, there we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. So as far as let's skip down to number 10. Remember that the board members only have authority to act as a body, not individually. I mean, that would be more like, let's say you voted, 4 or 3, it was a, 7-3 vote. You're just going to say that was the board's decision, and then you would make a statement maybe that said, I as one elected board member voted against that. So I'm not acting, or someone's not acting individually. They're just stating a fact that it got a majority vote, which is 6 votes. I always say it takes 6 votes to make or change policy. I always say that. And it may get 10 votes, or it may get like, just so you know, we're obviously a governing body as well, and we have authority. And when the schools chose to go back, some schools that we let the schools go back after COVID, it was a 5-5 vote, and the boards took a position. So we do have authority, and it's a nice balanced government as far as in Kansas. And that was one way. People say, sometimes people say that you don't have what authority do you have? We actually, it's a nice balance. We have the governorship, we have the legislature, we have the 4th branch of government. So those are kind of things that.
Let me explain that. It says individually.
Yeah.
Now, that has absolutely nothing to do with how you voted. We are talking individually. If you were to say, I'm trying to think of an example.
That's what I was hoping for, an example.
Okay, I will come up with an example. The individual authority.
Okay.
Let's talk about the commissioner. You as an individual board member cannot go to the commissioner and make a demand of the commissioner that he does X, Y, Z. That authority to direct the commissioner is board authority, not individual authority. That's what it means. You as an individual cannot go out into the public and tell them, you don't have to do X, Y, Z. You do not have authority as an individual. The only authority that you have comes from the board. It is why we have set this specifically as an expectation. Many people, when they're running for office, they talk about what I will do. When you are elected, it becomes a we, which is why we vote. It becomes we, not I. So that's where the individual comes in. You as an individual don't have any authority. You as a board member, when you vote, that's where the authority comes from. That is what this is specifically addressing.
Well, as an elected official, I'm here to protect the rights of all. That's my sole duty, and what I swore in the Bible is to protect the rights of all. So I will go out And I will individually talk to people and say, you have the individual right to direct your child's education. I'm going to say that 100 times, I mean, every time I see anybody, because they want to control what others' kids do in the school, or they want to set policy with the legislation. And I'm going to say, you need to advocate for your own child. I mean, what I don't know, that's what I'm saying.
That's not what we're dealing with, though, Michelle.
Okay, so that's why I wanted an example, because you're saying
Okay.
just because the majority, okay, I can go out and say, yes, the 6 votes, there was a majority. There wasn't a unanimous, or it was just a majority, 6 people voted, and so that's in policy, or we've set policy to that, or that's what the board wants. But I'm going to say, and if I vote against that, that's okay. I can say I have my opinions, and I'll give my research and why I voted against it if they ask me, but I'm going to say I'm just one elected person. They've made,
Right.
so I'm not, I mean, I'm just going to state that I'm going out and I'm saying that to people. I'm one elected person. The board made the decision. It was 6 votes. It takes 6 votes to make or change policy, because people don't understand that. And
But that's exactly, I mean, you're saying exactly what we've said.
that's why I wanted an example.
Okay.
I just wanted an example
You
to
can
make
say, I as an individual.
Yes, thank you.
You cannot say you're representing the entire
No,
board's
never
view.
would I want to do that. No.
So you're fine.
Okay. Same
You're
with the
fine.
legislation. When you guys go over as liaisons, you go over, that's why we go through each line item and say, it wasn't unanimous. These are the things I want to make the public clear on. That's why we go over there and we say, this was not a board majority, this was 6 votes, or whatever. You're not speaking, Ann or Dina, you're not speaking for every single individual.
Right.
You're speaking like, hey, this was a majority, we have 6 votes, so that they know, yeah, the board was pretty much in unanimous agreement with that. These are things that the public needs to hear so that they understand, you know.
And Michelle, honestly, when you go out and you're counseling constituents, there's absolutely nothing in this to impact that. You're going out and you're saying you should advocate for your child.
Yes.
And you're saying that as Michelle, and that's fine. That's not what this addresses.
Okay. Well, that's what I wanted. It just was
Okay.
so,
But
it was kind of
so the
vague.
way you're doing things, you are on board with what this means. It's saying you are representing your views. When we vote, then it's representing the board's views. So you're fine. There's not an issue.
Just wanted to clarify that.
I appreciate everyone's enthusiasm for this topic. However, we are out of time, and we have folks waiting for the 220 item. And so we're going to table this. We can come back to it, probably squeeze it in later today. Jim, did you want to make your comment since your hand is up? And then we will move on to the next item.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. First of all, the item number 9, it looks to me like that needs to be separated because I can see them as unrelated. However, I think it's important for it to be there because at one time, and since I'm the person that's been here the longest, this is before my time, but I've been told that we've had people that represented this board that went to the legislature and expressed their opinions as the opinions of the board. And I think that's what we're talking about. So I strongly advocate leaving it in there, but I'm perfectly happy with it being separated. And number 10, I've gotten contact since I've been at this table from a patron in a school district that I represent that has problems with a teacher, and she wants me to solve that. I don't have the authority to do that. That's why we're talking that we do not have individual authority to do that. That's an example.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Betty. We'll come back to it.
Thank you.
All right, for our next item, going to welcome up Denise Kaler. I'm guessing she's behind one of those big pillars. There she is. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. We were just going through a little logistics training back there, trying to get our ducks in a row for everyone. So excited to be here. We have the 2024 Blue Ribbon Schools representatives here today, and as you recall, there are 2 different categories that a school could be recognized in. One is the exemplary high-performing schools. Those are schools that are among the top performers in the state as measured by state assessments or a nationally normed test. And then we have the exemplary achievement gap achievement gap closing schools, and those are schools that excel in narrowing achievement gaps between different student groups. All of our nominees, or excuse me, our winners this year were in the area of exemplary high-performing schools. And I said there are 4, which there are. Only 3 could be here today. But let me introduce who they are. We have Garfield Elementary School, Augusta USD 402, and our principal Trevor Lockamy is here. We have Harrington Elementary School, Harrington USD 487. Principal Nick Morgan is here. Sunflower Elementary School, Paola USD 403, Principal Stacy Wokich is here, and unable to be here is Lincoln Elementary School, Geary County, USD 475, Principal Daniel Dinkle. They're going to be sharing with you what they believe were factors that they found to be most significant in student achievement in their schools. And Eric, did we decide, are you helping me or I'm... We're going to start with Garfield Elementary School, Principal Trevor Lockamy, please. And Trevor, introduce who you've got with you. Okay.
I'm Trevor Lockamy, Principal at Garfield. I have a kindergarten teacher, Casey Davis, with us. Thank you. Thank you. Casey Davis, kindergarten teacher for us. Jennifer Cody, 4th grade teacher. Deb Croker, our librarian, and our superintendent's in the back taking pictures, Matt Ward. So we invited him along, excited to be here, so thanks for having us, and I'll turn it over to Jennifer.
We're delighted to be here for the second time, actually, after receiving the Kansas Blue Ribbon Award in 2006 for closing the achievement gap. And here we are again for sustaining our great scores. Sorry. We drastically changed our scores by meeting as a staff and making sure that we all understood the aligned standards and focusing on all of us using the same vocabulary and some other small fixes. Who knew that using the words ellipse and rhombus could make such an impactful change? One thing I've found so beneficial in my tenure is the great leadership we've had. We've been blessed with 3 great principals in my 30 years that I've been at Garfield, and they trust us to do what we need to do to get the job done. So many of us appreciate not being micromanaged and the trust that they put in us to do the job we were hired to do. We feel so very fortunate to be at a school where we have great people, longevity of staff, and the buy-in for the programs that we have. The trust and relationships that we build at Garfield truly do make an impactful difference.
At Garfield Elementary School, positive relationships and a strong supportive culture are at the heart of our community. The implementation of Capturing Kids' Hearts is one recent addition that has helped us retain and cultivate these values. Focusing on building trust, respect, and empathy, the program encourages meaningful connections between students, teachers, and staff. This commitment to fostering positive relationships has created an environment where students feel valued, safe, and motivated to learn. Garfield Elementary has been recognized as a Capturing Kids' Hearts National Showcase School since 2019. Initiatives such as buddy classes and the house system similarly create a sense of belonging for our students and provide opportunities for cross-grade connections. Highly qualified teachers and paraeducators are crucial to student academic success and social development. We are blessed with teachers who value learning about their craft. With the exception of our 2 newest teachers, who are currently working towards it, all of our classroom, special ed, and special area teachers have their master's degree. Our paraeducators receive training in our curriculum and are able to lead small groups and centers, which allows licensed teachers to assist students with the highest academic needs. The status of a school-wide Title I school has allowed Garfield to hire full-time reading and math interventionists who provide pull-out for small groups targeted to meet essential learning gaps.
We truly believe that our people and the relationships that they have built with students, families, and each other are our greatest single factor in student success. Finding and retaining the right people, working with their strengths, and building collegiality is the secret sauce. Let me make my case. Amongst our licensed teachers, we have a total of 361 years of experience at Garfield Elementary. including a 40-year veteran. And I could go down 34, 2 at 30, several at 20, and so on. 12 of our faculty are actually in their first job, myself included. We come, we stay. 7 of our current teachers and our principal were student teachers in our building and returned to Garfield. Several of our teachers and paraeducators attended Garfield as students. 3 of our current paraeducators are pursuing teacher licensure options right now, and dozens of student teachers have come through our building, practicum students, mentees. They've all been influenced by our staff. The longevity, the continuity, and the commitment to Garfield Elementary create amazing connections, traditions, and pride. Many of us are teaching second-generation families, but whether they're legacy or new, our students and our families recognize that we are working for the same goal. Maya Angelou said, "Family isn't always blood. It's the people in your life who want you in theirs, the ones who accept you for who you are, the ones who would do anything to see you smile, and who love you no matter what."
So I kind of have a unique situation at Garfield. I started my career there as a student teacher, as Deb mentioned. And actually, one of my mentor teachers is still a teacher in the building today. So at Garfield, open positions don't come open very often, and so I had to find my first paid position in a neighboring district. But in fact, in my 10 years as principal at Garfield Elementary, I've hired 3 classroom teachers. But I knew that was where I wanted to go back to and make my way back to Garfield. In sharing that, I just wanted to highlight the importance of that we put on building relationships. And I was just one student teacher for a short amount of time, but it changed my perspective and expectations of when it comes to a quality work environment. Genuine relationships are the difference. We're never short of a staff member who's offering to step in and help each other out. In preparing this presentation, we surveyed and got some feedback from staff, and I wanted to close with a quote from one of our staff members. "Relationships. That is the key to success at Garfield. Not only staff to student, but also just staff relationships. We thrive to be together and celebrate each other's successes. No drama or competition between people, just good old-fashioned love and support for each other." Thanks for having us today.
Next, we're going to hear from Harrington Principal Nick Morgan, please.
All right, good afternoon. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here. I'm Nick Morgan, the principal at Harrington Elementary School, and we are so honored and proud to be named a 2024 National Blue Ribbon School, and thankful for this opportunity, like I said, to visit with you and the work that you all do, including our other state department leaders and these other school leaders that have to make these tough decisions, and congratulations to you all as well. And what I want to talk about today is what exactly we feel like makes HES a National Blue Ribbon School. So if you go to our next slide, we think about a ribbon, and so the ribbon materials are the same materials that make up any ribbon. Like this could be silk, polyester, whatever, nylon. And I've been in good schools before that have several of these same high quality characteristics from a shared common vision, because we have a great board of education, a wonderful superintendent, down to our beautiful facility that was built by a local Harrington family masonry business and now is cleaned and maintained by a local family Harrington business, which is kind of special. And if we go to our next slide here, our ribbon creation. So this is the laborers or machines that create ribbon. Well, it's the people that create HES, just like at Garfield Elementary. And this is where it really starts to get special. We have students that thrive because I feel we have an incredible staff that is hardworking, talented, gifted, and most of all, they come to school each day for the right reason, for their kids. Our next slide is what I really want to get into, these next two slides. So this is the finishing touches, and I feel like this is what makes Harrington Elementary different. It makes us different, and is why we're a cut above, and why it's not just an ordinary ribbon. This is a national blue ribbon. And I want to skip down to the third bullet, our railway behavior expectations, and you're just going to get the highlights of the highlights. And I tried to include a lot of notes for you to read on your own time, but for the sake of time, our railway expectations, the foundation of everything that we do. It creates that consistency, that common language, and most of all, it's our accountability piece for how our students behave and conduct themselves at Harrington Elementary School. And this is practice, practice, practice. Expectation stations, expectation videos. We integrate this into our core BSEL curriculum, and it's just a foundation of everything that we do. Our PBIS points, this is a positive behavior system that we also integrate in with these expectations, so we're trying to reinforce the positive behavior as well, and then allow kids to buy certain things from school and classroom stores. A lot of these are coupons, and we focused on our cafeteria or lunchtime. We try to make that a fun place where they can be the DJ for the day. We do some games in there, cafe royalty, where they're the king and queen, and lunch buddies and all kinds of fun stuff like that. The next bullet down, our MTSS protocol. This is a huge part of our HES identity. It starts with our monthly staff data analysis day meetings, where we put every single student's name up on the board, and we are assigning them to either an intervention group or an enrichment group, and that's for 60 minutes of reading each day and 30 minutes of math each day. And these are walk to, intervention, and enrichment times, and they're very diagnostic, targeted, prescriptive to each individual student. And TASN was a huge support with our MTSS journey before I even came to Harrington Elementary School. Next bullet down, curriculum adoptions. We've adopted 5 core curriculums since I became the principal 7 years ago, and 3 supplemental curriculums, so we're on the cutting edge there. If we go to our next slide, ribbon finishing touches, and I want to talk about this first bullet, middle school U. This is a direct product of the Kansas School Redesign Initiative, and this is a PLC, a professional learning community of HES staff, HMS, Harrington Middle School students and staff, and Harrington Middle School parents. And this is to help our 5th grade students successfully transition to Harrington Middle School. And it's transformed into a mini BSEL curriculum that we supplement to our core BSEL curriculum during the spring semester for our 5th grade students, so that when they step into Harrington Middle School, they're successful, they're ready, and that's a great transition. And I think it's a perfect example of how other schools will tell you they're doing things to get their kids ready for 5th grade, but I promise you they're not doing all the things that we're doing with middle school U. Our staff PD opportunities, letters, and KISA work, our standards alignment is definitely a focus right now. And then our family and community engagement events. I grew up in a small town where the school is the community, and you can see examples of all the different fun and unique ways we try to get folks on campus, because we do believe it takes a team at Harrington Elementary to provide this quality of education and the standard that we've come to here, and the community is absolutely a part of that. And we work through a great site council and PTO groups there with the family and community engagement. Just like Garfield said, none of this happens without those positive relationships. And then, so we're currently a blue ribbon school, and if we go down to the county fair and we want to become a purple ribbon school, these are the next steps that I would think we need to focus on, and because we're not perfect, I do feel like our teachers know how to teach. They're very effective, and these things, if you peel them back, they really do relate back to that learning environment and creating that conducive opportunity for our students to thrive. And then the last slide here, we're going to do this big. This is awesome for us. We think it's just great for the community, our school, our district. I reached out to our board rep, Mr. Hirschberger. He's going to try to come down on Friday, and I want to invite any of you to be a part of this, because like I said, we want this to be a really special thing, and most of all for our students. And I can confirm on that note, Rowdy the Railer, our school mascot, he's going to be there Friday. So thank you very much.
All right, our last speaker will be Stacy Wokich with Sunflower Elementary School, Paola.
Good afternoon. I'm Stacy Wokach, the principal of Sunflower Elementary. Matt Meek, our superintendent, is also here with me. We are very honored to be here presenting and sharing our school with you today. To give you some background information, Sunflower Elementary is part of the Paola USD 368 school district. We house grades 3 through 5 in our building and have an enrollment of around 373 students this year. Our students come from homes and apartment buildings in town, as well as from family farms located on the outskirts of Paola. We like to say Sunflower Elementary offers the best of both worlds in terms of size and location. While Sunflower has all the benefits of a small town and communities that offer their local schools, being just 30 minutes south of Kansas City, students and teachers have access to the metropolitan area that provides the art, history, and music experiences. The community of Paola significantly supports Sunflower Elementary in many ways, including an active endowment association and an active parent PTO. Our commitment to helping students realize and work towards their fullest potential is at the heart of everything we do. At Sunflower Elementary, we believe that learning extends beyond the traditional classroom experiences. Our innovative programs are designed to engage students in immersive, hands-on activities that spark curiosity and a love for learning. From our 7 mindset curriculum to our Panther clubs and real-world problem-solving exercises, we provide an array of experiences that inspire and challenge our students. At Sunflower, we don't just talk about things, we live them. For example, we don't just talk about bike safety. We host an all-school bike ride through our school neighborhood. It is quite a sight to see. We engage our families and community with our annual One School, One Book. Last year, Amelia 6 was read collectively by the entire school body, and then a school-wide field trip was organized to explore and learn more about Amelia Earhart, a native Kansan. The trip included tours to the Amelia Earhart Birthplace Museum and the Amelia Earhart Hangar Museum in Atchison, Kansas. We are a data-driven school, and in 2021, we did a deep dive into our reading data. Don't get me wrong, our data looked fine, but we knew we could do better. After analyzing data and classroom practices, we realized we needed professional development in the foundational teaching of reading. We also recognized that to make a small school achieve its potential, we needed everybody. We partnered with the Reading League out of Syracuse, New York. This partnership allowed everyone in our building, paraprofessionals, classroom teachers, special education teachers, special service providers, and even our specials teachers such as PE and music to be trained in the foundations of the science of reading. Because everyone teaches an intervention group, we felt strongly about every staff member receiving the foundational training at the same time. We spent the past 4 years collaborating with the Reading League, and since then, almost half of our classroom teachers have completed or are enrolled in letters training to deepen their understanding of the science of reading. The one strategy that has been most instrumental in our school's academic success is our school-wide What I Need, or WIN time. WIN is our school-wide multi-tiered system of supports. One of our mindsets is 100% accountable, and the building's MTSS model embodies this. Every student and every staff member are part of WIN. Each student is placed in a group based on reading fluency and reading comprehension data. Each staff member is assigned to lead a group based on the instructor's skill set. Our WIN, or intervention cycles, which are 5 weeks in length, allow students the opportunity to master individual skills to move to higher, more complex reading skills. The skills lessons are systematic and sequential. As a data-driven school, we monitor our students every week to ensure that they are making progress. We have skills checks at the end of each 5-week cycle, and students are moved into new groups accordingly. We have been successful with WIN due to the collaboration and culture that has been established at Sunflower Elementary. Students don't just have one teacher at Sunflower, they have the entire staff looking out for them. We believe and live the mantra that it takes a village to help the students reach their fullest potential. At Sunflower, we take data-driven decision-making to the next level by including our students in the process. We do not want students to be passive recipients of knowledge. We want them to be active participants in their own education. At the beginning of the year, benchmark data is collected in reading and math. Students and teachers review the data and write academic goals. Each week, students' growth is measured through progress monitoring tools, and students track their own progress and reflect on what they can do to continue the academic growth. We repeat this process at the end of the semester and the end of the year. Students' growth and achievement are recognized and celebrated. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to share our learning journey.
I will turn it over to our board members for questions. Danny, I'm guessing your hand is up from before. Okay, take those off. We'll start with Ann.
Thank you. Had a question for Nick from Harrington. Hey there. Looks like from what you were saying that a key part of your success was the social emotional learning program that you have. Would I get that right?
Absolutely.
Is
yes.
there a formal program you use or something?
So we use the second step curriculum as our core curriculum for our preschool through fifth grade students. And then this is the middle school U is a supplemental curriculum that we put together. We locally designed it. It was, like I said, it was part of the redesign initiative. We created a group of parents and teachers and staff, and we put together about 10 strategies that we work through. So we integrate that into that core BSEL time for the fifth grade students. And it kind of culminates, the last strategy is we kind of pulled it from the poverty simulation or reality U, if you're familiar with those things. And we kind of created a simulation for our fifth grade students where they get their own unique schedule. They have to get certain supplies. We set up tables around the gym as mock classrooms, and we bring in the middle school staff and middle school student leaders, and then they kind of go through and give some information to our students. And then there's other strategies that lead up to, but we're in year 3 of it now, and it's awesome because the middle school students have gone through this program now. So now they are the ones that kind of lead it, and it's really not that much work for our staff.
Well, I know there's been some misinformation going around about it, but Second Step is a good program. I know a lot of schools who use it. Thank you. My only other comment was I student taught in Augusta 51 years ago, but I'm pretty sure my supervising teacher is teaching with the Angels now, so that was a while back. But it was a good experience.
Board members, any other questions or comments? Dennis?
Nick, I just want to thank you for inviting me to come up there because I'm looking forward to that. I love being part of celebrations like that.
Well, thank you for being here. I know it'll mean a lot to the students and staff, all the railers, so thank you.
All right. See you then.
And I just wanted to comment, I love what I heard from Garfield. The focus on relationships and just the fantastic leadership. I know that that's not always the case. And so the key to success at Garfield, staff who love and respect each other, right? I just think that's fantastic. So thank you all for sharing. I hope that maybe some of you learned things from others too as you watch the presentations. Commissioner?
So thank you, everyone. Congratulations. What a wonderful achievement. It's one of the few building achievements that, recognition that goes out. A lot of what we do is by district. So congratulations. And I know that the trip to Washington and everything, is great. The other thing I've learned today, other than what we've heard, is you must have 2 other things to be really good. A superintendent named Matt and a superintendent that takes really good photos. So if the superintendent will do those 2 things, it helps out the building. But congratulations, you all have done wonderful work and really hard work, right? Really hard work of the collaboration of the staff that pull it all together. So thank you.
And so speaking of photos, we're not done. We're going to have you come up and do some photos. Board members, we are ready for item number 11 on today's agenda. Welcome Scott Gordon to act on Professional Practices Commission item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We also have Dr. Holt, who is since retired and moved on from being our chair from the Professional Practices Commission.
Dr. Holt, this is unacceptable. I understand that you've been doing this since 2017.
I have.
Thank you. And we pay you a great sum of money for that, right? Oh wait, volunteer position.
Honestly, it has been a privilege to be a part of these conversations. And thank you all for coming and doing this work that you're doing. It also helped me have a better understanding for the amount of work you guys do. It does our kids in Kansas a great service.
Thank you very much for your service. Can we give Jen a hand? Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Holt did preside over a great many cases, and I apologize. Jen, do you remember how many cases I told you that you had presided over? Several hundred, I believe. A lot, as you can imagine. So I'm sure she misses the PPC a great deal. So, and with that, Madam Chair, there are 3 different cases that are brought before the State Board today, asking for your consideration, and I'm sure that Dr. Holt will be more than happy to answer any questions on behalf of the PPC if you have any.
Board members, any questions? You have the motion in your packet. Dina?
So we ready for a motion?
Yes.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education deny the application for a transitional teaching license in 23 PPC 50, revoke the license in the case of 23 PPC 37, and grant the issuance of license 23 PPC 07.
Thank you, Dina. Is there a second? Jim Porter. Any further discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. It's a 10-0 vote, unanimous, motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you all very much, and thanks, Jen.
Dr. Holt, we will miss you.
I think we need to apologize for not giving her a hard time on her last time here. We should have done that. I'm sorry, Jen.
Item number 12 is the teacher fall vacancy report. Welcome, Shane Carter. Oh.
Good. How about now?
Hold on.
Oh, don't worry, I'll get us behind.
I was going to say we could take these 10 minutes to revisit the policy discussion. Thank you very much for your flexibility. All right, we will do that. No, that's my fault. We will shift back to the policy discussion, and then we will receive the fall vacancy report. So I hope you all saved your questions. I will check the hand raise app. If anyone from the policy committee has anything to add at this time.
I would just like to ask him to review what's in existing policy. A lot of those are already in existing policy, and we did not change them. So I'm not sure what we would do if they want change to existing. It wouldn't be with this report.
I didn't get the chance to make a comment, and I wanted to say I love the idea of a quick start guide, because as a new board member, I remember what it was like. Granted, Betty and I joined the board at the same time, which was during COVID, and we did our orientation over Zoom, which was a little clunky. And it would have been nice to have had that quick start coming in as a brand new board member to just kind of set some basic expectations, I guess, for a feel of a meeting. So I appreciated that about it, and that you just pulled from the larger book.
I want to follow up on that. My orientation was by myself, and it was between commissioners, and it was nothing.
Ann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know I was going to see where it said, I think it said you'll come in one day in November and one in December. I don't know if you guys want to nail yourselves down to that. I think I just came in December and met with Peggy, and we walked through this big book, and, it was all fine. But I had a couple of things I wanted to bring up on the voting, and it's in here twice. It's in here as the part of the logistics, and then the same language is repeated in another section. But, well, that's fine, but first, there is no such thing as a soft no. That is not a legal term. But I think the other thing is we don't need language in there that says you may choose not to take a position or not have a conflict of interest or want to play both sides of the fence. To me, that's, a little too much explanation. I mean, you could end it with anything else is considered a no vote, because it's considered a no vote, whether it's hard or soft pass. Although you may want to explain that there is one legitimate reason for a pass, and that is if you have a genuine conflict of interest, and that ought to be laid out. Otherwise, if you just don't like the policy, a no is a no. The other thing on electing board leaders, I don't think they ought to have to announce ahead of time. I think for transparency and flexibility, they ought to be nominated in public at the meeting. I mean, you don't need a printed out ballot. All you need is a little piece of paper. You write down the name of the one person you're going to vote for, you sign it, and you turn it in. I think
it would make sense if we could maybe just be quicker if we followed, instead of hearing each board member's take, if we could complete and see if we're in agreement on expectations and then move on to the next area.
Oh, okay. I thought you were looking for general comments now.
Yeah, no.
How would you like to do that, Betty?
Okay.
Okay. It sounds as though we would take and have 11 items under expectations. And if we're good with that, then we can move on to the next item, if there's no other comments on that. Yeah, to separate and make that separate. It was combined under original policy, but I don't think that's a big deal. We can make that number 11. And if we're okay, we can move on from expectations. I'm not, Danny?
Yep. I've got Danny's hand up, so Danny, go ahead.
He's okay with that? Because I want to finish.
Yes, this was on.
Okay. So, Deborah, if we could on expectation number number 9, stop after session on number 9. Number 10, do not misrepresent the board's official position on issues to the press or on social media. I think that's would be number 10, and then number 10 would then rotate to number 11. Also on yeah, that would take care of A. B would remain the same under board policy, boardsmanship expectations in our policy manual. So we're just going to make number 9 into 2. So we'd have 11. All right. Now the next item that we had which is up for discussion would be on, and your part, electing board leaders.
Do you want to do voting first under logistics?
Okay, Jim.
Mr. Question, since the example that I gave, I'm going back to number 9. Since the example I gave was a misrepresentation of the board's position to the legislature, what would be wrong with just saying board members should not represent the board's official position on, just, should not represent the board's official position, period.
I have no objections.
I think that's clear.
Are you good? Okay. Did you get that? Okay. And the next one would be, let's see, on page 3, right? Voting.
Yeah, unless somebody had something on too. I just had that concern.
And the only thing, and which I will kind of remind you, this is not policy. This is a quick start reference guide for.
Right, but the same exact language is in policy. So if we fix it here, we can use the same language in the other place where it is in policy.
Okay. Danny's got his hand up.
So.
So also on voting, if we abstain, it's a no vote. So I could, but also I can get up, if we're ready to do a vote, I can get up and excuse myself and go out there and not even be in here and have no vote whatsoever.
You don't need to explain that.
But I can do
And
that.
actually, that's what an abstention really should be.
So, but
Well,
no, that's different than, that's completely different. If I don't want to vote yes, I can actually get up and go out, excuse myself for this particular motion. And then I'm just not even here for the vote.
technically, if you're not here for a vote, we wouldn't count your vote.
Right, but it would be recorded in the minutes that he was absent for the vote.
Typically, not typically, an abstention is a conflict of interest. And so we.
No.
Well, and if we're. Well, our lawyer has said that. I'm going to defer to the board lawyer on this topic every time.
I think we've covered it a few times that I don't think an abstention really means anything here. It's a recusal that is, you're removing yourself from that based on a conflict of interest. But an abstention is, when we've talked about and the confusion, and it's really not recognized at the board. So I think this is certainly an effort to clarify that and remove the use of abstention as a practice of the board.
Okay, so on voting, the suggestion has come that, and again, this was an attempt to try and explain to new board members. This sheet is not policy. While we collected policy to put in this, to provide to new board members, the language may be a little vague when you were saying there's no such thing. That's why I put a soft no, because meaning that there could be other reasons. One of the biggest problems that we were having, and we tried to clarify this, when you are elected to the board and you look at your job description, which is to provide general supervision to the schools in the state of Kansas, the only way that's done is through your vote on the various policies. That's the only way we do that. So the idea that the committee had was, how do we encourage our members to do the job they were elected to do? We can't force you No one can force you to do your job, but we can ask you, okay, if in your mind you are against something, then vote no. If you are for this, then vote yes. As we discuss this, knowing that there are members that really just don't have a position, we tried to come up with a way to provide those members that prefer to abstain. The idea was we come under a lot of flack as a state board when we abstain. We are not doing our duty, what we were elected to do. So you vote yes, you vote no, but then the committee took it upon and said, look, we still need to provide an option for those members that can't say they're yes and they can't say they're no. That's where we looked at voting present. And what we did was we looked at examples of what's done with our Congress, with state legislatures. They vote present. Present can be, you have a reason. It's not just I'm abstaining. You have a reason. Maybe you feel like something has a little flaw in it that you can't, you're not a hard yes and you're not a hard no. And so the option was looking at voting present, which would give you that leeway if that's the case. Present also is used also for recusal. If you have a conflict of interest. So present, when we researched that as a committee, how do we openly keep this? We looked at how other governmental bodies were operating, and this was what they were using, which was why we incorporated it in there. Now, if providing the explanation to a new board member that they cannot be compelled to vote, I don't see the problem with that personally, because they can't be. We can't make anybody vote. So with that being said, I was comfortable with the paragraph that we put for whatever reason. So do we keep that in, or do you want us to rework it, or do you want to take it out completely?
I have a comment there too, but I'm going to call on Michelle,
Okay.
and then we're going to go to Shane, and then we'll
Okay.
come back to this when we're done with
Okay.
everything else on the agenda.
Sounds good.
Okay. And if I delete your names, I will write them down and keep them in order. So Michelle, you get the last word, and then we'll jump.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. So if you're not compelled to vote, do you just sit here? Do you just sit here then? Because you're saying you're not compelled to vote. We can't force you to vote, yes or no, or soft vote or whatever. So do you just?
You vote
just,
present. That's what I was saying. The
Yeah,
other
so you just vote present then, instead of saying abstention, which there's a
That-
whole
well,
reason, a plethora of reasons why you abstain from something. No, we're just going to say present. And I would consider that abstention.
And I have a comment on that as well, so we will come back to it.
Okay.
I'm sorry?
I'll finish.
All right.
Yeah.
Mr. Carter,
Yeah.
still with us. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, no problem, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Commissioner Watson, ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you for letting me be here today to update you on our most current vacancy data and then our licensed personnel data collected for the 23-24 school year. So as far as our agenda, first I'll update you on the fall vacancies which we just collected as of September 25th, and then I will move into an update on the licensed personnel report for the 23-24 school year, move into an update with about the Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program, and then talk about some other licensure initiatives. So before I get into the actual vacancy data, I'd first like to, can hear me? I'm too far away? Oh, I'm working on it. You think I'd have this, I figured this out by now. So as far as the vacancies this year, Leslie Bruton, our data systems coordinator, she made a great effort to get out to districts, visit districts out west all over the state, to hold trainings, to work with our district partners to make sure that they were submitting accurate data as far as the licensed personnel or as far as the vacancy data. She also set up Zooms to work with districts, so we provided a lot of training. So I tell you this because I feel the most that this is the best data that we've collected since we started gathering this report a few years ago. So I truly appreciate her efforts and thank her for that. So the vacancy collection information that we're going to cover, what's included in it. First, there will be some information from the 22-23, 2024 school year. So we collect vacancy data twice a year. We'll collect in the fall, and then when we collect the licensed personnel report data in the spring, we have an update on the vacancy data at that time too. And we'll also have the most recent information from the fall collection. Before we get to the data, we'll first define what a vacancy is, and as you go from state to state, that definition will differ. For Kansas, this is what we decided is our vacancy definition. So first and foremost, any position that's not filled, so no applicant, nobody's there, nobody, that's a vacancy. Or it could be an individual that's not properly licensed that's filling a position. And we speak about not properly licensed. That could be an individual that has an expired license, never applied for a license, is filling a long-term position as a substitute, to include an emergency substitute that's applied for an extension to the number of days waiver, or it could be someone that's licensed and unqualified. So you have that elementary K-6 teacher that's teaching math grade 8 that's not properly hold that endorsement. What's not a vacancy? So it's any position taught by an individual who has a waiver. But wait a minute, on the previous slide, I just told you that a substitute with a waiver is a vacancy. Well, we have different reasons why waivers are submitted. The two most common are, one, the extension to a number of days for a substitute, which that is a vacancy. Number two, we have waivers mainly for special education. An individual is a licensed teacher. They enroll in a special education program. The district hires them. They serve in a special education position as they complete their program to become fully licensed. So for this case, we don't count them as a waiver. So we have a process that affords them that opportunity to do that. Kind of tying into that process, we have provisional licenses, and most often our provisional license is individuals that are enrolled in that special education program. Once that individual completes 3 courses, a course on characteristics, special education characteristics, a course on methods, and then a practicum, they can qualify for that provisional license and serve on that until they finish their program. We also have the restricted license program. It's our non-traditional route to the classroom for individuals that have a degree in a content area, secondary, they transition to teaching. We consider that license as pre-service standard, so they are qualified for that position. Same thing with our limited licenses, and we have 3 of those. The limited residency license, which is designed for individuals that have a bachelor's degree, have a year of pair of experience or equivalent. They can enroll in a special education program and provide those services while they finish their program. We also have the Limited Teacher Apprenticeship Program, or LTAP, which is a program offered by Wichita State, and it licenses folks for elementary and also for early childhood unified. And when we use the term unified, that means the individual can provide general content instruction and provide special education services, both low instance and high instance, grades birth to grade 3. Then we also have the LERP, which obviously I can't do acronyms, but it should be LERP. That's our Limited Elementary Residency Program. So that's kind of similar to our restricted teaching in that it's a transitioning individual that has a bachelor's degree, wants to transition to become an elementary teacher. They complete a set amount of coursework, and then they finish their pedagogy program while they're teaching on that Limited Elementary Residency Program license. All right, now we'll actually finally move into the data. So this chart can be a little confusing, so I'll try to walk you through it. First, on the upper left-hand corner, the assignment vacancy top 5. That's where, obviously, our top 5 areas, which are special education, elementary mathematics, ELA, and science. And this has consistently been the top 5 since we've collected this report. Last year was the first year that elementary surpassed special education, but if you look to the far right, you'll see that special education is back as our highest vacancy. But as you're looking at the chart, we'll first cover the spring 2024. So this is data. This includes data that was collected fall of 2023 and then March of 2024. And there's 3 columns. First is the total This is the final total amount of vacancies that were reported during spring 2024. The filled and not filled columns can be a little confusing, but I'll go ahead and explain those real quick. So data collected in fall of 2023, the district has to update that in the spring when they submit the report. So they list if any of those positions were filled. And so that's what that filled number is, that those positions were filled for that particular area. And then they also tell us that what I reported in fall, these are the vacancies that remained unfilled. And then they also add new vacancies. So that's why our total, when you get to the total of special education, it's 398. If you try to add the 41 and 361, you're going to be very frustrated. That's not what that total is telling you. It's telling you that after, even though we had some filled, we still had new vacancies that were added, and we ended up with a total net of 398 vacancies for the 24 school year, or 2022, 23, 2024 school year. And then if you move down to the total, it just captures the whole total for that end of that year. And then just to clarify for the math, we do have it broken out in parentheses for middle school and high school vacancies. So for fall, our most recent data that we collected, and that collection window ended on September 25th, our total for special educations, for instance, is 480. And like I said, elementary last school year was our #1 vacancy. Special education has moved back into #1. And then our total vacancies that were reported were 1,954. So unfortunately, we did add more vacancies over this summer than what was reported in the spring. And when we break down special education specifically, the key point or key piece of data for these areas is the low incidence. It increased by over 70%. Last year, we were sitting around 70, I think 72, 74 individuals reported as vacant, and then we had a large growth in that area for this reporting period. Now, to address that, I mentioned the limited residency license that's geared for special education. This school year is the first school year that we've started a program for low incidence licensed individuals. So now KU and Fort Hays State offer a low incidence option for districts so they can tap into, if they have paras that have a bachelor's degree in that experience, they can transition them into the classroom a little easier. All right, very difficult chart to probably understand, a lot of colors, but a lot of interesting information. So bottom line, this is your top 5 broken down by your district. If you see a number in green, that means there was a decrease in vacancies for that specific area. If you see an item that's in red, that means there was an increase in vacancies for that area. And if you see an item in black, there was no change. So what was reported in the fall of, or spring of 2024 was once again reported during the, or what was reported spring 2024 was also reported for fall of 2024. So if we go up to the top, we take a look at elementary. So board districts 1 through 4 had an increase in elementary. Board districts 5 and 6 had a decrease, 7 and 8 increase, 9 and 10 a decrease. And overall, we had a 2% decrease in our elementary vacancies, a very modest gain. But overall, if you go down to the percent change down to the bottom right, overall 8% increase in vacancies from the spring to the fall. Any questions on that? Is everybody thoroughly confused? No? Okay.
I will say, one of the things, it's always easy to look at District 5 and say, wow, look at District 5. I think we've done that for, throughout the history of time. Also, though, I would guess that Kathy also represents the greatest number of school districts. So, and the less school districts you have and the more population you have, you tend to be a little bit more efficient in the number of staff. So there's a little bit of a role of that. Don't want to diminish that. Sometimes it's hard to get people in Western Kansas, but there's some other things that play into that too.
All right, as we break out, so I'm going to try to be very positive here, and this is my positive spin on this data. So as you take a look at the no applicant data and the not fully qualified based on endorsement area, you can see that in spring there were 744 reported vacancies in which there were no applicants whatsoever. We did make some improvement for fall of 2024. That dropped to 640. So there are some additional folks that are applying for these positions. And then number two, the not fully qualified based on endorsement area was setting around 785. That did increase to 1,027. And the silver lining there is there are people that are interested in serving in the position that want to work with kids. We have programs, we have routes to the classroom for them. So we have someone that we can get trained and get them fully licensed. So that, I think that's a positive increase, though I will say in there, included in that number, there are some individuals that are on emergency substitute licenses, but there's also individuals that just need to take a test and pass a test and be fully licensed. So, and then the rest of the different categories that are on here, some of those are self-inflicted wounds by the district, and some people can make the argument, why do you collect this as vacancy data? But we wanted these additional categories just to do a little deeper dive into the data and collect that. All right, so pending your questions. Yes, ma'am.
Can I start with a question about retirements and just how that might factor into some of this? When I was looking, and sorry, board member, selfishly, I was looking at just my column, which is District 2, and there's a very high percentage there. So the numbers aren't huge, but the percent change is huge. And my District 2 is Johnson and Wyandotte counties, which sits close to the state line. And I wonder how many of those people are crossing the border to work somewhere else?
Yeah, so we're going to cover some licensed personnel report data, and based on what was reported by districts, our exporting numbers are still extremely low. We're still importing more folks from out of state than we're exporting, and the number of exportees, I don't know if that's a word, but anyway, it's lower this year than it was the previous year.
Okay. Anybody else? Ann?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Something I think when Kathy Bush was here and she had the teacher vacancy supply committee was really rolling. One of the things she was going to, start work on was, is there a way to do the restricted licensing, the transition to teaching, without having to have like 30 college hours? I mean, could they test out of some of that? Could they do some other kind of demonstration that they have some of those skills and reduce the number of hours required? I don't know what there is, but I'd really like that committee to put that on their plate. Is there a better, easier way for people to make that transition to teaching without having to have that cost of those hours and that time?
Ms. Ball, that is definitely something I can take up with the committee, just so everyone knows. The Teacher Vacancy Supply Committee, it's kind of been dormant for a while due to lack of folks volunteering to serve on the committee. We now have a full committee as of September 27th, so we are going to start activating that and working that committee, and I can add that as one of our to-dos.
Anyone else? Dennis?
This may be more of a budget question, Shane, but districts that offer a substantial wage, and they're just maybe 10, 15 miles apart, is there anything in these numbers that would tell us?
I don't think you'll find that specifically in these numbers. Okay. As far as, people that are attracting new teachers, and it can be from student teaching, because there are some districts that are more aggressive into recruiting folks into their school district than others, and are having success by what they offer for individuals to come there. It won't be called out in this data, but there's probably a review that I can do a pull and try to get something that adds some clarification on that.
Okay. I just hear from superintendents occasionally that they're losing teachers maybe to a neighboring district because they just can't, and I think in my district it's kind of typical that there's small districts right next to a big progressive district.
Yeah, so with the licensed personnel data we'll cover here in a moment, our stability rate is still pretty consistent to what it was last year, and we have about a 5% flux of individuals that change districts, so relatively small number, okay. But we could pull and do a deeper dive into that and kind of see, what is the district doing in order to recruit those people in.
Okay, thank you.
The next one. Okay, so now we'll transition into the 23-24 school year licensed personnel report data. So what's the data show? Number one, licensure data, and it's self-reported by districts. So we open up a system. Typically it's around July 1st. It's a little later this year, but it's open. The first required report individuals submit is the fall vacancy report, and now we'll be aggressively trying to get trained and getting folks trained to submit accurate data for the licensed personnel report, which the window will be open through March 1st. After March 1st, we shut down the system and take a snapshot. And the data I share with you today is that snapshot of data that was taken on or around March 15th of 2024. But it's going to have entrance and exit data. So a couple of the questions that I've had, some of that information you're going to see it when we discuss entrance and exit data. We'll talk about demographic data such as experience, teacher salaries, etc. School retention rates for our third-year teachers, and talk about some of our non-traditional, I use the term alternative here, but I'll call it non-traditional pathway data for routes to the classroom. So as far as our entrance and exit data, Mr. Hirschberger, as your question about stability and individuals changing districts, like I said, it pretty much maintained kind of status quo as last year, not much fluctuation whatsoever. And for that movement, so in between districts, still stayed at 5%. For our new grads, we did have a slight drop for new grads entering the profession last school year compared to 2023. And then also a drop for individuals coming from other fields into teaching. We talk about exporting individuals leaving Kansas to go teach in another state. Like I said, that number had dropped, and it's still pretty low, and we still import more teachers from out of state than what we lose. But I will say that importing number has continually dropped over the last 5 years, because other states are dealing with shortages as well.
Shane, the stability number, if we go back pre-COVID, how high was that at one time?
I am on the spot. Can I give you a good answer for that?
Okay. I was thinking it was around right around 90%, but I may be making that up. I just think it may have dropped and then never quite recovered. But the other thing is, and this came out of a billboard probably 4 or 5 years ago. It said on I-70 saying, "Come work in Missouri," and then the myth that got started was, oh, everyone's leaving the state of Kansas to go work somewhere else. That's never been true. As you can see, we import many more teachers than we export, and that's always been true from a ratio perspective.
At least since I've been reviewing this data, it's been consistent.
I got 2 questions.
Yes.
Do you want to take those as we
Sure,
go?
absolutely.
Kathy?
Shane, does the importing include the international?
No, it's just from
state to state. Yep. Okay.
And Ann?
Thank you. I don't know where the study came from or even if it's real, but you keep hearing this Kansas is second in the nation in teachers leaving, but the numbers don't look that bad. I mean, is everybody else like keeping all their teachers? Because we're not really losing all that many.
Well, I'm about to share some information with you that it kind of shines a little light on that. I mean, but I don't believe that. I think that I don't know what they're using to collect that information. Yeah. And when I talk about how we define our vacancies and things of that nature too, I think whenever outside entities are collecting our data, I think they kind of misinterpret some of our data.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
But with your comment or your question, if we take a look at the individuals that left the profession, it's continued to increase since 2021. So this is the highest that I've seen it ever. So that's individuals that are leaving the profession and not retiring. Now, I will say, if you go back and start taking a look at, exit data back in 2011, 12, there were more folks that were retiring at that point. Their numbers were up around or left the profession number. And then if you looked at terminations, the terminations were a lot higher as well. So there was other space previously where, we created, or we didn't create, but we had people, out of the profession for other reasons. But that number is, pretty significant. And I need to put out there too that this data is a year behind. So if an individual is reported as leaving the profession during the 23-24 collection period, they actually left in the 22-23 school year. So all the exit data is a year behind. So I anticipate next year that number is going to improve and it's going to be a lot better.
That number, though, points out something, and this is, I think, instructive for how we think of this as a policy. So
obviously we want to replace the 1,113 people that left, right? So you're thinking, okay, what does the teacher vacancy and supply need to do? What's the policy we need to do? Well, it may start with no additional policy. How do we figure out why they left? Because if they stay, or half of them stay, our numbers look a lot better on retention, right? So again, think about what policy does and can't and doesn't do. So if you're constantly replacing, I say this sometimes, if kids drop out, if you're only looking at enrollment data in higher ed, well, you just want to have bigger freshman classes, right, Catherine? But if you're looking at graduation data, retention data, and this ought to concern us and concern school districts to ask the question, why did so many people leave, and what could we do to reverse that trend?
Madam Chair, can I follow up what I said? I found the chart. There was a 21-22 study that said Kansas lost 12% of our teachers that year, which you know we did not. And that put us second in the nation. So, like you said, they got bad data from somewhere, because we know that number's not right.
Question from Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Shane, on that, I guess it would explain it maybe on that other page. As far as that left the profession, do we know like the breakdown of like, are we talking paras? Are we talking about seasons teachers that have been in the profession like 15 years or more? Or
yeah. So for what we have on the roll up right now, it doesn't. It's all teachers. It's teachers or administrators that were reported as leaving the profession. So it doesn't include paras or anything like that. So it could be an administrator, it could be a school specialist, like a school psych, or a teacher. So all of that rolled up. Okay. As far as the breakdown by dates, I don't have that information on these slides, but I'm going to show you a slide about 3-year mentoring here in a moment. So based on those numbers, it's not those first-year cohort teachers, but when we start breaking down, when you start getting to the 6th year, that's where we see a huge drop in people that are being retained in the profession. So that 5 to 10 year mark, a lot of people are exiting the profession at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you. And do we ever ask of the districts the why? Are we getting any of the why are they leaving?
So we don't, we're limited on what we have as far as what we collect in our system. Our districts do exit staff data or exit interviews with individuals that leave, but we don't ask them to share that with us at this point. I don't know if a district would want to do that in many cases. But what we do have is, the work of, Dr. Brett Church and his EPIC team collecting that performance or that perception indicator surveys of our teachers, and we can draw correlations from what they're reporting in there as to why people are leaving the profession. All right, as far as our demographics, so for our experience, our largest group of educators right now have 1 to 4 years in the profession. We've kind of over the last 6 years flip-flopped between the 1 to 4 group and the 5 to 9, but the 1 to 4 is ahead now. As far as mean years of experience, excuse me. As far as mean years of experience, it stayed steady at 13 years. For our age of teachers, maintained at 42.9. We did have a slight decrease in the age of educators overall, and the difference between teachers and educators is, once again, the roll-up of educators have school specialists and administrators and teachers all rolled up into that data. Our salary, the good news is we had a slight increase in our average salary for first-year teachers, but we saw a significant jump in the average salary for our veteran educators. So that's a pretty significant jump there. We were just talking about, who's leaving the profession. We take a look at our retention of third year of teaching. Originally, this was reported in order to track our status on mentoring when the state board in 2017 changed our mentoring requirements from 1 year of mentoring to 2 years to make sure that we're providing support for those new teachers that are entering the profession. So we maintained around 90% with that group, but we did have a large drop off after the 22-23 school year. That is heading back up and trending up, and we continue to improve on retaining those third year teachers. As far as our alternative or non-traditional pathways to the classroom, our data over the last, I think it's 11 years, if I can do my math right, starting in 2014, what we see is more and more those non-traditional routes to the classroom are options that districts are tapping into in order to grow your own and recruit people into their district. We did have a slight drop on restricted teaching licenses, but I fully expect that's going to climb back up. We've got additional universities that are offering the restricted teaching program this year that didn't last year, so should continue to increase. Our limited license programs, so our limited residency license, once again, that's for individuals transitioning to provide special education services. The 256 that you see here would just be high incidence, where we don't have anyone that's qualified for a license for low incidence yet, but that's been a very popular option. And how this also affects your work. You have a lot of waivers that you had to review for this month. Previously, individuals that are participating in this program will probably go the waiver route and a provisional license in order to become licensed for special education, but now we have this licensing option in lieu of that, so our special education waivers have dropped somewhat, or not somewhat, significantly. Then our LTAP licenses, we only have 133 people that are licensed, but this is one of our largest growing programs in the state, and roughly they have about 700 people that are in the program at the moment. Not everyone, there's an option to license, but not everyone chooses to be licensed, but they can complete the program without becoming licensed. But what they have to do is at least work as a para in a school for a minimum amount of time while they're in the program. And then our LERP license, it started with K-State. They were the first ones to offer the program, but we've since added additional institutions, and it's becoming more popular. Our first year that it was offered, it was about 39 people that were licensed, and this is the second year it's up to 106. We have additional universities that are applying for programs, so I expect that number is going to continue to grow as well.
Shane, can you go back to the slide before? Because you mentioned this, but I want to make sure the board understands this. Since I've been doing this work, the research was pretty clear that if you could get a teacher to your 3, 4, 5, they generally stayed for their career. I mean, that was generally, so that's why we actually put in the 2-year mentoring, was to keep those there. And all the national statistics would point that out. It appears that's inverting, and that where people are now leaving is year 6 to 10. That they're coming in initially, and then somewhere in that early, what I call early mid-career, they're making the decision. Now, I say that, I don't know if we have long trend lines on that, but that's what you said, right?
That is what I said.
Years 6 to 10, that's a different shift. Remember I talked about this morning, education, I think Michelle said, hey, we know like teach reading. Well, we know we need to attract teachers, but if it's, we used to think they decided in years 2, 3, and 4 to leave, and now they're shifting in early mid-career. That would change our approach and what we do with teachers in order to keep them to stay. So that's an interesting dynamic that we may be seeing.
Overall for licenses, so this chart basically shows how many people have qualified for a license, and I must throw out here, just because somebody has a license doesn't mean that they will ever teach in Kansas, doesn't mean they have ever lived in Kansas, it just means they completed a program in Kansas and qualified for a license. So as you look at licensure over the last few years, our numbers have continued to grow, but once again, it doesn't necessarily reflect for our vacancies, because just because someone has a license doesn't mean they're teaching here. For our out-of-state, I do need to add one caveat in there. It does include individuals with administrator licenses. This is all of our out-of-state applications that we've received for last year. So that, like I said earlier, our out-of-state folks that we're bringing in has kind of dropped, as have our applications for individuals coming from out-of-state, because other states are dealing with the same vacancy issues that Kansas is dealing with. Another area of licensure that we have, because we have a couple of different areas in which individuals aren't required to complete teacher preparation programs in order to become licensed. One of those is the Career and Technical Education Specialized Certificate. So that's geared for our individuals that are working in a career, that have experience in a career and technical ed pathway. So think of, ag, or, like a welder. So they have experience. There's two cutoffs for experience, either 2 years or 5 years of experience, and then they have a nationally or industry recognized credential. Then they can qualify for a CTE specialized license to teach specific courses in a pathway. And those courses that they're eligible for, it's all based on that industry recognized certificate that they have and their experience. It's got to be very specific to those courses that they're teaching. So for instance, some of our pathways are pretty robust in what could be required to teach in any specific course. So if someone's teaching in a fax area, you have baking and foods, pastries, a couple of other different options that are in there. Someone may be qualified for that, but they might not be part of the entrepreneurship that's required within that pathway too. So it gets very limited how we issue those licenses, but it is an option for districts to tap into if they have someone in their community that fits that requirement. And then we also have the STEM license that individuals that have a bachelor's degree in a content area in science, tech ed, engineering, mathematics, or business and accounting, they can transition and qualify for that license to teach in those areas as well. But we have very few of those that are issued at any given year, roughly around 13 to 16 is what we have traditionally issued in that area. All right, so now if there's not any questions about the data, I'll go into our update for the Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program. And Madam Chair, am I doing okay on time, or do I need to pick it up? Okay, all right. I didn't hear any snores yet, so that means I got work to do. All right, so for the Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program, Dr. Watson did recognize myself and Dr. Gillespie earlier today, but I will tell you that we're just a team of two. We've had a lot of help along the way. So, a few of the individuals that have helped us with the Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program are Dr. Doug Meckel, Dr. Katie Allen, Dr. Dylan Kreischer. They're all with the Comprehensive Center Region 12. They helped us with our evaluation plan for our Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program. Dr. Watson mentioned that we're going out to visit school districts. That's part of our evaluation plan. There's certain areas that we're tracking data, and we have surveys and a whole lot of other fun stuff for our apprentices and districts and our higher ed partners to complete, so we continue to monitor and ensure that we're making the best program possible for our apprentices in Kansas. I also need to thank Chris Seidel and Dr. Vince Evans. They've helped us with some of our products to support the Registered Teacher Apprenticeship Program, and then our partnership with KNEA, Adalia Schumann, Dr. Jill Bergerhofer, and Erica Hubbard for providing mentor training at no cost for our mentors of the apprentices. So currently, most importantly, our spring 2025 cohort is open. We are accepting applications. Those applications will close on November 1 of 2025, and then shortly after that, you'll receive a board item to approve our individuals and our districts to receive funding to support this program. Our current stats. So we currently have 95 apprentices. We have 43 school districts that are participating in the program. I'm happy to report that many of them are in that board Region 5, where we have most of our vacancies. And these are just a couple of, there are 3 of our school districts that they really bought in and are going aggressively into the program. So 3 of these districts have 6 apprentices each, which is the highest for any school districts. But there are a few other school districts that are very, very close with 5 and 4 out there. So we appreciate their willingness to jump into this and get after it. We have apprentices in every board district except 1. We're going to work to improve that, and we're going to get an apprentice in that board district here shortly. Dr. Watson did mention that we're going to do those visits. As part of the visits that we do, we provide updates to superintendents and do a little recruiting to get people in the program as well. Not only check in with our school districts, but continuously recruiting for the program. Our next phase, as we look to move and grow the program, is to tie in the teacher training pathway with either a pre-apprentice or youth apprenticeship program. Information to follow on that, the path that will move forward. At the end of the month, we have a meeting with Department of Commerce. We'll get that figured out, and then there will be an action item at some point for the board to approve us to have a youth apprenticeship or a pre-apprenticeship program. And then there's work to do to continue to expand for the program to other content areas. We do have some of our secondary content areas available now, but not all of them. The goal is to get all of our content areas into the program. All right, other initiatives that are going on within licensure. One, the modified emergency substitute license. We need to close that out. The teacher licensure needs to close that out and bring something to the board to determine the way forward with that, if we're going to continue with it or not. Another piece of work, since I told you the teacher vacancy supply committee is reconstituted, that is going to be one of the first things that we do within that committee. Also, a bachelor's degree for direct entry special education programs. So this is looking for programs to move into high incidence at the bachelor's degree level without completing an elementary program, because we have some unified programs that are out there. Individuals have to complete general content and special education, or the other route that individuals get licensed in Kansas is they complete an initial teaching preparation program, then go back to school and complete a graduate program for special education. Other states have figured this out, how to do bachelor degree direct entry special education programs, and I think our teacher ed departments and the state of Kansas can figure out how to do it at a bachelor's degree level as well, and we will figure it out. Legacy license, so that's part of a regulation update. So based on the few other recommendations, the regs are going to get updated and also include our literacy requirements for licensure as well, and that should be heading your way shortly. And I mentioned that the teacher vacancy supply committee, it was dormant for a while, but I have been working with Educate Kansas and another group to kind of work on initiatives and continue to dig into different issues that we're having with vacancy and supply. So some of that work will tie that in together with the teacher vacancy supply committee. I just don't want you to think that I haven't been doing nothing or we haven't been doing anything or looking into it. We have, and as we continue to come up with additional initiatives, we will push those through the state board. All right. If there are no questions, that's all I have until 5 o'clock.
Shane, from a timing standpoint on the regulations and the legacy, do you plan that those are going to come to this board or to the board that's going to be here after the first year? Because it's going to matter, because it's one of these things you'll vote and then send off, and then 2 or 3 years later another board's going to see them. So
yeah, so I can assure you that the final resolution will be with a new board. Hopefully
yes,
it's the next
yes,
one and not
yeah.
this one, but yes, I'm going to try to push the first draft to this board before,
so that this board
before it moves
kind
out.
of gets an idea of the timeline.
Yep.
Ann gets the last word.
Thank you. Remember at one time KU had this You Can Teach program? It might have been before you came to the department, but they had a program where they intentionally recruited students who were in like the engineering, science, and math departments to stay a little bit longer, take a few more hours, and if you decide you didn't like that engineering thing, you could go teach. And they called it You Can Teach, and they did it at KU, and they were getting 40 or 50 students a year to do that. And they said, like, maybe stay one more semester, get your pedagogy, whatever, your student teaching, and then you'll have 2 options for a career. And then they just quit doing it. I don't know why, but it was very popular for a while.
Well, last year they did submit, KU submitted an innovative program for STEM-related areas, probably very similar to that program you explained, but the different approach that they're taking is to make it a competency-based degree for teacher education.
Oh, okay.
So I think it's kind of morphed into what this innovative program
Yeah,
is.
kids seemed to really like that. Like, well, yeah, if I don't like the engineering, I have another option. I don't have to go back to school. So, all right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Welcome, Dr. Catherine Schmidling. We have here item 13. Receive item and an action item.
Well, I have to ask you all about that. So, Madam Chair, Commissioner, and members of the board, do I need to be louder? I can be louder. Thank you very much for letting me come before you today. I do owe you an apology. I had not realized that the receive and action month-by-month split was in your policy, so I tried to smush it all together into 1 month for you. But I am happy to bring this back to you next month for a vote, if policy requires.
Mark, could we make a motion to suspend?
Yes, under your policy 1010 that we were looking at, or we're talking about earlier, it's the typical practice that something's received one month and then acted on the next, but with a supermajority, which would be 7 positive votes, you can suspend the rules and take an action in the same month that you receive an item.
We have options.
You have options. Very good. And I can speak briefly to KU's You Can Teach program. My understanding, which is probably not in-depth enough, is that they ended up kind of running parallel tracks for the same license destination. And so it became a matter of trying to staff both of those tracks. And so they combined it together. And their dean's office would be able to tell you much better than me. So I do have for you the Evaluation Review Committee's recommendations from their September meeting. Just a reminder, this is a peer review process that goes back and forth between reviewers for each individual license area and each individual program. Every program in the state has to be reviewed and have your approval before they can continue to operate. The final recommendation of the team goes to the Evaluation Review Committee, who reviews it all again and makes their initial recommendation. The program can request a hearing if they feel that not all of their information was fully considered. Options for each program: if it is a continuing program, it could be approved for 7 years. If there are concerns or if it's new. There might not be any concerns about it being new, just that it is new. Or if there are concerns and it's continuing, it could be approved for 2 years or not approved. So I have for you a proposed new program for Baker University for English for speakers of other languages. All standards are recommended as met with no areas of concern. So this is recommended for that new program with that follow-up progress report in 2 years as soon as they begin admitting candidates. They also have a new program that has begun admitting candidates. So this is their high incidence limited residency license that Shane talked about. And with that progress report, there are no areas for concern. All standards are met, so the ERC recommends removing that new program qualifier and putting them on a regular continuing programs review cycle. For Bethel College, I have 3 continuing programs, all with all standards met, no areas of concern, for biology, for elementary, and for music. For Fort Hays State University, 1 continuing program, world languages, with all standards met and no areas of concern. For Friends University, they have a proposed new building leadership program that the review team recommends all standards met, no areas of concern. This would be new, so again, it would receive that 2-year approval while they begin admitting candidates. For Mid-American Nazarene University, 4 continuing programs: elementary, middle level math, secondary math, and physical education, all with all standards met and no areas of concern. And the 5th one that I forgot about, speech theater, also with all standards met and no areas of concern. For Pittsburgh State University, 4 continuing programs: middle level history, secondary history, and world languages, all recommended for approval with all standards met and no areas of concern. And then for Tabor College, continuing programs: secondary English, health, secondary history, and secondary math, and I think there's one more on the next slide, with all standards met and no areas of concern, and PE with all standards met. And then University of St. Mary is proposing 2 new programs: an elementary unified program and a restricted program, both with all standards met, no areas of concern, science of reading fully addressed. And again, as a new program, it gets 2 years to start admitting candidates and then provides that follow-up. They also have continuing programs being reviewed. They have 2 elementary tracks. One is accelerated. It has slightly different courses and key assessments, so they're reviewed separately. But both of those are recommended for continuing approval with no concerns. As well as secondary history, secondary math, and they have an innovative secondary program, which is similar to a restricted program in that somebody shows up with that content degree already in hand, and they take education theory and methods. So for career changers, most likely, with the innovative secondary, they are not teaching while they're taking that theory and methods. They take that, then they go to get the position, so it doesn't fall under the restricted regulation. And then Washburn University, continuing programs of chemistry, secondary math, and physical education, all with all standards met and no areas of concern, as well as reading specialist and speech theater, with all standards met and no concerns. And then Wichita State University has a proposed innovative low incidence limited residency license. So one of those that Shane referenced. This new program, again, would have 2 years to begin admitting candidates and would provide a progress report. And there are no concerns from the reviewers about its alignment to the standards. So that is the list I have for you.
And these are all new.
They're not all new. They're flagged as new.
Okay.
So Wichita is new. Washburns are continuing.
So we'll need to split the motion is
We
what
can
we
do that.
need to have.
Okay.
I don't know, maybe, Mark, do we need to split it or? Oh. Forgive me.
I've got them all together. That's okay.
I'll let you go ahead.
That's okay. So depending on whether you all prefer to vote this month or next month, or if you want to split them up, whatever you all want to do.
Kathy?
Real quick on the innovative program, whoever was doing that.
There are a couple.
Yeah, I thought I saw it more than once. Do they include in their student teaching as part of the course, like they have to go out and?
It is innovative, which sometimes, I'm trying to remember the details of this one. I would have to look it up.
Okay, I was just
to be real
curious
honest.
if they were actually pushing that in there.
Yeah.
So, Ms. Hopkins, for the innovative programs, they are still required to complete a clinical experience.
Okay.
It may not be the student teaching that a traditional program
But they
completes,
do have to
but
go to
they,
a classroom.
yep.
Okay, so for whatever period of time, there is that piece within that. Okay,
Yep.
just
But
curious.
with those innovative programs, those are typically with our licensed areas, so they are serving at the teacher as a teacher of record as they're completing that requirement. So it's built into the program. That's why I use the term a clinical experience versus student teaching, because it is slightly different.
Gotcha. And then on the world languages, since we now have those new standards with ASL in there, do we know, are all of our colleges that do world languages, are they incorporating?
They will have the typical window to transition is 3 years. So these reviews were done before those standards were
Sure.
approved.
But do you know if any of them are planning to do that, or?
I have talked to one person who was on the World Language ASL committee, and they're talking to their dean's office about
trying to get that
getting that
going.
applied for. Yeah.
Okay. And then one last question. Does it benefit these colleges, these universities, if we do this quicker as far as getting out?
For the new programs, they
And-
cannot advertise it or begin admitting candidates until it has your approval.
Right.
So
right.
specifically for the new programs, it would give them an additional month.
Thank you.
Kathy just asked my question. What is the sense of urgency here? Because we don't like to break with board policy unless we really, really need to.
I am happy to come back next month if that would work better.
Okay, unless someone wants to make that motion anyway, I'm going to recommend that we not do that. So, in which case, let me reference the sheet in the packet. Do we have anything else that we would act on for you?
That's it. That's it for me.
Okay.
Okay. I
Thank
will
you.
see you next month. Thank you.
I believe we are scheduled for a break. policy last. We'll go ahead and take a break for 10 minutes. We'll be back at 4:20. We are ready for item 14, the Special Education Advisory Committee Quarterly Report.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So my name is Lindsay Graff, and I am the chairperson of SEAC this year, the Special Ed Advisory Council, and we have been busy already. So we just wanted to share, like we do quarterly, kind of what has been going on. First, want to thank you guys for giving us the opportunity to share and to even come together and just have this time to talk about all the wonderful things that you guys get to hear about, and sometimes we don't get to hear all the positives, and so I want to share some of those. Special Ed Department SETS team had a OSEP audit, so to speak, monitoring, and we were interviewed by OSEP. And although, like most audits, you will find that they're going to find something, right? They're looking to find something. At the end of our interview with them, they did share that they were very impressed with the things that were coming out. So I think that just speaks to the relationship that we have in the field within that SEAC committee and our State Department. Also, we have been a part of what Shane was talking about earlier with that licensure recommendation for those direct entry programs, those people who are going into their bachelor's degree and not having them have to take a whole nother year in order to get a special ed license. We are struggling to fill. I talked about this last time I was here, and this is just another way to help get them in the classroom with the skills that they need. I currently have one elementary school that has a limited residency, a waiver, 2 limited residencies and a waiver, and that's all 3 teachers in that building. So any way we can get people in the classroom to make effective teachers, that's wonderful. So we were in support of that as SEAC as well. We also were given a report from the about the Department of Justice order that was accepted by Wichita USD 259 in relation to seclusion and restraint, mostly to kind of keep us abreast of what was going on, but also so we could watch the trending nature of seclusion and restraint, so we could help guide the field as well on that. The SETS team has asked SEAC to discuss more ways to help parents get involved. We have a parent survey that goes out annually. It has yielded limited results. So initially it would only go out to certain groups that was selected. We now send it to everyone. We get that survey early so that we can send it out with our annual IEPs. So as we're already sitting in front of parents, we can give them that information to try to get more feedback from them. And last month, we had an amazing opportunity. Our SEAC meeting was held at the Kansas School for the Blind and the Kansas School for the Deaf. If you have not had the opportunity to go there, you need to. It's amazing. I can't speak enough about it. I have been there for like an IEP meeting, but not to actually get a tour. And the history at the Kansas School for the Deaf, phenomenal. And as a former history teacher, like I wanted to look at the woodwork and everything. So, and then like the makerspace projects at the Kansas School for the Blind, also amazing. So we met there and had wonderful hosts and hostesses with Luann Barron and John Harding, and we got to share some good information, see some of their kids at work, and that was pretty awesome. So this was our group. I will say it was a relatively small group, but again, it was super insightful and amazing to watch the kids at work. Last couple of topics are we continue to review the data on students with disability, especially in virtual programs. That's been a key focus, especially post-COVID. We've seen the emergence of a lot more virtual programs and wanting to see what effects that has on special education services, and are we meeting all of the needs of those students. And as you guys are well aware, but Melanie House is also the BOE's ex officio member of SEAC. So if there's any topics in the future that you would like to see us report to you on or take up, you can reach out to her or Bert Moore. And as much as I love a microphone, that's all I have on my presentation, but I will answer any questions if you have them.
Any questions for Ms. Graff? Kathy?
Who's your guest with you today?
This is my son, Cyrus. He is a 5th grade student at Burlington Elementary School. And Cyrus has got to experience a lot of our education programs because he came through our foster care system. I adopted him 2.5 years ago. So he was in 5 schools in his first 2 years. Kindergarten was COVID. So he has got to experience a lot of that. And as much as I like to perform, he may have me topped. Oh, what? Come up here. It's okay. No, that's a shocker, but we did practice being quiet.
No pressure. Okay. Any other questions, board members? Danny?
Just a comment, I've known Lindsay since she was a baby.
Oh my goodness.
So if you need information, let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Cyrus, for joining us. Jim?
SEAC has been one of the biggest surprises for me as a board member. When I came on the board quite a while ago, SEAC didn't have the voice or the presence at the board it does today. And Bert's been a big part of bringing that about, and SEAC as well. And it's a much better relationship. Well, we know who you are now. And I think we have not solved all the problems, but we're sure asking the right questions and doing our best to meet those challenges. So to the SEAC board, I really want to thank them for what they've done and how they've operated, and our state is very lucky to have you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I want to say a quick thank you to Jim McNeese, because you served on SEAC before I did and paved the way to make
That's
some
why
of
they're
this
better.
happen.
I left.
So I appreciate your service on SEAC.
Thank you.
And yeah, thank you for being here and providing these updates. I think it's really meaningful to the board.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Carter, if you don't mind, we're going to shuffle and bring up item number 16, Professional Standards Board recommendations on licensure literacy test requirements. Spent a lot of time with us today.
That's right. It only hurts my feelings a little bit. I thought I was going to get to the end of the day with you, but that's okay. We'll adjust.
Well, you can come back and stay for the policy discussion that happens at the very end of the day.
Oh, man. I think my wife's calling. All right, let me go ahead and get to this. And before I start with the licensure update, I would like to just clarify one thing. I did advise Catherine to put that item as an action item and approved, because we're trying to streamline some of our processes, so that was my fault. So I apologize for that. I mean, we can go through the licensure report again if you would like. All right, so what I'm going to cover with you today is the licensure and literacy requirements. We'll do a quick review, and then we'll move into the actual review of teacher licenses, or of tests that the Professional Standards Board had approved or recommended to you all for to meet the literacy requirement in lieu of training if a veteran educator chooses to go that route. So we'll do the review. We'll talk about the literacy training providers. I'll go over the test options, and then there's a recommended motion on there. And I would like to point out that typically for our tests, the action item is on the consent agenda, but since this deals with literacy, I wanted to put it and brief you all and bring it to your attention to cover it, and then also take advantage of this opportunity to kind of review the requirements again. All right, so for the science of reading and licensure requirements, what was approved for the professional license renewal is that beginning on July 1st of 2028, educators that are actively serving as elementary English language arts teachers, elementary history, government, and social studies teachers, special education teachers who provide services to elementary students, reading specialists who provide services to elementary students, school psychologists who provide services to elementary students, and administrators assigned to elementary schools must demonstrate demonstrate the knowledge of the science of reading through either completing state-approved training or by passing a state-approved exam. Now, as we throw it out there on the slide, it seems somewhat easy, but I assure you, when you go out to the field and try to explain this, it does get a little difficult. So, a couple of areas that have caused a little confusion is, one, the interpretation of what is elementary. So, from a licensure view of elementary, our endorsement is pre-K to 6. So, when I speak to districts, when I say elementary, it is pre-K to 6. However, then it gets a little fuzzy, a little different after that, because you start factoring in middle school teachers, how are they licensed, and what grades that the middle school are covered. So causes a little bit of issues on the explanation, but this is what's approved, and licensures working on trying to clarify with our veteran educator population about the actual requirements. Now, also, the state board has approved the following training. First and foremost is letters, which you're paying for, and that is provided mainly through TASN, as far as that large provider of providing instructors for the program. There are multiple options of letters, so our guidance to districts have been, if you are an elementary teacher, then you're going to be required to complete letters for elementary educators, both volumes 1 and 2. And that's for individuals that are teaching K to 6. And we'll get to a reason why it's specified K to 6 here in a moment. It is because there's letters for early childhood educators, and that's available for pre-K teachers. So if someone's teaching pre-K, they have the option. They can do the letters for elementary educators, volumes 1 and 2, or they can do the early childhood educators version and meet the requirement. Then we also have the letters for administrators. So if someone's serving in an administrative role, like an elementary principal, they have the option to complete this version of letters, or they have the choice to take the letters for elementary educators, volumes 1 and 2. And then based on conversation with, different districts and different building leaders, some of them are choosing to take the full program with their teachers in lieu of the administrator's version. Regardless of which training they take, it has to be aligned to their position when they take that training. So if someone's serving in 3rd grade now and they take the early childhood version of letters, that's not going to qualify them. Their requirement is to take the elementary educators volume 1 and 2. But if they're serving in a pre-K position, they take that early childhood version of letters and then apply, then they would qualify for that civil literacy and will have met the requirement. We also partnered with Ames Pathways to Proficient Reading, and that is their website. They've created a Kansas page for us. They provide a few options for training as well. They have the Pathways to Proficient Reading, so that's available for all educators regardless of what position they're serving in. They complete that training, they'll qualify, they'll meet the requirement and qualify for a civil literacy. They also offer a Pathways to Proficient Reading for secondary teachers. They are our only program provider that offers a secondary option, and this is totally optional, but we have been letting districts know if you do have secondary educators that are interested in completing training related to the science of reading or structured literacy, this is an option for them. And some districts are requiring, their middle level and secondary ELA teachers to complete, training. They also have a Pathways to Literacy Leadership. So once again, if they're an administrator, they would have that option. And then our final program provider is Keys to Literacy, and they have one option, and that's the Keys to Beginning Reading, and that's available for all educators regardless of position. As far as our tests, there were a few different tests that that our literacy team reviewed, but after reviewing tests, there were 3 options that we pushed through the state board to do an additional review, and that's what I'm sharing with you today. So one of our providers is ETS, and as far as the test option that would be available, it is the Elementary Educators Teaching Reading Subtest 7002. Back in May, the state board did approve for our teacher candidates that if they pass this exam, they'll meet the requirement. They've demonstrated this test is aligned and a strong measure of the science of reading. But if they pass that, they qualify for the seal. So we're also offering that for, or recommending, the Professional Standards Board reviewed it and made the recommendation for this test to be available for our veteran educators. We also have a test through another provider, Pearson. That's the Foundations of Reading, also a strong measure of the science of reading. And then we have the Center for Effective Reading Instruction. They offer the K. Perry exam. Once again, one of the best measures that's available out at this time, and it's tied into the Keys to Literacy program, which we'll talk about here in a second. So I'll go into a little more detail about each of these, just a little more detail, but the teaching reading, this was recommended by the Professional Standards Board. As far as the cut score for any test, when I talk about cut scores, that's the passing score that we're going to require our candidates to complete. So the cut score that's recommended by the Professional Standards Board is a 143, and that's a 143 out of 200. The cost of this test will be $85. The next, Pearson's Foundations of Reading, also recommended by the Professional Standards Board. It has a passing score of 240 out of 300. It has a cost of $139. And then the K. Perry exam was also recommended. I said Keys to Literacy. It aligns with our Pathways to Proficient Reading, so sorry I misspoke earlier. It has a passing score of 500, and that's 500 out of 800. Its cost is $165. They have an exam fee of $150, and then I don't know what the processing fee is, but it's an additional $15. And based on the recommendation of the Professional Standards Board, the three tests with the three cut scores, and I don't know, based on our conversation earlier, I didn't know if this was going to be an action item. I kind of pushed it, but if we need to, no, we're going to go ahead and, it did, okay. All right. So, but this would be the recommended motion, and then we would add all three of these tests as an option for our veteran educators.
Betty.
Madam Chair, are you ready for a motion?
I am.
Excuse me. I move that the State Board of Education accept the Professional Standards Board recommendation to adopt test and passing scores for veteran educators to demonstrate knowledge of the science of reading in lieu of completing state-approved training.
Is there a second? Jim McNeese. I have a couple of questions here. Yeah, Jim Porter.
Is there any, is it in any way prohibited for, say, if a teacher is in a school district, for that school district to pay for that test?
No.
Is that
Yeah, so as far as our instructions, we would advise the school district to pay for it because we can reimburse them, for the school district, for the individual to take that test one time.
Okay.
So
I'm talking about the alternative test.
We'll pay for it.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Kathy.
Thank you, Shane. I was really pleased that the board, the PSB board, went for all three of these tests. I really just like the idea of having options for them, and also just trying to really get it out there, because there are people who have already gone through things, veteran teachers who have gone through different kinds of training and are very aligned, and this way they're not taking other trainings again. They just need to prove that they know what they're doing. So I think these give them great options, and making sure it's out there that they know we will pay for one time through as part of that piece with the letters training as well. So, and just to share, because at the Oakley Service Center, Colby, Katina Bren was talking about, because they're doing it for PD. So she was talking about bringing her teachers together, and they really got excited collaborating and working together and going through this. So it was good to hear that they're really working on it. But I really appreciate the test options for those who, in prior years, they've done it. They know what, they've got it down. So this gets them that seal of literacy that they need to move on. So thank you. And thank you for bringing it before us.
Any other questions, comments? Commissioner?
Again, as Shane said, so part of the option if a teacher selects one of these is that we would pay for the first time to do that. Subsequent times would be either on the district or on the teacher, whoever's going to pay for that. I think the next challenge will be, at least Lori and that team tells me, these are not easy to pass unless you know the science of reading. But they are what we're requiring for people coming out of college. So it's the same assessment. But I think you're going to hear from some people, well, I tried that and I couldn't pass it. So what now are my options? You can retake it. You can take a different one, or you can do training and pass the training. So but there are options, and appreciate the Professional Standards Board giving those.
And you just said it, but if they complete letters, they don't have to take the test.
That's correct.
Okay. Board members, any further discussion? There's a motion on the table. All in favor of the motion? It's a 10-0 unanimous vote. Motion passes.
All right. Thank you, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you. All right, next up, I'd like to welcome Alan Comroy to talk to us about capers. Thank you, sir, for making the trip over. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you for being here, and certainly appreciate spend a little time with you. And again, of course, you get credit for talking about retirement at 4:45 p.m. I certainly commend you for that. I think the invitation today to share a little bit with you, one about cost of living adjustments for retirees, and the other one is kind of what's going on with KPERS 3, which is the newest tier, been in place since 2015. Some of you may have heard, kind of the discussions about is KPERS 3 quite as strong in terms on the benefit side compared to the old KPERS 1 or the KPERS 2. Let's see if I can do this or not. Okay. Just use this. Yep, that'd be fine. Maybe. And just these first couple review slides, of course, KPERS is a comprehensive system. All the school employees are in, all the state employees, all the counties, almost all the cities. City of Wichita is large enough to have their own retirement system. So there's about 1,500 employers, over 300,000 members that participate in KPERS. So really, 1 in every 10 Kansans has a direct connection with KPERS. And not as perhaps as distinguished as this board, but we do have a 9-member board of trustees, and they're appointed. They're not elected by the governor, president of the Senate, speaker of the House. The members elect 2, and then the state treasurer. So the charge today, cost of living adjustments, and then talking about the plan design comparisons. And if you did want to talk about adjusting KPERS 3, what might be some of the possibilities. First up then, cost of living adjustment. Out of those roughly 115,000 KPERS retirees, over almost 62,000 plus are beneficiaries from the school group. So our largest group of retirees, of course, is KPERS school, and that would include, of course, not only teaching the profession, but also then classified staff, support staff. And again, that's our largest group. As we look to that cost of living adjustment, though, 90% of those retirees and beneficiaries have never received a cost of living adjustment. And that's by design. The plan, the KPERS system, when it was created in 1962, there was no cost of living adjustment built into it. It's not like Social Security where there's, kind of an inflation adjustment each year. When the person retires and goes out that door for the last time from their employer, that's what they're guaranteed to get for the rest of their life. And of course, we've been able to pay that for the rest of their life. So they're getting exactly what they were promised. But you all know, of course, the impact of inflation. There have been a couple times where cost of living adjustments were made back in 1987. It's called the 13th check. So everybody that was retired in that year, and since then, they had been getting, of course, 12 monthly checks. Well, this enhancement gave them a 13th check. And that was back in 1987, and currently we're paying about 500 individuals that 13th check. And of course, initially it went out to almost all the retirees. The KPERS 2 program, and we'll talk about that, 2009 to 2015, it did have an automatic COLA in it, and that's the way it started out. Legislature went back and changed that, and so there were 5 in that group that retired in that small window, and so they're getting a CAPERS automatic COLA before the plan design was changed. And then in CAPERS 3, there is a cost of living adjustment, but it's self-funded. So there's an actuarial reduction. So if a person wants to build that into their retirement, they take an actuarial reduction in the monthly retirement benefit to guarantee that increase over their remaining life. Since it's not automatic, it's not in the plan design, the legislature has to act to provide a cost of living adjustment. And really in the 70s, 80s, and into the 90s, the legislature almost every year, maybe every other year, was providing some type of cost of living adjustment. May have been a permanent one, may have been a one-time payment, but the last one the legislature granted was in 2008. But for that payment, it was a $300 payment, the person had to have been retired at least 10 years. So that backs you up to July 1st, 1998. So again, anybody that's retired after July 1st, 1998 has not gotten a cost of living adjustment of any kind. If you want to grant a cost of living adjustment, of course, the legislature would have to do that. And of course, they can come in several different sizes and shapes. You can do the automatic cost of living, which would be probably similar to Social Security, where it's indexed maybe to the CPIU or maybe on years of retirement, since retirement and so forth. But anytime you do that automatic cost of living adjustment, since the adjustment has not been pre-funded, and that's kind of the basic framework of CAPERS, employees pay in, employers pay in, we take the money, invest it, hopefully maybe 30 years, and then out of that pool, out of the trust fund, then we pay benefits. Well, since cost of living adjustments have not been pre-funded, there's a big price tag because employees haven't paid in, employers haven't paid in, we haven't had a chance to invest it. And so there can be some big costs. The automatic COLA one, and this is in 2022, there was a bill, but it was about $4.9 billion with a B. So very expensive, and certainly kind of took some people's breath away when they see numbers like that. There could be a one-time permanent adjustment. So that's maybe you give everybody a $300 a year increase, but then you pay it, that goes into their base. So they're going to get that for the rest of their benefit. There was one in the 2023 session, it was kind of indexed by how long they'd been retired. And there were some percents attached to that. But that one was about $354 million on the unfunded liability for not prepaying, and then about $31 million a year going forward. Or there can be the one-time payment like happened in 2008, so where you just pick an amount, maybe it's 300, maybe it's 500, maybe you do it on length of how long the person's been retired. And that one, which was a one-time payment of $500, that the cost for that was about $33 million to do that. So again, cost of living adjustments aren't pre-funded, and you could you could say, if the legislature said, okay, we've got $100 million we want to spend towards a cost of living adjustment, there can be lots of different ways that could be structured and paid out, but I think generally the legislature has been reluctant to do that, in part because of the overall funded status of CAPERS. And certainly we're making some progress there. That unfunded actuarial liability, difference between assets and liabilities, currently for the entire system, it's about $9.7 billion. That's with a B, although I guess you're all used to using the B word, billions, in this room, but some groups I talk to are not. But just for the school group, it's about $6.2 billion. The funded ratio, assets liability, we're right around about 74% for the school system-ish, and so that's making progress. I mean, the dark days of funding back in 2012 and all the issues that were going on, I mean, the funded ratio for the overall system got down to 56%. The school group was down to 49%. And so that's when, in terms of funding of a public pension plan, I mean, the red lights are flashing, the sirens are going off, and somebody better do something. And so, I mean, to the legislature's credit and the governor's credit, over time, there's been additional money put in. They sold some pension obligation bonds. We got the proceeds. They're paying the debt service. And probably the key point is they're paying the actuarially required rate. So now for about 6 years, every year the actuary comes in and says, this is how much your employees are supposed to pay. And they've been doing that. The legislature has been doing that for the last 6 years. And that's probably perhaps the single biggest key to improve funding of the retirement system. And I just kind of share that with you because as the legislature hears about cost of living adjustments, some of them say, well, until the funded ratio of the system gets better, they don't want to add more debt or more increase that unfunded liability. And for some of them, we've heard if the system can get to 80% funded, that might be an opportunity then for increased an adjustment of some time in terms of cost of living adjustments. Switching gears then, CAPERS 1, 2, and 3. CAPERS 1 and CAPERS 2 is the old defined benefit plan. Some of you may be familiar with it, but that's where it's the final average salary times the years of service times multiplier, and you can tell we can calculate exactly what the person's lifetime benefit is and what it will be. CAPERS 1 was for those that retired or hired before July 1st of 2009, and then CAPERS 2 came along, and that's for those that were hired between 2009 and the end of 2014. And then CAPERS 3, and we'll talk a little bit about that. It's CAPERS 3, it's called a cash balance plan, still technically a defined benefit plan, but it has several attributes of a defined contribution plan, maybe that 401k plan that you might personally be familiar with. And it's the calculation of retirement is very, very different than CAPERS 1 and CAPERS 2. And here's just an example of a CAPERS 2 calculation, and we'll talk about that maximum benefit. So remember, 22,000, 33,000. Defined benefit plan, again, 2009 to 2015. Final average salary, years of service, it's a multiplier of 1.85%. Final average salary, the highest 5 years. Vesting after 5 years, which means after 5 years, they're entitled to a lifetime benefit when they're eligible for retirement. Might be age 60 with 30 years or age 65 and 5. CAPERS 1, perhaps the biggest change there was there was an 85-point plan, which is whenever age and years of service gets you to 85 points, then you're eligible for normal retirement. So if somebody started fairly young, worked 30 years, they might have normal retirement, let's say at 55. So that's the traditional, and that's CAPERS 2. As we look to a cash balance plan then, again, they pay in 6%, just like CAPERS 1 and CAPERS 2 members. There's employer pay credits, which are a little different than employer contributions. All employers, whether you're in 1, 2, or 3, are paying the same contribution, but the credit into the member's account is stair-stepped up based on length of service. But some attributes, and sometimes CAPERS 3 kind of gets kicked around, but some good things about CAPERS 3 is, of course, unlike a 401k, of course, a member never loses what they put into it. They're guaranteed 4% credit, and of course, then it's annuitized, so they're guaranteed a lifetime benefit. And if the trust fund does well, they can earn dividend interest credits beyond that 4%, but there's a formula that goes through that calculates that. But they also have a normal retirement of age 60 and 30 years and age 65 and 5. So here's just an example, 20 years, average ending career salary of $60,000 what their benefit would be after 20 years, it'd be $12,000. A 30-year Capers 3 member, $60,000. So they work 20 years. That benefit, lifetime benefit, would be $22,800. And if you look back, $22,200 versus $33,300, $12,000 versus $22,800. And so it's a different benefit structure. It's working by design. Back when this was created in 2012, part of the driving force was to reduce the future liability on the state and the employers to have, I guess, maybe a more manageable budget retirement plan. So that has achieved what it's supposed to do. It's cheaper for the employers over the long run. As more people move into Capers 3, it's less than, eventually it'll be less than Capers 1 and Capers 2. And that's just kind of a graphic, but just shows that 5-year vesting, paying it in, they get the interest. When they get ready to retire, it's called a notational account, so kind of like a 401k account, but we do the calculation of what they put in, what their employer put in those pay credits, and that's where it's annualized into a lifetime benefit. There's been lots of discussion again. How can you improve Capers 3? And again, kind of like the COLA, you could do lots of different things. One of the I guess proposals that has at least gotten a lot of discussion would be, what happens if you moved everybody that's in Capers 3 back to Capers 2? So they would go back into that traditional defined benefit plan. And of course, it can be done. It's not the cheapest thing, as you can see there on the slide. The unfunded liability was about $416 million. There was a bill last year to do it just for teachers, and that cost would have been about $134 million. But of course, Capers 3 started in 2015, so every year that group, depends on how you calculate it, but let's say there's about 9,000 to 10,000 new Capers 3 members. So that group that you're thinking about, if you want to roll everybody back to Capers 2, increases each year by 10,000 employees. And so that cost will continue to go. There was a hearing last session in one of the Senate committees, but it did not pass. And then there have been some legislative interest in maybe you can't roll everybody back from 3 to 2, but what could you do to strengthen Capers 3? And there's several different things, but one probably that would have the biggest impact, that 4% guaranteed interest crediting rate. You could turn that dial and it could go to 5 or 6%, because again, that's guaranteed. The person will get it, and that'll go in, of course, when their ultimate retirement calculations. And you can turn some other dials in the Capers 3 structure, but in terms of probably having the best impact for the members, probably moving that dial would probably make the most difference. So Capers 3 can be enhanced. Lots of opportunities for that. Of course, as all things, it just takes some money to do that. And as you all know, the state pays the employer contribution for all local school employees as part of state aid education. So when the state says, let's do this, enhance it, not only will the state pay the employer contribution for the higher state for the state employees, but it will for all local school employees too, as part of state aid. And then the final thing, maybe just a comment on how do you get new employees, perhaps just out of college, interested in their retirement? And that, if you have the answer for that, bottle it, and I'll be the first to buy it, because it's a challenge we face all the time too. Although you hear a lot about, maybe the benefit package where retirement's part of it. What's health insurance? What's the pay scale? What's the opportunity for advancements? What's the disability plan? All those. So it's kind of as a package. This is certainly a key component, I think, that employees should hopefully be considering when they're thinking about employment and the benefits of employment. And then the very last thing is, just because it's our neighbor to the east, that Missouri plan, which is a wonderful plan. But as you hear different things, Missouri teachers do not pay into Social Security. Kansas employees do. So when you're looking at, when you're doing comparisons, CAPER's, let's say, benefit structure compared to the Missouri teachers plan, Social Security is not part of that. Now, they may have employment elsewhere, and they may earn some Social Security benefits on that. But in the school plan, they're not paying that. So the contributions that they pay into Teachers Retirement in Missouri is higher because they aren't also paying what the state's paying for Social Security. And then the CAPER's benefit structure really is, of course, CAPER's, Social Security, and then the private, the three-legged stool, the private savings, the responsibility of the person to make their own savings to have an adequate retirement. So lots of things there. CAPERS 3 can be enhanced. You could work within the existing structure. You could roll everybody back. But again, since the longer the policymakers wait, that price tag, particularly on the 3 to 2, just goes up. One way, of course, would be if you want to create a CAPERS 4, that'd be fun, would be just have new people starting some date, and they would be, in the CAPERS 2 group that started in 2025, and they could be in the equivalent of CAPERS 2. And then you'd just be paying it forward. You wouldn't have that large unfunded liability. So I've gone on probably way too long, maybe more than you wanted to know, but certainly pleased to share any information now, or certainly can work with the commissioner to provide it later.
Thank you very much. It is a lot to process, and I actually asked for this to be added to an agenda for 2 reasons. We've got the looming, the current teacher shortage, the need to recruit new teachers, and certainly hearing from some folks that this is off-putting if you're considering teaching. There's also, though, the teachers that we already have that have retired, and I've heard an awful lot from them just being out in my community, and I hear over and over again about the COLA. And so I've got a couple of board members here with questions, and I have a long list, so okay. We'll try not to keep you too late.
No, I'm fine. I'm here for as long as you want to talk about retirement.
All right, we'll start with Ann.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I graduated. Yeah, I graduated from Southwestern Bell about 23 years ago, but it was a defined benefit plan as well. And a lot of times in industry, it's a defined benefit plan. And what I left the company with is all I'm ever going to get. And that's what a defined benefit plan is. I mean, just by very definition. And Bell didn't put any extra money away. And I mean, with Social Security, they can give you a COLA because all I have to do is raise taxes. And that's all we'd have to do here, just raise those taxes another $4 billion, and we could give everybody a nice COLA. But the big difference with Southwestern Bell, and something they really ought to consider at the state and maybe in districts, is Bell drilled into our heads that you have a defined benefit plan, that's all you're going to get. Your hedge against inflation is your 401k. And they gave us a small match in a 401k to encourage us to do that. So we were building that third leg of the stool, and I don't see many school districts doing that as part of a benefit package, and I don't see the state doing it, but that could be your key for new employees, is to have a little match on a 401k as well.
If I may, yes, you're exactly right. For state employees and about I think about 400 employers around the state, they've elected to join called the CAPERS 457 plan, which is the right. Deferred comp plan. It's all employee money. There is some structure where, let's call it a 401A, but where it can be that match where the employer might put in 1%, yeah. Or they'd match it 1-to-1 or 2-to-1 or whatever it may be. Of course, a lot of districts may have 403Bs, which are really similar to the 457 plan, deferred comp, but certainly, I mean, you've hit on I think a good, perhaps a solution down the road if the employers can put something up, but then to make sure the employees also add additional, maybe that matching amount.
Yeah, so I have to ask one more question. Do the legislators in their retirement plans still get to have their pretend salary?
The law does provide for an annualized salary. So
course
yes,
they
and
do.
even the pay commission, that the new pay will just go into
Yeah.
effect January 1st of this next year for legislators. They did work, and we did lots of calculations, and it was down to the dollar. So their new pay, which is going to be about 43, 45,000 a year. Of course, they took away some non-session expenses, but
Do they get to annualize that?
they did before.
Ooh.
So anyway, to answer your question, there was yes, they can still annualize, and it gets it up close to probably that $9,500,000.
They only work 3 months a year, full-time, and maybe, like if I lived in town, I made $20,000. They would let me pretend, annualize, that I made that money all year long, so I could pretend I made $80,000 a year, and my capers would be based on $80,000 a year, not 20. Now I had to pay in like I made 80, but I didn't care because I was retired anyway. So, but anyway, it's a really sweet deal.
Jim Porter.
I'm one of those people that is retired from capers and the Missouri retirement system.
Okay.
The difference is, you talk about, we didn't pay Social Security, but we paid 14%. So, it's greater than what we pay here plus, but that's the difference. That's not my question. School districts that hire retired people have to pay, I understand, I'm not supposed to use the word penalty.
That's right.
Okay, so the surcharge.
Thank you.
So the surcharge and I'm going to editorialize just a bit. You talked about, and I'm very happy that the legislature is now paying their actuarial price. But one of the reasons we're in the position we are is because for decades they didn't do that. Would that be an accurate statement?
Yes, correct. And it's 25 years they did not pay the
Okay,
actuarial
I was going to guess a
required
couple of
amount.
decades, but
Yeah.
no, that's not my question either. The surcharge, what impact is that having on the actuarial benefits, increasing the percentage?
Right. And the legislature, just this last session, I think they heard some of those concerns, so that penalty assessment, as we like to call it, capers assessment, sounds a lot better, I think. But they raised that to
out in the field, we call it penalty.
They raised that to $40,000. So a capers retiree who gets hired by a district comes back on the first now $40,000 they earn in a calendar year. They'll have to pay, the district will have to pay the existing employer contribution, so around 12 or 13%, until it gets over 40,000, and then it spikes up to 30%. And that was set up again when they're making all the adjustments to working after retirement, and really sort of broadening the ability to do that, trying to make sure it was actuarially neutral. So it didn't hurt the system, didn't overly, impact and cause that unfunded liability to go up. And so that's what they strived at. And it was at $25,000. Mm-hmm. Now it's gone to $40,000. So that might give some relief to the districts. But those assessments, penalties, were set to try to make that actuarial neutral, because now, rather than have an active contributing member of capers, they're paying the 6%, the states pay, or the employer contributions, that doesn't get paid on a retiree. It's this now over on this assessment side. And so they were trying to balance it to make sure that unfunded actuarial liability was not negatively impacted.
But it's not helping the system. It's just neutral.
That's the goal, and
Okay.
I think it's pretty close.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Yep.
Kathy. Jim covered it. Okay. Sure.
Since the chair has a long list, I just have a short one. So, Alan, I remember when years ago when I was president of the Superintendent Association, we worked when you used to have to retire and go to a different school district. And then we worked that you could do away with that. And this is before the assessment. And then we found out the assessment was not, people were living longer, going earlier and all that. It seems that when we look at teacher vacancy, administrator vacancy, COVID really accelerated the retirement of people into capers. So as you look at the actuarial tables and thinking about if anything we do with capers 3, is that, obviously people are living longer, but are you going to see, and when I'm out in the field now, the 55-year-olds are pretty much gone out of our system relative to 5 years ago. So I would guess most of the people that are there in capers 2, probably at this point, very few in capers 1. Anyway, do you see that acceleration is going to hurt or harm you in terms of the baby boomers heading in during COVID? And
I mean, I think the wonders of the actuarial world and the whole longevity tables and the board, the capers board adjusts those every year, and there's almost a whole subtable on public school teachers, and particularly female public school teachers who have longevity on their side. But I think that all gets factored into those actuarial tables as those employer contribution rates are set by the capers board. And I think the membership really has kind of leveled off. I mean, total capers school membership or active members, 23 compared to 22, and those are our last valuations. It was like 56 members or individuals less in 23 compared to 22. So I think it has stabilized. I think you know it better than I. The whole working through the COVID, there were lots of challenges, and I think probably we saw some uptick in that in terms of retirement at the time, where some people just were ready to retire.
Trying to figure out how many of these questions I can check off the list, because really, I mean, when I think about what the board is going to be interested in, it's how do we move forward? And so as we set our legislative priorities for next year, what would be a palatable ask? And from your perspective, what makes sense? What would you recommend?
Right. Great question. I think certainly the 3 to 2 in the grand scheme of things, I guess if money was not an object, would probably move the dial the most. And you saw the price tag, and again, it can be kind of, worked with to qualify it. I'm not sure if you want to protect that true defined benefit plan like capers 2, you could create that, legislature could create that, let's say capers 4, where it's all new employees in effect go into a plan just like capers 2, and that would be, I think, perhaps a workable number. And then, then you start moving those dials to try to enhance capers 3. Although I'm not sure, and it certainly makes a difference, but I'm not sure, again, to that new teacher, if they hear their guaranteed interest crediting rate on their account is now 5% or was 4%, it will help them, but I'm not sure that's going to be a big selling point. I think it really comes down to, one, to making sure those, the required contributions continue to be paid. That's bedrock to fund the system. And I think really once the system gets over that 80% funded, then I think there'll be a lot more legislative interest in trying to enhance the benefit structure in some way. And of course, as we all know, the stock market only goes up these days, never goes down. But one of these days, it probably will go the other way, and then we'll have some challenges on the funding ratio. I think those are probably some of the options. I think to minimize cost, really going forward, then you don't have the big lug, and then of course, then you've got the internal equity where those people that started 3 years ago, now they're under the capers 3, but those people that hired next year, now they're capers 4. you know, and how that sort of plays out. Certainly, you know, there's been some talk, well, start Capers 4, and then at some point you try to drag then those Capers 3 members, you know, back to those in that closed group back to Capers 2. But yeah, I think, I mean, there's lots of possibilities. It's just, as always, there's dollars that go along with it.
When I think about the comments that I've heard from retirees about the COLA, that translates directly to, we have retired teachers that are potentially telling young people, don't go into teaching, which of course is the opposite of what we want. Are they pretty much out of luck? It sounds like if it keeps coming back to the legislature and not making it through, we could put it in our priorities and say, please take care of our retired teachers. But
it has been, you know, 20 plus years now since there's been one, since 1998. So it's a challenge. I mean, there's an active retiree group that advocates for a COLA, and they have their you know, annual Capers Day at the State House. They're working, I think, their membership to talk to candidates, of course, this fall about where they stand on the cost of living adjustment. And so there may be a little bit, there may be a little more interest, particularly for those retirees that age or have been retired a long time. So maybe doing something for retirees age 80 and over, or age 85, at least to give some acknowledgement that yes, it's been a long time since you know, any benefit adjustment's been made.
yeah. Can you talk briefly about, you mentioned the young teachers who, as they're starting their teaching career, it sounds like they may not be interested in taking another bite out of that paycheck because it's kind of small to begin with?
It is a challenge, and we see that, you know, like with state employees, of course, maybe the first full-time real job with benefits, and maybe they just got married or they're paying school debt and are trying to buy a house. And again, this idea of saving for retirement, something that, you know, they're maybe 35 years away, they always think, is perhaps maybe I did, oh, I've got time to do that later. And of course, then later comes, and some people may or may not be ready.
Okay, real quick, if we wanted to, as a board, look at how Kansas compares to other states with regards to how we help our retired teachers, is that data readily available?
It is, and a number of states have like an automatic COLA of some type built into their structure, but of course that means it's been pre-funded, so they've been paying it as they go. And so, but yes, I'd say the majority of public pension plans probably in the nation have some type of cost of living adjustment built into their benefit structure.
The anecdotal story that I heard last week was a teacher who came from Oklahoma to Kansas and is still teaching, but can only teach in Kansas for 5 years because then Oklahoma is going to cut them off, and that's $5,000 a month in retirement that they would give up that they're currently eligible for in Oklahoma.
Wow. Yeah. I'm not aware of that. But.
Yeah. Again, anecdotal. So.
Yeah.
Okay. Board members, any other questions?
Well, thanks for coming. This is a big discussion that, you know, hopefully we can have some influence on legislation. I'm just wondering, do any districts, maybe it's a question more for Dr. Watson, but is there any districts that do any like 401ks and stuff on their own that are an incentive for?
Yes, and that's becoming a little bit more popular. Of course, it used to be non-existent, so when I say you're going from zero to something, but there are more districts now giving some match to a 403B plan, which is equivalent to 401k, and you know. But again, the challenge, I think Ann articulated it well with, and Alan, convincing, so having kids, you know, fairly young, I mean, they're in their 30s, but they still think this way. We're raising a family, we've got a mortgage, we need a car, maybe we're going to go back to school. I have one that teaches, I'm going to go get a master's. Yes, I'm interested in retirement, but
by and large, what I have found is educators spend their life taking care of others, and they want someone to kind of take care of them. Capers does that. 401k or 403b makes me think about my own investments and how to do that. And it's just hard to get them to want to put more money into that right now. But we do have some districts matching or doing some form of a match. I'm not saying it's a one-to-one.
If I may add on that, the district I was with 15 years or more ago started doing that.
Really?
As an option, a match up to a certain amount, so.
Is there evidence that it's the bigger districts that have larger budgets?
We certainly weren't bigger.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Conroy, so much for being here. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for all you do.
Board members, shall we return to our policy discussion? Do we need a break? Policy it is.
Alan, we had to let you go before 5:30 because the non-policy policy says that we'd have to feed you anytime after that. No, I'm just joking.
Another comment or two.
Come back anytime. Did I hear? I said we'll return to policy one more time. Anybody need a break? Okay. The next person that was on my list, I think, was Dennis, but I might be making that up. You guys have too much paper. It was Ann. Ann, do you remember your comment or question? Followed by Dennis.
It was about voting. So let me see if I got my note here. We're talking about the voting in, I think the line about, while it's the duty of every member to vote, they cannot be compelled to vote. Yes, it's needed for measure to pass. Anything else is considered a no vote. End of story. But then I think you could say, from time to time, a member may choose not to take a position or have a conflict of interest, whatever the reasoning, that member would vote present, which translates to a no. I mean, I don't think we need all the editorial, all the reasons you might want to vote present. But the truth is, present is a no. Either, in our world, you either support it or you don't. So.
I can comment on that. Yeah, because actually there's no problem with it. The thing is, what we tried to do was look at the state board says abstain. We looked at others like the state legislature, federal, Congress. How do they handle that? And to try and offer some consistency. So that,
no problem with present.
So that's where the present came from. There is no reason that we could not modify, delete any information that board members really don't see relevant, and that's fine. We can take that out. There's no problem at all. We're just trying to get a document that's a quick start for new members.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe you'll allow me to secede some of my time from tomorrow's report because I'd like to give a little more detail. I think it's, in my opinion, it's much greater than just the issue of an introductory to new members. I think that it's time that this board takes a firm decision on the issue of abstention because the goal here is to eliminate uncertainty. I think that it needs to be made clear that you either have a yes vote, a no vote, or in very limited circumstances, you recuse when you have a conflict of interest. There's nothing else. There's no soft yes, there's no soft no, there's no stepping out into the hall room, and any hypothetical that you come up with is nonsensical given this board's the directive and the statute that says that you have to have 6 affirmative votes for board action. So let me back up and maybe explain why the confusion. in many other boards and committees and legislature and many other boards that you might have been part of, the first thing you do at a meeting is determine the quorum, and then votes are based on the majority of the quorum, and you have many times rules that say, like, for example, 2/3 of the majority would pass. So you're counting heads as to how many people are there, and then the concept of stepping out and maybe not being counted, not having a quorum, messes with the vote. But look at it this way. If you have 10 members of the constitutionally comprised body, and you have applying the statute that says you have to have 6 positive votes, 6 out of 10 is 60%. Okay. If you take one person out of that 10 and you apply that same principle of 60% times 9, now you only need 5.4 or something less than that. All of the quote gerrymandering that goes on with the vote that might occur in other settings where you're calculating the number of members present for a quorum, or you're doing a percentage, don't apply. You have to have 6 votes in the affirmative to have formal board action. So there's 2 components to my recommendation and analysis. Number 1 is you have to consider that you're not like any other board where you're applying the percentage or you're counting the number of heads present. And the second is, and you may disagree or think I'm being too much of an advocate here, but I believe, and I've said it in person, I've said it in writing, and I've said it in opinion, but I believe that as an elected official and in the overall interpretation of open government that is supposed to take place at the board table that guides a lot of the other rules, that a board member has an obligation to either vote in favor or against, and you're not forced to explain your position, but if anything else other than a yes, or as I say, in the very limited circumstance where you have a conflict of interest, your vote, it falls into the no category. And not doing it and trying to do something else is an abdication of your responsibility as an elected board member to vote in one of those categories. When you look at the fact that the board chair typically recognizes anybody that wants to explain their position, you're not required to, that you can, if you want to explain your no vote so that the public or your constituency or anyone else understands your vote, you're always given the freedom to do that. I've never seen that not occur. You're not obligated to. You can just vote no, but I would request that the board give serious consideration to changing the rules so that it's very clear that there's only 3 categories, and that's a yes. Anything you do that's not a yes is considered no if you're present at the board meeting, and in very limited circumstances, if you have a declared conflict of interest, you can withdraw from the vote, but you need to be able to say, for example, if you're voting on a contract and your spouse is a member of the company, or if your spouse is a teacher, and if there's some specific conflict other than that. So thank you for allowing me to elaborate on that issue, because I did want to point out that this is something that's morphed over the last 4 years approximately. We had a prior board member that I don't know what the impetus was, but chose to start abstaining from vote, and it's kind of taken on a life of its own. It's not anything that, in my opinion, has ever been used before or has been in the rules, and I don't think it's recognized, and I think it's very confusing, not only to the recording of votes, but to the public. So I'm advocating a little bit here, but I think that the abstention should be abandoned and make it clear. Whatever language you want to use, make it clear that it's either a yes, no, or a recusal based on a conflict of interest. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm just going to add to the conversation real quick and say that the idea of present for me as the chair is difficult because it's one more thing to call out. So agreement that anything that's not a yes is a no. So whatever we can do to streamline that from my perspective. Anne?
Yeah, but
and
we
then I
do
think
need
we've
to
got
leave
Dennis.
that limited option for conflict of interest. But
Absolutely.
other than that,
Yeah.
if you don't
Well-
support it, you don't support it. That's a no.
And to Mark's point, I did make a note that, in the legislature, they will give the option for an explanation of vote, and I don't call that out. But of course, if you raise your hand, we've always acknowledged that as long as I've been on the board prior to being chair. So if that's something that we need to add, if there are 10 board members present and 5 vote one way and 3 vote another way, and I'm still missing 2 votes, at that point, I could ask for an explanation. You can still vote your no. That would be another option.
I meant that, Madam Chair, that when you say, is there discussion, I just meant that board members are
Right.
free when you
Yeah.
say, is there any discussion? that
I'm just saying that we could formally add it to ensure that that option exists.
Okay, and we actually had a very, very long conversation about that. So let me try to put it in perspective, where you got the situation of 3 people that didn't vote. They didn't vote yes, they didn't vote no. Then the question that the committee dealt with was then how do we account for that, even in the minutes? That is where we looked at the third option, whether you as a chair, we got 5, 3, and 2 that are present, whether you call it or not. I mean, they have to be accounted for since you can't force them. So how are they accounted in the minutes when you have 10 board members present? That was.
Yeah, we've got other people.
I've got an answer.
We've
Well,
got
yeah,
other
because
people. Dennis
in
is-
other places, they put present but not voting.
Yeah.
And that just means they just didn't vote.
So that was the only concern. We all were in agreement that it seemed like when we looked at the voting bodies, this was the only one that relied on abstain, which didn't mean anything. And it does fire up the public. The school boards are like, what are you guys doing? And we're supposed to be setting an example. And so in the discussion, that's what we came up with. And we could have, you can say, as Ann suggested, and there's no problem with that, present, not voting, which would reconcile her minutes to show that 10 board members were present. I would have no problem at all with changing that. But if I may add, before we go too far on voting, if everyone is in agreement on page 3 under voting, it's anything else is considered a no vote, period, and just delete the rest of that. I think that was your suggestion.
Yeah, unless you want to make a comment that, unless you do want to say if there is a genuine conflict of interest, you would vote present.
She said if there is a genuine conflict of interest, then you could vote present.
So Betty, so that we can move forward, I'm going to ask, what is your process here? What can we do to help you?
What I was telling Deborah was on page 3 voting, we're going to eliminate.
Make that change?
Yeah,
Okay,
right
so-
now. And she's deleting from time to time, a member may choose not to vote. Delete that all and just stop at anything else is considered a no. That comes under voting. Now, we move to the next part of it, which is how do you account for people that still won't vote yes or no? That's the one sentence we need to add on to this.
Okay, so I've got 3 people stacked up here. I've got Dennis, and then Jim Porter, and then Danny.
Okay.
Are these all related to the same item? Okay, I'll start with Dennis, if that's okay, Betty?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm agreeing with cutting out that last 2 or 3 sentences there and stopping with a no vote. I think that language there that's more street talk than it is policy. But I think, you know, I'm in agreement. We need to give a place for someone who has they're present, but they, you know, don't want to cast a vote. Because I see that happen. I mean, that's what legislators do, and we need to put that word in quotes. I mean, it's not here on the thing. It is here, but not in here. The word present should be a vote, a quote, vote. You understand what I'm saying? Well, it's just a technicality.
Okay. Good. Move on to Jim.
I'm afraid I have a complete misunderstanding of conflict of interest because I've always enacted this way. The first 6 months I was here, I was still a superintendent, and things came before this board that affected my school district. I declared a conflict because I believe that you're not supposed to even participate in the discussion if you have a conflict of interest. And so I always thought, and this has been my practice in working with boards for 30-something years, I got up and left the room, so I wasn't part of the process. Now, that's not a vote no. That's because I didn't think I should even participate and have any influence on that discussion. And so I thought that's what I needed to do. And when I was a superintendent, I would always encourage board members, and they would get up and leave the room, so they had no impact on the discussion. Am I wrong?
No. No.
Is that the appropriate thing to do, Mark?
Yes.
I mean, recusal means you're not participating in the discussion of the vote. If you felt like your physical presence was influential, maybe you leave. But I'm not aware of any specific requirement that says you have to leave the room. But that would be no, there wouldn't be anything that prohibits it.
Well, if I have a conflict of interest, that's what I'm going to continue to do.
Local.
And I would say same thing. You're trained as a superintendent to encourage board members, because at a local board it happens all the time. If this is a conflict of interest because your spouse's teacher and you're going to vote on a contract, or you're going to buy a car from someone, you just leave the room. You don't participate in discussion, so that the transparency of the public is, oh, I didn't sit around and then just not vote. I try, and so I think in my years too, every board member did the same thing, because there's a lot of conflict of interest on a local board. Especially the smaller you get, because of people that are hired and all kinds of issues.
Okay.
Danny.
Can I move to Danny?
Move to Danny, and then I'll follow up.
Okay.
I'm okay.
Danny's good. Okay. Betty?
Okay, then what I will present to the board for consideration, that we may add this on, we can add a sentence, say, board member, if there's a conflict. This is not the proper wording, it's just the idea. Can recuse if there is a conflict of interest. And then to add the follow-up sentence, however, if you still have people that won't vote, then they will be recorded as present, did not vote. Those were the 2 sentences that I would add under voting. We would word that, but those would be the 2. Does that sound like an acceptable idea? If so, we can work on the wording.
Danny. Danny.
Yeah, I did. I think that I like how you're putting that, but I think somewhere we still need to indicate that that's a no vote, recorded as is considered the same as a no vote. I think that needs to be added so there's no confusion about, well, now because people didn't vote, we can count the 4 that did, and so.
Yeah, that's the sentence right before.
So, yeah.
Six
Yeah.
required to pass.
Yeah. So that we're leaving that in there, Dina, for sure. And if that's acceptable,
So I want to make sure it's clear. So if we're saying that we're trying to align ourselves with maybe what the legislature, if they vote present, then that is actually a no vote for that particular bill that they're.
Yeah.
And so. Yes. Okay, so all the legislatures that have all these presents and they didn't vote is actually a no vote. Is that right or wrong? And so we're saying that present is a no vote, but we're trying to align ourselves with the way they're doing at the legislature.
Well, it essentially is.
What?
It essentially is, because in the House you have to have 63 yeses,
Right.
no matter how many are there, and in the Senate you have to have 21, no matter how many are there. So it's either a yes or a no, and here you have to have 6. So yeah, we are. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like here, you have to have 6 votes, and if you don't have 6, everything else is
So, I mean, if you have 6 votes, okay. If we have 6 votes, it doesn't really matter what the other votes are. It doesn't matter one way or the other. If they want to abstain, okay. If they want to vote no, okay. But once you have 6 votes, it passes.
The way that the votes, and that's why we have minutes, it has to be recorded. So we could say those in favor and 6 people raise their hand, then you go no further. No, that's not how it's structured. We're still trying to stay within that framework. If we get 6 votes and those that are no, and you have 3 people raise their hand, then you have 1 person on a board of 10 that did not vote. The secretary, the chairperson could say 6, 3, 1 present not voting. And that's what I was saying, same thing. Yes, that's how we would do it. And if that's the case, then now all we have to do is just craft the 2 sentences to include that. One that you can recuse for a specific reason, and then the other is if you haven't voted, then we would count you as present but did not vote. If that's fine, then we have one other area left. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So as you think about voting on this, whenever you take the vote, I think there's 2 things that you're crafting at the same time that you want to consider. One is the technical parts of how we're going to do this, which I think you're trying to fix. The other is, how does the public perceive your vote? Because when I'm out, most lay people think that it's the quorum of whoever shows up, as Mark said. Right. And so when they see 7-1, they assume, oh, well, that's, you got 7 out of 9 votes. And then I oftentimes explain that at Rotary Club. No, that's not. I just want you to think about however you want to vote on it. It's more than technical, because there's a public perception that if 3 people are gone that day, it's a majority of the quorum, and it's not a majority of the quorum. Right. That's why oftentimes some of you say, I'll zoom in because I want to be able to vote on an item because I know that if 3 or 4 people are gone, happen to be gone for whatever reason, that it's going to be hard necessarily to get to 6 on any vote. So there's 2 things, and Betty's done a really masterful job of cleaning up the technical. It's just whether or not you also want to weigh that as how people perceive that vote. And that's up to you, one way or the other. So.
And I haven't had any emails. I usually get love notes about abstaining from voting. Not anything negative at all. Nothing. Even face-to-face with people either, just a little comment.
And I frequently get people to ask me to explain the abstentions. And I say, ask the people that abstain, because I don't know.
Well, we will go ahead and craft the 2 sentences under voting. We will then need to correspond on page 5, and this is the policy committee, so I don't know if you guys could give us a few minutes after we complete this to craft the language that would be presented tomorrow. But on number 4, on page 5, it almost appears as though we could strike.
Well, whatever you do in one, you need to do in the other, so they match.
Oh, yeah, this is, I'm sorry. She's right. This is a request to add it to policy. The other was just a comment within the document. So on number 4, the language would have to match. Yeah. The language for voting, how we would, yes, no, recuse, present but did not vote, would be number 4. There is one other item on here, which was electing. I'm assuming we're all on I'm looking around trying to be sure we're all on target to move forward. The last item that we show is electing board leaders. And before I open that up, I will comment, because if you look in policy, policy does refer to the fact that ballots would be available to view for inspection. So what the committee tried to do on electing board leaders was to align that with policy. The other goal was to be as effective and efficient as we possibly could, in that as Ann had mentioned, nominations were made at the table. Well, if someone nominates you and you're not interested, that takes away from just the efficiency of the operation. There's no problem with, if we have the ballots, and we need the ballots, which is stated in policy, that prior to, those people that were interested would let the board secretary know. That list would be made. It's not that it's absolutely necessary, but the committee was looking at efficiency, time efficiency, as well as accounting efficiency, in that you would have a ballot. If I wanted to nominate someone, board secretary is notified, she'd let that person know you've been nominated. That person say, oh no, I don't want that. Then that rules it out. And what we have left are those people that are legitimately interested in seeking the position of chair and vice chair. It's been vetted. They say, yeah, I'll take the nomination, or I want to nominate myself, whatever the case may be. So That's why the policy committee drafted the paragraph that we did on the election of officers. It's implied in policy. This was our way of presenting a recommendation that yay or nay, can't abstain.
I do want to add to that, because I do see that somehow we lost a sentence that says each signed ballot shall be open for inspection as provided by law, because we definitely want that to continue. We're not trying to hide anything. I think that just somehow got fallen off on the copy paste or something.
Thank you. See, I would be way more for transparency than efficiency. I think the nominations ought to be made here. I've only been through this 4 times, but I can't think of a single time somebody nominated somebody for chair here and they said, no, I don't want to do it. Because you usually call them ahead of time and go, hey, I'd like.
It happened last time,
What?
2 years ago, last January.
Could, but how long does it take somebody to say, I don't want to run? Not very long. But I think those nominations ought to be made in public. And, raise your hand or sign a piece of paper, either one. But all you need is a little piece of paper to write down one name on, because you're only going to vote for one person. So anyway, I'm not going to be here, but I think for transparency, that all those ought to be done in public.
And that, the thing is, there is transparency. I mean, if you're saying you want to have a way of recording who nominated, I'm not sure that's really necessary. It's just those that are running or seeking office. And that's what we're actually voting on. Transparency, the board secretary certainly could list those candidates that are running for president or chair. For chair, and those that have agreed to run for vice chair. So that's open for other discussion. Anybody else? Danny?
Yes, thank you. I want to be transparent and make sure this is in public, that I absolutely agree with Ann Ma on this particular thing.
Before we leave, I'm going to call Ripley's Believe It or Not and report that.
Well, and, if we did have, and if you say so we did, somebody just throw out a nomination, I think it was because we had a lot of new people. You're going to have more new people next January who are unfamiliar with this, don't know what's going on. They may have a lot of questions, but I think even better reason not to try to make them think, oh, this is all decided ahead of time. No, this gets decided while you're here the first time.
Well, and they do have the option of voting, but let me follow up on that, because it would give each person that's, I'm going to run for chair, then I can interact one by one, just as I do in regular voting. I mean, and that's typically the way that you do this. I'm interested in running for chair. This is why, and could I get your support? Some people may call, I'm calling 9 board members, and 9 of you said no. Well, take my name out of the hat.
Well, hold on. So I have a question for Mark. Because if you're calling more than 4 other board members,
One
you're
at a
breaking
time.
coma.
I can do that, one at a time. Yes, ma'am. Yes, you can.
Mark?
That would qualify as a serial communication. Sorry.
Serial is if I were to email and, well.
You can't.
It's no different than a calling tree or an email chain.
Then what is the difference when we come together and say, can you support this person? It's the same thing.
Hopefully it doesn't occur.
So since, if I may, Betty. our esteemed retired colleague whose picture is on the wall, if they were here, would tell the story of a particular January board meeting where they couldn't elect a chair. And so I really, when I read this proposal, I liked the idea of voting because it does streamline the process. And I don't know, as someone who counts votes, I'm all for the streamlining. But I like that it also makes it more accessible for a new board member, because we know that we're going to have at least 3 new people sitting here next January. And I think it takes some of the stress out of it, and it's a cleaner process. So I thought what the policy committee came up with was really a pretty solid idea.
I'll bet you if you had Janet's board back, that first vote would have still been 5-5, and then you'd still been off to the races.
They didn't elect a chair that day, and
Yeah,
I think they
it took 'em a
finally got
while.
one elected on day 2.
So the first vote really didn't matter.
Dina?
If there are concerns about transparency, why could we not have both things? Both have the person who wants to be nominated or wants to nominate themselves talk to Deborah, but also allow nominations from the floor and say that. And then you allowed transparency from, you married kind of both ideas.
The current policy on page 8 reads, at its January meeting in odd-numbered years, the state board shall organize by election of a chair, vice chair, an appointment of an attorney for the board and secretary to the board. Election officers may be by signed ballot. Each signed ballot shall be open for inspection as provided by law. That was the only reason that we followed up on how we could do ballots. The implication in currently that exists in policy states that all we did, again, not to create anything brand new, but to look at what's already in policy, shore that up or make that clear and move forward. Now, that's still in policy. I have no problems. I'm looking at my committee. I think our idea was to come to you with our recommendations. None of us expected that, well, if you don't, it's going to be a problem. If you do, you're going to be my best friend. None of that. These were recommendations made from a lot of discussion, a lot of thought, and again, it is not problematic. We did our job, which was to make the recommendation, and followed pretty much what was already in policy. So, you tell us, what is it that you want?
I don't have any problem with the policy. The thing is, when it says ballot, doesn't mean you have to have something printed up. Just a little blank piece of paper. That's a ballot. That's all you need, because you're only going to write down one name. And then you're going to sign it. So we can meet the policy and
the whole signing of the ballot, I'm assuming, is so that upon inspection, somebody would know how I voted, how Dennis voted. I'm assuming that's part of that, so it's not completely, so you can't slip in an extra ballot.
And to follow up on that, I would assume, and I certainly hope, that how we voted is disclosed immediately, because otherwise we're not transparent.
But I just want to say, as sitting here as a brand-new member on my very first meeting, that's a lot of pressure. It was a really uncomfortable situation. And to me, the ability to have been able to write on a piece of paper, for whatever it's worth, to have been able to write that on a piece of paper instead of this, like, oh, I don't know, what are we doing, and just vote, I think would have just, to me, just feels better. Printed before or not, I don't care either. But just that ability to write it down, turn it in, let the votes be counted, move on, whether we have something or not. However long that takes, whatever it is, but I personally do like that feel.
Do you want a straw poll?
Let's see. I guess the thing that I'm sitting here trying to process, voting will take place on written ballots until a clear winner is chosen. If we're saying it's okay to have a ballot, then and it's okay to write the name down yourself, is that not a written ballot?
Yeah.
What? Okay, so this has not, I guess I'm not seeing,
Well, Betty, my only point was you don't have to call in ahead of time to use a written ballot. You can make nominations that day and have a written ballot.
Amen.
Yeah, you just give them a little blank piece of paper. They write down the name of who they want and sign it. That's a written ballot.
Jim.
Okay, I've been here 12 years. I don't remember ever having a discussion this long about the balloting and voting. And my question whenever we're doing something like, what are we fixing? I mean, I don't remember any problems. Now, maybe somebody was not happy with the results or didn't feel in some way it was fair. When you lose, it's never fair. I haven't seen any problems. And I was here, just like you, the first thing you have to do when you come here is vote. And you have no idea what you're getting into. And pretty much the people who are already here figured out that they know who's going to do it. I don't remember any surprises over the years I've been here. Somebody came out of the blue and became president, except when I did. That was the surprise to me. And the reality is that we're a 10-person board. We vote on stuff all the time. It's not a popularity contest. It should be about who can give us the best leadership at that point. And believe me, you guys don't want to be in Melanie's seat.
Amen.
Okay? So if you really want to be mean to someone, make them the chair. Because, I mean, it is a tough job, both in the room and out of the room. Anyway, we'll go into that. But what my point is what problem are we solving? We're talking about doing all these things, and I don't have any problems.
Yeah.
No, I think I'm going to hear a problem.
Not a problem
Not a
per
problem.
se.
What's your
but
problem? And
I am a policy person. Betty's a policy person. When it says in policy, signed ballot, we haven't been doing that from what I can understand. So either we
did
take
it
it
some
out
years.
or we do it. Like, we just feel like, let's find a real way. What's
No, let's
going to
follow the rules.
happen?
Signed ballot.
And
Some years we did that, some years we didn't.
See, I think it should be consistent.
Yeah, and the only thing that we were saying, again, if you were to give a piece of paper to these 10 people and say, okay, chair, and everybody wrote their own name on there. I mean, I'm just saying this. I'm just saying this, that when you decide to vote, if you have people that have already expressed an interest. That was trying to simplify it. If you have a person, I'm interested, and I share this, and that's what we vote on. Those people that are interested or maybe qualify, or whatever your criteria would be. Is it major? Is it enough where we should continue sitting here? I don't think so. We're just trying to get an idea. I like the idea of knowing in advance because it gives me a chance to be thoughtful. What do I know about your how you may run things? It gives me a chance to think about you as a person. If we sit here and you nominate and it's just done quickly, well, then you pull a rabbit out of your hat. That was my thought. I was the one that said, I think it would be good to know, because when you come in, you have an idea based on the skill sets that you are aware of. This is a person I want to vote for. So if you don't like that idea, that's fine. We just need to figure out what we're doing.
In a perfect world, it's great. This is not a perfect world.
Go ahead, Mark.
Madam Chair, can I make a suggestion just to, on procedure on the way to bring this to some resolution? Having been through the policy committee, the three board members have spent a lot of time on this, so they're very invested, but I don't want our committee to be too protective of our recommendations, because this has to be for the whole board. So what I would like to propose is that Betty and Deborah and I try to make changes to the language tonight and in the morning for you to review, and that when it's presented to the board, you would only vote on each recommended change. And if it's not accepted, then the policy committee can meet between tomorrow and the November meeting, and it might never. I mean, it might not come back and acceptable. It may not ever be acceptable. But if it's just tinkering with language, we can work together to make sure that we're incorporating the suggestions that we've heard today. Would that be okay? With Matt?
Fine. Is that okay, Betty?
Yes.
Okay. Ann?
Was that all you were going to talk about? Because I have a thing about the order of seating. We're all adults. I mean, it takes 5 minutes to say, Jim, where do you want to sit? And he moves over there, and where do you want to sit? And it's no big deal. So
Deference to the policy committee. How about, as Mark said, we can vote line by line. If that's one you want to vote down, then we vote it down. But they've done the work.
Wondering about the rationale. So
The rationale was really the optics of. Just don't take your seat until the following month, instead of gathering up my things and I move over there, and then it's just the optics. That's all we were saying is, why don't you tell the chair where you want to sit? We'll have a seating chart. You mark it, you give it to her. When we come in on February, you got your seniority seat. And you don't have, where's my purse, where's my shoe kind of stuff going on.
For what it's worth, I respect the three members of the committee, and I'm going to vote to support whatever they recommend.
All right, board members. It's 6:10. We are in recess until tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.